Chapter 351, Extremely Terrified. Chapter 351, Extremely Terrified. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey had a playful smile on his face. He glanced at the cardinal opposite him. He took the book from Susanna. Ozek had the fastest response. He saw that Anfey showed no respect to the cardinal. He immediately got to his feet and kicked the nearby mercenary's shoulder and scolded, "You guys get the F***ck up." In fact, most mercenaries were not grateful, at least not for priests. Mercenaries needed priests' help after intense fights or when injured, but they never agreed to join the Church of Light. In other words, they treated priests well when they were needed, but treated them poorly when they were not needed. However, the truth was usually found when viewing things from multiple perspectives. Mercenaries had their concerns. They did not want to commit themselves to the Church of Light to return the favor. It was such a high price to pay. In addition, they paid the priests to treat their injuries with gold coins or magic crystals. The Church of Light was not a charity, so they would not do it for free. People had to pay to get their services. No one wanted to work for free, not even slaves. If even slaves hoped to get rewards from their masters for their hard work, then surely the priests would too. The mercenaries made money in a difficult manner. They risked their lives for most assignments, like hunting for magic crystals. After converting to the Church of Light, they would even have to pay for praying to priests. If there was time that they were expanding the church or changing priests, the Church of Light followers had to give more money to the church. They had to sponsor the church for the opportunity to pray, while showing courtesy to new priests. They could not neglect either situation, which did not please the mercenaries. The situation looked different from the point of view of priests. Priests were human, and wanted to live a better life. It seemed reasonable to get paid to relieve people's pain. In terms of expanding the church and add more facilities, they could not ask the Pope to pay for them. Of course, they would not pay for it either. The only option left was to ask their followers to contribute. Most issues in this world were like this, with any simply right or wrong. Conflicts were going to exist no matter what. At Ozek's command, mercenaries got back on their feet one after another. The friendly vibe they tried to create had disappeared. Without knowing what the cardinal was thinking, they could tell that he looked a little nervous when Anfey tried to open the book. He said in a low voice, "Master, please return to me the holy item of my church. Do not even try. Without the blessing of God, no one would be able to open that chapter of salvation." "Is it really the chapter of salvation?" Anfey smiled. He pointed at the book, with the chapter of salvation opened. That cardinal looked shocked, as did Anfey. As Anfey opened the chapter of salvation, he could feel the seed of light Slambria planted in his head experience a huge change. Anfey immediately closed the chapter of salvation. After a while, the mysterious seed of light became quiet. "How could it be possible?" the cardinal stuttered. "Tell me, who are you? What are you doing here?" Anfey said calmly. He passed the book to Susanna and tried to calm himself. "I am the Cardinal of Roland Region. My name is Warner. With God's will, I am here to save all the suffering people." "Master, it is your turn to introduce yourself," the cardinal said slowly. "Isn't the Cardinal of Roland Region Bergkamp?" Anfey had an amazing memory. Even though he'd heard about it long time ago, he still remembered what Slambria had told him. "Do you know Master Bergkamp?" Cardinal Warner was shocked. "I am a good friend with Archpriest Slambria. I know most cardinals. Even though I do not know them personally, I know their names. Why didn't I hear about your name?" Anfey bluffed. He was so observant to the point that no change could escape his eyes. Every facial change on Cardinal Warner did not escape Anfey's eyes either. He looked a little weird when he mentioned Bergkamp. "I was just appointed as a cardinal, so you never heard of me before," Cardinal Warner answered without hesitation, but he still looked a little awkward to Anfey. "Okay, I see." Anfey nodded. His face suddenly became really cold and he yelled loudly, "Which region are you in?" Anfey's yell penetrated others' souls. Ozek and others nearby were scared. Elizabeth even covered her mouth with her hand in case she screamed out. Cardinal Warner was scared and trembled. "I am the Cardinal of Greenwich Region." After he answered Anfey, he realized the inconsistency in his answers. He explained hurriedly, "Well, I relocated to Roland Region." "Now you are talking about overseas, huh?" Anfey said coldly. "Wasn't Greenwich Island taken over by death spirits?" "If you do not believe me, you can come and see it on St. Mountain," Cardinal Warner said confidently. "We are surrounded by death spirits now and you are asking me to go to St. Mountain to check? Do you think you are funny?" "I am sorry." I do not have time for that. Anfey gave a slight wave with his arm. Ozzik, get that liar for me. Ozzik was shocked for a second before he rushed at that cardinal with a few other mercenaries. They held Cardinal Warner to the ground. A mercenary took out a string from nowhere and tied his hands behind his back. Not fair. You are profaning God. You will get the most severe punishment from God. I am telling you, Cardinal Warner yelled as he struggled, but he was too weak to even walk a few hundred yards with his scepter, not to mention fighting those strong mercenaries. The mercenaries soon had him tied up. Whatever. Whether you say I profane God or wanted to take your life for your wealth, Anfey patted the book with the chapter of salvation and smiled, I am just a liar in your eyes. Cardinal Warner's yell suddenly stopped. When Anfey mentioned taking his life for his wealth, he was reminded that he had witnessed the bloody fight in the church for the holy book with the chapter of salvation. How would this end up? Cardinal Warner looked terrified and just stared at Anfey. Ozzik, take him and follow me, Anfey said calmly. He walked down the stairs first. After a short time, Anfey and his group came to the underground city. They walked in through an alley. There was scary roaring from somewhere ahead of them. It sounded like a trapped monster in the dark. The dwarves and gnomes looked like nothing was wrong. At most they seemed a little annoyed by the roaring. They had gotten used to this and treated it as only noise. When Anfey and his group walked into the alley, the roaring suddenly stopped. There was a strong iron cage about 200 yards ahead of them. A monster, or to be more specific, a zombie, squatted at the corner of the cage. When the zombie saw Anfey and his group, he forced a smile at them. The mutated fangs looked scary, but everyone seemed to get the idea that the zombie was trying to please them. Anfey chuckled. He has learned to please us. Not bad, not bad. He learned fast. Open the cage for me, please. A dwarf hurried over and opened the cage. Oh, my God, Cardinal Warner screamed. He had realized what Anfey was going to do to him. His body moved like a snake while his legs kicked. Unfortunately, his struggles did not help him at all. Ozzik pushed him. He was not only pushed inside the cage, but also fell to the ground. Cardinal, in a while you will not be so scared. Anfey closed the door slowly. He seemed to torture Cardinal Warner on purpose. No. Cardinal was so scared that he cried and his nose was running. Thinking that he would be turned into a zombie had crushed him. He struggled to crawl like a worm as he tried to hold one leg out of the cage to stop Anfey from closing the door. Don't. Please. I will give you everything you want, everything. Manners. Mind your manners, Anfey could not help sighing. Cardinal Warner did not care about Anfey's reminder at this moment. He struggled to crawl out of the cage. As a priest who had used the chapter of salvation, he knew the result of death spirits. Contaminated organisms would not be saved. They could only disappear from this world, including their soul, so he would rather die than turn into a zombie. I hate liars, Anfey said slowly. Now I am going to give you one last chance to tell me who the hell you are. I am the assistant of Cardinal Bergkamp. Master, please let me out of the cage. I am not going to lie to you. Master, please. Warner continued to stick his leg out of the cage as he was talking. He finally got his leg out of the cage, but Anfey kicked it back in. He had to start all over again trying to stick one leg out of the cage. How dare you lie to me again? Anfey said coldly. How could an assistant to a cardinal have the chapter of salvation? Master, I did not lie to you. The cardinals all died. I was the only survivor, so the cardinal passed this chapter of salvation to me and told me the spells to start it, Warner cried. They died? How did that happen? Anfey asked. Cardinal Salmato attacked us, Warner said. Why? Anfey asked. Because Pope William has been so anxious that he was sick and passed the chapter of salvation to Master Bergkamp. Cardinal Salmato was jealous of us, so, Warner said. Master, I get it now, Elizabeth said in a low voice to Anfey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352, Future. Chapter 352, Future. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey glanced at Warner and took a step back. Elizabeth moved over and muttered, My lord, maybe this is Pope William's way to appoint a successor. Bishop Bergkamp must have been his appointed successor, or else he wouldn't have the Book of Life. Bishop Salmato must be his competitor. I didn't know those bishops were capable of doing stuff like that, Anfey said. That's not what happened, Warner said sternly. Salmato has betrayed us and joined forces with the necromancers. Let's me guess, Elizabeth said dryly. Bergkamp told you that. It's true, Warner said. Interesting, Anfey said. He paused, then pulled open the door of the cage and said, You can come out now. Thank you, Warner said. He sat up and began scooting out of the cage. The zombie had been caged up for a while now without being fed. It thought Warner was its food and was angered that its dinner was getting away. It narrowed its eyes and quietly crawled towards Warner. Instead of lunging at Warner, the zombie reached out tentatively and grabbed Warner's shirt. The zombie was evolving even as it was imprisoned. It now knew how to control its urges. Warner turned around stiffly and saw the zombie. He gasped and started, scrambling to get out of the cage. However, the zombie was much stronger and its grip on him was too tight. Let go, Anfey ordered sternly. The zombie hesitated, then loosened its grip. It retreated to the corner of the cage and whimpered. Warner scrambled out of the cage and sighed with relief. Ozzik, release him, Anfey said. He waved his hand and a few dwarves hurried over to lock the door. Ozzik walked over and untied Warner's ropes. I thought you weren't scared of zombies, Anfey said. He walked over and grabbed Warner, hauling him to his feet. Warner glanced at the book in Susanna's hand and snorted. It's because of the book, isn't it? Anfey asked. Warner sighed and nodded. Why were the zombies following you? They were humans, once, Warner said, rolling his wrists. They wanted to be saved. He paused and added, according to Bishop Bergkamp. Interesting indeed, Anfey said, glancing at the Book of Life. It was a powerful tool that would be very useful in the war. It's the Book of Life, Elizabeth commented. It can't be as powerful as the Book of Doom. Warner nodded in agreement. I've never seen the Book of Doom, but I heard it can use forbidden spells that will destroy everything in its perimeter, Warner said with a sigh. The Book of Life only works on creatures created with death magic. Do you have any idea where the book could be? No, Warner said, shaking his head. So Bergkamp is only a bishop? Anfey asked. Yes. For now, Why did the Pope choose a bishop as his successor? Anfey asked, curious. He should have chosen one of the cardinals. It's not that hard to see, Alice interrupted quietly. Anfey looked at her and nodded. The cardinals are people too, Alice said. They aren't noble anymore or free from corruption. There are two conflicting parties within the church. Alice paused and sighed. I admire the Pope's decision, really. He recognizes that choosing from either party would cause even further conflict, and he knew he had to pick someone who wasn't part of that fight. Bergkamp must have taken a neutral stance. If he had belonged to either party, he would have had a lot more protection. Warner nodded. She's right, he said. Whose side is Salmato on? Anfey asked. He's a student of Slanbria, Nana whispered. Slanbria? You mean Slanbria was associated with the necromancers? No way, Alice said. Slanbria couldn't have worked with the necromancers, or else he wouldn't have achieved his position. If Salmato really is working with necromancers, it's his choice and no one else's. Anfey frowned, grabbed the Book of Life, and handed it to Warner. This belongs to you by right, he said. The Book of Life would have been a useful addition to his arsenal, but Anfey did not want to risk activating the Seed of Light. He had the mercenaries and his friends try to activate the book, and no one could even open it. Warner was the only one who could use it anyway. Are you serious? Warner asked, surprised. Just take it before I change my mind, Anfey said. Warner stared at Anfey for a few seconds, then reached over and grabbed the book. He wrapped his arms around the book and held it close to himself, as if he was afraid someone would take it again. Ozzik, find him a place to rest, Anfey ordered. We need his help protecting this town. Warner smiled and nodded. I'm willing to help. Ozzik walked over and nudged his shoulder, leading him out of the room. After Ozzik and Warner disappeared, Alice dismissed the mercenaries and the dwarves and gnomes. She walked over to Anfey with a mysterious smile. You are ambitious, she said. What do you mean? You're not just enlisting his help, Alice said. You want to recruit him. He's the only one who can activate the Book of Life, Anfey said. He will be a helpful addition to our team. Of course, Alice said. But you have to remember the day may come when Warner becomes the next pope. Anfey pursed his lips. Pope William gave the Book of Life to Bergkamp not only because he was appointing his successor, but almost certainly because he wanted Bergkamp to garner support and fame with the book. If Bergkamp could have used the book for fame, so could Warner. It was a thought that had just dawned on Anfey. It felt strange to have his thoughts read so easily. That's still far off, Anfey said. Small towns like this will no longer satisfy the necromancers. Soon they will set their eyes on large cities like Blackwater City. We need someone like Warner to delay their plan. I'm not contradicting you, Alice said. I'm just reminding you that you cannot keep anything from me. Anfey paused and looked at Alice. He kept underestimating her, a habit he needed to correct. He sighed and said, Alice, you're too smart for your own good. Alice smiled but did not say anything. I'm not hiding anything from you, Anfey admitted. I don't have a plan. I never foresaw Warner. The only thing we can do right now is wait and see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, Asking for Help. Chapter 353, Asking for Help. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the chapter of Romance of the Three Kingdoms entitled Three Heroes Combat Lubu in front of a tiger cage fort, Liu Bei dared only to chase Lubu and hit the hindquarters of his horse. Once Lubu turned around to fight back, Liu Bei immediately ran away. At that moment, Anfey was in a similar situation to Liu Bei. He was extremely skillful with a spear as long as 12 feet. He kept a distance between him and Ernest. He dared not get close to him. The main force confronting Ernest was Susanna. Although she felt the pressure from Ernest and was sweating profusely, she still had her momentum and countered Ernest's strikes. Once Ernest stopped pressuring her in the attack, she would start an aggressive attack in case Ernest got the chance to attack Anfey. Against this cooperating couple, Anfey and Susanna, Ernest seemed busy defending himself. It was a friendly competition, so Ernest could not fight with his full force, otherwise he could have taken Anfey's strike simply with his combat power and defeated Susanna afterwards. Susanna had a variety of sword skills. They looked perfect. Anfey was having some problems. He could attack with fast speed and change his strikes swiftly. He only attacked the areas below the knees, which disrupted Ernest's plan of attack. The strikes were to kill the opponents, not to interrupt them. Anfey attacked in a dirty way. It was obvious what Ernest thought of Anfey's attacks. Anfey had been attacking with full force. As he changed his moves, he did not forget to give Shin-Bella a look and ask her to join the fight. Shin-Bella was very excited watching them fight and wanted to join in any way. She raised her gigantic sword and joined the fight without any concerns after Anfey gave her the signal. It was the first time for Shin-Bella to watch top powers fighting. How could she not get excited when she was offered a chance to join the fight? Ernest could not help sighing. If Shin-Bella joined the fight, he would get exhausted or annoyed to death by Anfey, so he decided to fight with full force. The combat power on Ernest suddenly brightened. He thrust his sword out and clashed with Susanna's in the air, resulting in a huge clashing sword. When the swords clashed, the fighters would get rigid, no matter how powerful they were. How long the rigidity would last depended on the power of the fighters and the protection of combat powers. Ernest was much more powerful than Susanna in terms of those two factors. Ernest had made his second strike before Susanna could take control of her sword gain. Ernest swung his sword against Susanna's sword, and then made a third strike. Susanna could not hold her sword anymore. Her sword flew out. At the same time, Ernest turned around to avoid Shin-Bella's sword and Anfey's spear at his ankles. He swung his sword at Shin-Bella's gigantic sword. Shin-Bella was not as good as Susanna. In addition, Ernest calculated the time so well that with one strike Shin-Bella's sword was sent to the ground. As Ernest was ready to strike at Anfey, Anfey sent out wind elements. He stood there with bare hands. Anfey looked calm and said, "Let's stop here today. I am exhausted." Although he said he was tired, his breath was slowly and regular. He did not show any trace of being tired. "You?" Ernest did not know whether he should laugh or cry. He had been treating Anfey like his son. Even though Anfey was his opponent now, he could not attack him when he had no weapons. Susanna quietly walked over and picked up her sword. She looked a little upset. "Susanna, you emptied your combat power at the end, otherwise Uncle Ernest would not win that easily." Anfey knew what Susanna was thinking. Ernest thought for a second and nodded. "Anfey is right, Susanna. You have made huge progress. Really?" Susanna finally smiled. She could ignore what Anfey said because he knew Anfey was just trying to comfort her. However, Ernest never lied about anything, not even when he was trying to comfort someone. "Of course," Anfey said. He turned around and saw Shin-Bella looking even more upset than Susanna. Susanna had fought with Ernest for a while, but Shin-Bella lost the game just as she made her first strike. It was easy to imagine how frustrated and upset Shinbella was. Shinbella, you do not have to worry too much about it. Uncle Ernest was the best among all the master swordsmen. In addition, you are still young. He continued, chuckling, Shinbella, I still do not know how old you are. I am 25, Shinbella answered in a low voice. 25 years old? She would be considered old in the magic world. Anfey remembered all the information about Shinbella. He moved his eyes away from Shinbella because he did not want Shinbella to see his sympathy towards her. Anfey, I have to remind you that the chapter of salvation could possibly bring us dangers, Ernest said, suddenly changing the topic. Danger? Anfey was shocked for a second. If the chapter of salvation could bring danger to them, Alice should have known about it even though Anfey did not notice it. He started to understand Alice better after hanging out with her for a while. What danger? Alice. I am not denying Alice is a very smart girl, but you are still young. You see things differently than me. Young people always think they can challenge anything, especially you guys who do not lack confidence, Ernest said slowly. He rarely talked so much. It seemed like he could not hold out any longer. I have met the people from churches. I do not know much about them, but I do know more than you guys. Didn't some of them try to attack Bird Camp for the chapter of salvation? I can tell you this. If it happened once, it will happen again for the second or third time until they get what they want. Right now the chapter of salvation is in your hands, and you will be their target. Could those church people spare any time from death spirits to come after me? Anfey frowned. That depends on the issues. If it was about the successor to the Pope, no one would guarantee death spirits would be their priority, Ernest said. In addition, necromancers are interested in the chapter of salvation as well. Last time, many zombies escaped, didn't they? Those necromancers should know about it as well. This world is so complicated. Necromancers and death spirits should be allies. Church of Light and other bodies on the Pan-continent were allies. However, the reality was not like that. Those evolved zombies with intelligence have fought to defend their rights and benefits. There were fights in the Church of Light over the succession of the Pope. It is, Anfey said with a bitter smile. Could death spirits fight? Did you find out about it from that zombie? Ernest asked. Anfey nodded. That is some news. Ernest let out a short laugh. Humans are complicated creatures. Uncle Ernest, are you saying? Anfey said. We will have guests soon, Ernest said. What should we do? Anfey asked. We'd better send people to ask for help. Moramach is not too far from Blacania City. King Yolanthi knows the value of the chapter of salvation better. He will send troops out to help. There were death spirits everywhere in the Transverse Mountains. Few people could pass through safely. Anfey paused for a moment, then said, Uncle Ernest, you are the best candidate for that, but you cannot leave here. The mercenaries would be out of control if you were not here. Even though it was clear that Moramach was the last defense against Transverse Mountain, mercenaries were motivated to fight with death spirits because they believed in the top powers. Ernest could not leave at the moment. Did you forget those two druids of Shadow Mercenary Group? Ernest smiled. They were great with stealth. I did not even notice them before. Anfey's eyes brightened. He turned around and said to Susanna, Susanna, can you find them for me? Anfey might not think of everything, but after being reminded, he would not hesitate to take action. Time is everything might be just a slogan for some people, but Anfey truly believed in it. He was used to calculating his time to seconds. Shortly, Long and Ling showed up in the fighting arena. Anfey took the time to ask Shinbella to write a letter when Susanna was trying to bring Long and Ling to Anfey. As he folded the letter, he said with a smile, Long, are you feeling better? Master, don't worry. I am absolutely fine now, Long said firmly. This letter is very important. We cannot let anything happen to it, Anfey said slowly. If you meet zombies, do not fight them. Get to Blacania City as fast as possible. When you come back, we will count it as one important accomplishment you made for us. Anfey's words had deep meaning. If Long and Ling's face changed, it meant they were not ready to work for Anfey. If they acted excited, it meant they already had the intention to work for him. Master, I will remember what you just told me, Long said, carefully taking the letter from Anfey. If you do not need to prepare anything for the trip, Anfey looked up to check the time, you should leave now. Long and Ling hurried away. Anfey was quiet for a moment, then said, Shinbella, do you know where Alice is? She should be in the underground city right now, Shinbella said. Could you go get her for me? I need to discuss something with her, Anfey said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, Bone Nymphs. Chapter 354, Bone Nymphs. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey. Blavi called hurriedly as he burst into Anfey's room, panting. Anfey jumped off his bed and hurried after Blavi. He knew that something must have gone wrong, or else Blavi wouldn't be so panicked. The two left the house and rose into the air with levitation spells, quickly flying towards the mage tower at the center of the town. "What's wrong?" Anfey asked when he landed. One of the mages moved aside to show him the eye of the sky. In the eye, a mage was fighting a group of zombies. Nearby, a few necromancers were observing the fight. The necromancers' identities were unclear, but the mage was very familiar. "Is that Entos?" Anfey asked. Blavi nodded. The only time Anfey had seen Saul fight was when Saul attacked the bone dragon in an ambush, and he did not consider it a real fight. Mages who used dimensional magic were the hardest to fight. Even though a lot of people did not know why dimensional magic was the most dangerous, everyone agreed that it was the most powerful. There were only a few senior magisters in the world, and senior magisters who focused on a single branch of magic were even more rare. Entos was Saul's best student and spent years training in the Forest of Death and Wilderness Plain. His every movement and every attack was a display of power and a reminder of why dimensional magic was considered the most powerful magic. The three necromancers fighting against Entos were all very powerful as well. None of the spells they used needed buffer time, including spells to summon bone lances. Dozens of bone lances streaked through the air towards Entos. Dozens of nets of decay covered the ground, layered on top of each other. Walls and cages made of bones appeared out of the ground like trees. The necromancers pelted Entos with other spells as well, hoping to slow his movements. Aside from magic, the necromancers also had thousands of zombies on their side. The zombies surrounded the mages, growling and clawing the air. Entos, however, held on. He ducked the attack from the necromancers and fired occasion spells at time. He was skilled at dimensional magic and was not afraid of being trapped in cages. Every time he teleported, he would teleport to a location where he would not be discovered easily. After the necromancers spotted him again, they would have to change their formation to attack him. If Entos wanted to escape, the necromancers would not be able to stop him. However, he was not escaping. He wasn't even using a magic shield. Was it because he could not or because he was overly confident? Without a magic shield, even the zombies' attack could be deadly. Entos appeared to be at a disadvantage, but in reality he was the one controlling the flow of the fight. He only teleported when the necromancer's spells materialized. Then he would flee and use a spell to cancel out the effects of the spell used against him. This way, Entos was depleting his magic at a much slower rate than the necromancers. Sooner or later the necromancers will use up all of their magic. The necromancers were not cooperating with each other at all. They would protect themselves first and attack Entos, trying to slow his movements, then they would try to kill him. Because of this, Entos was able to cancel out all three necromancers' magic with just one spell. Entos must have decided to fight alone because he knew the necromancers would not cooperate with each other. As long as the necromancers fought as individuals, they would not pose a threat to Entos. Had the necromancers cooperated and fought together, Entos would have been forced to seek help. "Christian," Anfey turned and said, "can we dispatch some backup?" "Ernest is on the way," Christian said. The mages suddenly gasped. Entos grabbed a nearby tree and was trapped by a bone cage. A pool of green mud appeared under him. It was an acidic swamp, a staple of death magic. Rumor was that an acidic swamp turned a man into a pile of bones in a few minutes. Two bone lances flew through the air towards Entos. Suddenly, Entos disappeared from the cage and reappeared from behind a tree after a few seconds. He waved his hand and used a flame spell that easily killed more than a dozen zombies. One of the necromancers waved his hand impatiently. When his two companions were using negative effect magic, he summoned a bone lance. Entos froze, then quickly teleported away. He reappeared behind the necromancer and smashed his magic staff into the necromancer's head. The sword shattered the necromancer's shield and went through his neck, sending the man's head flying. Strangely, there was no blood. The necromancer did not fall either. Instead, he only kept flailing his arms. Entos was clearly shocked by this. He took a few steps back and teleported again, reappearing far from the necromancer he had just beheaded. The headless necromancer stumbled for a few moments, then crouched down, hands searching through the grassy ground. After a few minutes, he stood again and held a skull. He held the skull carefully and placed it back onto his neck. Then he shook his head, testing if the skull was going to stay on his neck this time. Entos stared at the necromancer with a mixture of horror and shock. "My God," Christian whispered in horror. "That's a bone nymph." The other mages turned, gaping in horror, when they heard what he just said. The wounded bone nymph appeared to be very angry. He ripped off his cloak and looked around, searching for Entos. Suddenly, a bright sword radiance ripped through the air and flew towards the bone nymph, slicing through the surrounding zombies. Before the bone nymph could properly react, the sword radiance had already reached it. The creature disappeared in a flash of blinding light. Entos appeared behind another necromancer and raised his sword. He brought the staff down onto the necromancer's head. Clearly, he already realized what he was dealing with. The bone nymph's head fell to the ground and rolled into a bush. Entos jumped away and waved his hand, sending bolts of lightning towards the skull, trying to destroy it. The third bone nymph jumped, shocked by the speed of its companion's demise, and tried to flee. However, it was not as fast as Ernest's sword radiance. Before it could get to the forest, the sword radiance caught up to it and shattered its body. "Why is he here?" Christian asked, curiously. "Did Ling and Long already arrive at Blacania?" "They only left 2 days ago," Anfey said, frowning. "Maybe something happened. Let's hope it's not something horrible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 355, The First Victory. Chapter 355, The First Victory. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Not long after, Ernest and Entos walked into Moramach together. To show respect for Ernest, Entos walked a little slower so he would be behind Ernest. At the same time, Ernest thought highly of Entos and occasionally talked quietly with him. He looked casual and did not take a posture of higher status. In fact, they were about the same age. Yet Entos was Saul's student, so he was ranked lower than Ernest. Entos felt amazed by what he saw as he looked around Moramach. The town used to be Band of Brother Mercenary Group's territory. Anfey had rented it from Band of Brother Mercenary Group. Entos had some memory of this notorious town. It seemed that Anfey had many capable people working for him. That was why they could build Moramach into such a fort in a brief of time. Entos and Commander Marino had made an agreement to break the unfair contract between Anfey and the Band of Brother Mercenary Group. They wanted to just give this town to Anfey. When Anfey and Band of Brother Mercenary Group signed the contract, Entos had just left the country of mercenaries, while Marino had never heard of Anfey. Word of this contract had been kept from Entos and Marino. In fact, such a lease would not have troubled them anyway. Of course, they would definitely investigate to find out who had done that to Anfey. Entos could not bear anything unjust. "Bro Entos." Christian walked up to Entos with a smile. He had dozens of mages behind him. Most mages looked respectful. After seeing the intense fight between Entos and the bone nymphs, no one dared to underestimate this enigmatic mage. "Your Majesty." Entos bowed and responded respectfully. "Bro Entos, what are you doing?" Christian hurried over and held Entos up. He looked a little awkward. It might be because Entos grew up in a big family and disliked the complicated courtesies. He preferred that everyone felt comfortable with each other and built their bonds together, at least among his peers. "Your Majesty, where is Anfey?" Entos asked with a smile. "He has been waiting for you in the conference room. Let's go find him." "I will show you the way," Christian said. Christian walked with Entos to the conference room. As they walked some distance, the mages were still in shock. They started to whisper to each other. They did not think their commander could be a prince. The isolated town of Moramach had developed into a society. As a society, there were different social positions in it. Most people in high positions from different areas had come to Moramach. They did not feel good about being isolated in this small town and all hoped to receive message from the outside world. Entos slowly took a seat Anfey had saved for him. Entos scanned the conference room. He was a little shocked when he saw Alice. He could not help raising his eyebrows when he saw Shinbella. He finally laid his eyes on Anfey. Any young senior swordsman would be valuable in any group. It was not long since Anfey left Blacania City. How could he recruit another senior swordswoman? If Anfey's group continued to develop with this speed, in 10 or 20 years in the country of mercenaries, those 4 super mercenary groups could possibly disappear. "Bro Entos, did you see Long and Ling?" Anfey asked. "Who are they?" Entos responded in surprise. "They are actually the Shadow Mercenary Group. I sent them to Blacania City to ask for help," Anfey slowly answered. He knew Entos would be surprised. Is Shadow Mercenary Group working for you now? Entos felt a little helpless. Of course, Entos knew about Shadow Mercenary Group. Band of Brothers Mercenary Group tried to get in touch with Shadow Mercenary Group but did not even see who they were. Not really working for me. We gather here to work together to get through this difficult time. Entos, you are here for? Anfey asked in a low voice. It's a long story, Entos sighed. You know necromancers attacked Tumon Commercial Union, don't you? Yes, Anfey said. With the great leadership of King Yolanthi, Vice General Myrich led a group of palace guards into Scared City to help Tumon Commercial Union and pushed all the death spirits under the sea. It is not possible, Alice could not help yelling out. No one in the conference room knew more than her about the countries on Pan-continent. Every country had its own information agency. Alice had many contacts in these agencies. As far as she remembered, Tumon Commercial Union was very weak militarily and totally relied on Meho Empire. They did not even have their own military. Of course, Meho Empire did not allow them to build their military anyway. When necromancers posed threats on Pan-continent, flame strategy had been used in half of the continent. Even Elazan Empire and Shansai Empire were in passive positions. It was not possible that Tumon Commercial Union had been the first country to defeat death spirits, even with the help of palace guards from Meho Empire. Not possible? Entos gave Alice a long look. He said with a smile, it's not only you guys who are surprised, but also our king. After their victory, the king commented that Tumon Commercial Union did a wonderful job with political reforms. Meho Empire still has strong control over Tumon Commercial Union, but they overcame many disadvantages. They did a wonderful job helping civilians gain wealth and empowering them. Ozik and others did not understand what Entos said. Perhaps only Anfey and Alice could understand the main idea of what Entos said in the conference room. You do not get it? Let me put it this way, Entos said with a chuckle. Anfey, you have stayed in Sacred City for a while. Is Sacred Tai busy and prosperous? Do you know how many wagons Sacred City has? How could I know? Anfey shook his head. Every 37 people owns a wagon and every 11 people owns a horse in Sacred City. Tumon Commercial Union is a very populated country. Every 4 people owns a wagon, which means every household has a wagon, and everyone owns a horse in Tumon Commercial Union, Entos said. How could they have so many horses? Ozik asked in surprise. Because they have money, Entos emphasized. Think about it. How many of the merchants who come to the country of mercenaries to do business are from Tumon Commercial Union? They have very robust transportation ability. After the Death War broke out, they gathered their civilians in a few big cities with unbelievable speed. They also have an amazing stock of weapons and are not afraid of a protracted war. Their few big cities are connected with magic arrays. Those cities supported each other when it was needed. No other countries could do what they did. The country of mercenaries was rich in magic crystals, but how many magic crystals were in mercenaries' hands? They worked hard to hunt for magic crystals, but merchants have the real wealth. Mercenaries do not possess many magic crystals. Even with hundreds years of accumulation, they still do not have many magic crystals in their hands. Master Entos, I understand how civilians are getting rich, but I do not quite understand what is empowering them, Alice said quietly. The merchants would not give all their security jobs to mercenaries. They definitely have their own bodyguards. Has any of you seen a merchant wagon without security or bodyguards on the road? Alice slightly nodded. Smaller merchant wagons have about a dozen or more bodyguards, Entos said. Large merchant wagons have even more guards. A rich merchant even could have hundreds of bodyguards. A merchant would not just have a merchant wagon without guards. Similarly, Tumon Commercial Union would not just have merchants. Put all these bodyguards together, and the number is huge. They have contributed a lot in other areas as well. For example, at the Sacred City Mage Academy, many civilian students are sponsored by Tumon Commercial Union. That is true, Anfey said bitterly. For one, Doris was sponsored by a merchant, but that merchant wanted to marry Doris. That was why Doris wanted to become a senior mage. Only as a senior mage could she fight against the merchant and her own family. Without this death war, no one would know the fighting potential of Tumon Commercial Union. People only know about their wealth, even King Yolanthi said he neglected Tumon's fighting ability. Entos smiled. Necromancers attacked Tumon Commercial Union for their large armory. Even though they could not use it, they wanted to destroy it to weaken the humans' fighting ability. They did not expect to run into troubles right away. So Tumon Commercial Union was their important target? They must have sent out a lot of necromancers, right? Anfey asked. Of course, Entos said. The king was so worried about the necromancers robbing the wealth of Tumun. He sent Vice General Meyerich to lead a group of palace guards to help as soon as he found out. Archmage Saul and Dean Stager organized a temporary sacred mage group. Eagle-Eye King Mengzo and Reaper Wolf King Manstily led druids to join the battle. Tumun Commercial Union also organized a military composed of over 100,000 people. There were a large number of mages in the troop. Even though necromancers were powerful, they were beaten for sure. Anfey was shocked for a second. He knew who Yolanthi was. After noticing the potential fighting ability of Tumun Commercial Union, Yolanthi definitely would plan something for them. Right now there were so many people in this conference room, Anfey could not ask. I have to congratulate King Yolanthi for sparing his effort. Where would King Yolanthi put his effort to now? Alice asked with a smile. Entos was shocked and gave Alice a long look again. He turned to look at Anfey. Anfey, would you like to introduce this young lady to me? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, Yolanthi's Hand. Chapter 356, Yolanthi's Hand. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey hesitated and did not say anything. I am just a servant, Alice said with a smile. Entos rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced. Do you take me for a fool, woman? He asked, shaking his head. He could tell from the way others treated Alice that she was no mere servant. Anfey frowned and was not sure what to do. He wasn't the only one who knew who Alice was, and he knew he could trust Entos. He could keep the secret away from Entos, but he could not lie. Finally, he sighed and shook his head. I will tell you later, he said. Well, Entos said, turning to Christian. I am here to congratulate you, Your Royal Highness. Me? Christian asked, surprised. His Majesty had recently acquired support from Pope William, Entos said. A backup army will arrive at country of mercenaries soon to launch a full-scale attack on the necromancers. You have been selected to oversee this army. The mercenaries were not from Meho Empire and did not care for the political implications of this appointment. They looked at Christian, who was grinning widely at the news. The first pope, Saint Robin, once said that all humans should band together in the face of a common threat. Necromancers were one of the only things that could unite all the kingdoms. However, even such an alliance was not without political implications. Saint Robin believed that all the kingdoms should unite around the Church of Light. Of course, the mercenaries did not care for the political struggles of another nation. Which army? Christian asked, curious. How many men are coming? Who's the commanding general? It's a newly formed legion called the Shield of Light Legion, Entos said, led by the Knight of Light, Fernando. Fernando? Christian asked. Who is that? He's sent by the Pope. Christian nodded. Yolanthi and Pope William must have fought over control of this new legion, but Yolanthi had lost to the Pope, and the Pope was able to appoint one of his men as the commanding general. But did Yolanthi really fail? If Yolanthi had appointed a general from Meho Empire to lead the legion, it might have caused disagreements among people of other nations, especially Elizan Empire and Shansa Empire, which were still recovering from the effects of the last war. If Fernando, a man appointed by Pope William, was to lead the legion, then the other nations could not argue against the appointment, unless they want to contradict the Pope's will. Even though the Pope did not have concrete political power, he was a beacon of hope among the common people, especially during a war against the necromancers. The zombies were not as afraid of light magic as before, but the Church was still the most important asset. No one could deny the effectiveness of the Church's army. Allowing Fernando to command the army did not mean that Yolanthi had no influence over the legion. The legion formed at Yolanthi's command, and he still had ways to influence it. The legion is composed of people of different nationalities, am I right? Alice suddenly asked. Mostly men from Tumun Commercial Union, Entos said. It also contains the remnant of the Sacred Flame Crusade, some of the palace's guards and guards from Blacania City. Entos paused, then added, it also has its own mages platoon. Mages platoon? Anfey asked, shocked. An army's mages platoon was very different from his so-called mages platoon. In order to have a mages platoon, there must be hundreds of mages. What, are you surprised? Entos asked. Who leads it? Christian asked. The head of a mages platoon had almost as much power as the commanding general of the legion. Who do you think it is? Christian frowned, thought for a few moments, then shook his head. The legion was very important, but it was still not one of the major legions. Yolanthe would not have Saul or Steger lead it, but it would still have to be someone important. Who is it? Christian asked. Entos jerked his thumb towards himself and said with a grin, this guy. The room fell silent. Alice frowned, but Christian and Anfey wanted to laugh. Clearly, Yolanthe made this decision because he had made an agreement with Band of Brother Mercenary Group. He had met the leader of Band of Brother Mercenary Group, Marino, back in Sacred City. Marino wasn't there to attend Anfey and Susanna's wedding, and he must have met with Yolanthe while he was there. The outbreak of the war with the necromancers deepened the relationship between the two. Yolanthe had the ability to offer help. As long as he had Band of Brother Mercenary Group on his side, he had a powerful asset. Even someone like Anfey could understand how important it was to control the country of mercenaries. Previously, none of the powerful nations cared much about the country of mercenaries, and there were rarely any guards along the country of mercenaries' borders. This was why Shansa Empire could cut through country of mercenaries without anyone noticing and surround Blackania City. If Yolanthe could control country of mercenaries, then he would have a powerful ally. I've told you everything I need to tell you, Entos said. You must prepare for the arrival of the Legion, Your Royal Highness. Prepare for what? Christian asked with a sigh. He never thought he would become an overseer of a legion. This entailed considerable responsibility and he must approach the matter with a serious attitude. Entos shrugged. I don't know, he said. He turned to Anfey and said, I heard that you are close to moving up a level. Anfey shrugged. I just learned how to use large fireball magic, he said, but so can everyone else in the city. Who knows? Come, try attack me with it. What? Attack me, Entos said seriously. With large fireballs. Here? Don't worry, Entos said. Wait, Blavi suddenly stood up and said. I have to go, Dot. Wait for me, Ozik said, scrambling up. I have to go do something as well. Me too, Alice said. She tapped the ground a few times, signaling the dwarves to retreat. Then I'll be going too, Christian said. He lingered for a few moments then hurried out of the room. Susanna glanced at Anfey and Entos and jogged out of the room after Christian. Entos frowned as the room emptied. What's wrong? Don't worry, Anfey said. Aren't you going to use shields? Entos waved his hand. I'll be fine, he said. Anfey nodded. He took a deep breath and waved his hands, feeling the fire elements gathering. After a few moments, a dozen large fireballs appeared in the room. The room burst into light. Hopefully Entos got out in time, Blavi said with a laugh, observing the room at a distance. I'm sure he's fine, Christian said. He's renowned for his teleportation. It's a shame, Alice said. What a waste of money. I was fond of that table, Dot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, The Real Manipulator. Chapter 357, The Real Manipulator. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. A person suddenly appeared a dozen yards away on the east side of the conference room. It was Entos. He had escaped with instant transportation magic. He was stunned to see the strong fire in the conference room. The magic shield he had released disappeared. There were a few black spots on his gown, which was obviously burned. The door of the conference room was shattered into pieces by the pressure of the fire. Anfey's outline started to show in the flames. He walked in slow motion on the stone stairs. Countless flames were revolving around Anfey. It looked like they were caressing him and unwilling to leave him. Besides the black dragon and gold dragon of legends that could ignore magic, no one else could walk in the fire without any protection. Everyone saw that Anfey did not have any protection. When Anfey stopped at the door of the conference room, the fire dimmed and went out. Gusts of white and black smoke flew out of the conference room. Everyone was looking at Entos. Anfey's control over elements had turned magic principles upside down. They could not evaluate Anfey's fighting ability, so they hoped to seek out an answer from the more knowledgeable Entos. Magic is a double-edged sword. There were many incidents in which mages got hit by their own magic spells or hurt by their own magic. A mage could release a firewall, but it did not mean he could stay in the firewall. Outside of legends, no one could do what Anfey did. Anfey, attack me with big fireballs. Entos had woken up. This time he looked very serious. He not only released a magic shield, but also 2 layers of a magic dome to cover himself. I have used up my magic power, Anfey said with a shrug. Entos almost fell to the floor. He stood there, shocked for a moment, before he suddenly asked, You had that chemical? There was no comparison between small fireballs and big fireballs. Anfey had made huge progress. Antos suddenly remembered the chemical arc alchemist Jacob had made. Yes, but I only had a very little bit of it. I only wanted to see what changes it could bring in me, Anfey said. Don't you think it is kind of a waste? Antos smiled bitterly. Don't worry, bro Antos. I am just testing it. I have to save the rest for the little unicorn. Anfey changed the topic with a smile. Oh, right, bro Antos, did you see Naya? Naya? At the mention of Naya, Antos could help but have a weird look on his face. It was a mixture of love and helplessness. She is still in Violet City. She should be fine, right? Anfey asked. Antos gave a chuckle, then said, in fact, Naya only left Sacred City for a short time. She did not come with us. She was good. Most of time she stayed in the garrison residence and did not go anywhere else. At most, she only fooled around with Shelly and the little unicorn at the worst. That is good, otherwise Rizka and others would have no control over her. Anfey felt relieved. Bro Antos, the transmission portal. Professor asked me to do it so I dared not wait or make any mistake with it, Antos said. If I was not busy with the transmission portal, I could have come earlier. The professor was worried about you. Even the king has asked me about you a few times. Christian was touched. It was said that royal families do not really care about each other. This was nonsense. The king was a human being with emotions. The only difference was they are better at controlling and hiding their emotions. On the other hand, a robot-like emotionless king would not necessarily be a good king. Antos looked around and found he knew everyone except for Alice. He asked slowly, Anfey, would you like to introduce this young lady to me? He stared at Alice. One couldn't blame him, since Alice had showed off her talent too earlier. Anfey looked at Alice and found her a little nervous. He stayed quiet and realized what Alice was worried about. He had saved Alice, but he was just a mercenary group commander, quite different than other politicians who had so much power that they could change the whole direction of a country. Anfey had showed his moral principles and bottom line at times. Alice had this hatred in her and wanted to find a person or a group to rely on. Anfey was Alice's only choice. Both Anfey and Alice knew it was not possible for Alice to start her own organization or try to use Anfey as a stepping stone. Alice would rather take blame than do any petty action, while Anfey would rather be wiped out than see anything happen to Alice. They understood what attitudes each had towards the other. Alice wanted to work for Anfey, and did not have any desire to work for others. The cruel lesson she learned still hurt. She did not dare to trust anyone else. She felt like someday she might be tossed away when she was not useful anymore. Bro Antos, well. Anfey thought and said slowly. If you want to know about her, you'd better ask her. It will be her decision if she wants to tell you who she is. I think I need to respect her for that. Alice smiled. Despite trying hard, she had never been able to understand Anfey. She understood Susanna, Christian, and Blavi. When everyone thought she was good, she would become one of them in the end, and then she would not be dumped, as Anfey would never leave Susanna, Christian, and the others. Even when someone tried to do something to Anfey, Susanna, Christian and others would not let that happen. Of course, Alice was smart enough to know she had to do things for others first to show her sincerity. In fact, Alice's unconditional trust in Anfey allowed the whole group to have a good vibe. However, Alice herself did not know that Anfey and the rest of his group did not totally trust each other at one point. After many difficult times, they became close companions. Antos called Christian Your Majesty, even though Blavi never did. They had developed a bond that was similar to family members. Okay. Antos was angry but found it funny at the same time. Blavi, would you like to introduce that young lady to me? Me? I know nothing. Blavi immediately waved his hands. Antos laid his eyes back on Christian. Christian smiled uncomfortably and shook his head. He had a different experience than Anfey, so he viewed things differently. Anfey cared about Alice's loyalty, while Christian saw Alice working very hard every day, as Moramach had been experiencing changes every day. The weapons dwarves and gnomes made were getting better and better. Alice contributed to these changes. He agreed with Anfey. Alice had done so much for them that they needed to respect her wishes. Antos was shocked for a second. He squinted. Christian had grown up and had his own secrets now. Thinking about how shy Christian had been when he was little, Antos was amused by it. He could not help breathing a long sigh. At the same time, a dwarf excitedly ran over. When he was still pretty far from them, he started to yell, "Master, we made it, we made it." Anfey raised his eyebrows and looked excited. Let's go. Take us to have a look. Christian, can you show Bro Entos around the town? I will be back soon. Christian nodded. Sure. Seeing Anfey, Susanna, and Alice walking in the distance, Blavi suddenly asked, Bro Entos, do you think if Anfey can control magic? Can you do what he did? Entos asked casually. I cannot, unless I release a magic shield to protect myself, otherwise I would be burned to a crisp, Blavi said. What you asked did not make sense. Entos paused. As a senior magister, I do not want to see a person on Pan continent who has the ability to control elements. However, if he were Anfey, I would like to see how far could he go. Anfey's magic attacks were fierce, but his weakness was also obvious. He used up his magic power all at once and did not have the power left to continue the fight, Blavi said. Don't forget, Anfey is also a good swordsman. Entos broke into a smile. Can you used up all your magic power at once? No. Blavi suddenly remembered a problem, and he broke into a cold sweat. Theoretically, he could use up his magic power at once, but the strong element surges would tear his telepathy and even his body into pieces. Anfey acted like nothing had happened to him. How strong could his telegraphy be in that case? You thought about it, huh? Entos raised his eyebrow and asked with a grin. Yes. Blavi could not help sighing. He wondered how Anfey could reach this level, since they were about the same age. How could Anfey's telegraphy could be strong enough to control element storm? You guys are lucky, really lucky, Entos said slowly. Blavi did not understand Entos, while Christian got some of it. If Anfey could become a legend, they would be witnesses of this legend and be part of it. It would be such an honor for them. Anfey stopped walking and frowned. Alice, what do you think? Me? Alice had a beautiful smile on her face as usual. It is not a good thing to let others know about your talent too soon. I think you should have known that, Anfey said casually. No matter whether you were trying to test me to see if I could protect you or for some other reason, please don't do that again. I am sorry, Alice said. As Alice apologized to Anfey, she admitted her real purpose. Anfey suddenly turned around and wanted to scold her, but found she had an even brighter and more sincere smile than usual. He swallowed whatever he wanted to say inside. Let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, Haunted. Chapter 358, Haunted. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey lay on a tree branch with his eyes closed, listening to the clamor of the town below. Susanna sat on a nearby tree, watching the dwarves and the gnomes at work, her hair billowing in the soft breeze. She turned to Anfey, who was grinning, and said, You look happy today. Anfey shrugged and sat up. How can I not be? It's finally our time to shine. Entos was a sly person, but he still gave away a considerable amount of secrets when pressed. Of course, he could have done so on purpose. Band of Brother mercenary group had long been a partner of Manhwa Empire. When Entos first arrived in the country of mercenaries, many mercenary groups wanted him to join them. He rejected all the other invitations and joined Band of Brothers mercenary group. This was largely due to the good relations between Band of Brothers mercenary group and Manhwa Empire. However, the situation was different for Marino. Marino's wife had been killed by an assassin as she was trying to protect him, leaving a 3-year-old son. Marino couldn't bring himself to remarry and did not have another child. When his son was 13, the child fell off a tree and hurt his head, causing his development to delay. The 4 super mercenary groups had never known real peace. Marino worried that his son won't be able to survive once he was gone. Yolanthe understood Marino's sentiments and was using it to his advantage. Yolanthe promised Marino that he would be made a duke if he could assist Yolanthe in taking over country of mercenaries. A duke has much more powerful than the head of a mercenary group. Marino didn't care about fighting for freedom. He needed to secure his power to ensure safety for his son. As king of one of the 3 most powerful empires, Yolanthe was much more approachable and much more likable than Elizan Empire's Edward and Shansa Empire's Philly. Marino knew that as long as he did what he was told, Yolanthe would reward him. Marino's attitude and his relation to Entos secured Marino's loyalty to Manhwa Empire. Anfey knew he had to find a way to place Christian in charge of the Shield of Light Legion. Anfey knew that Yolanthe wouldn't rush the decision of appointing an heir. Wester had his opportunity to shine, and Grandon got an important military appointment when he was 16. Christian cared only for magic and told Yolanthe long ago that he did not want the throne. It was hardly up to Christian, however, as the nation would come first. Susanna ran her fingers through her hair and sighed. She was very conflicted. She had hoped that she would be able to find a peaceful life after she was married. She didn't care about power or revenge. She wasn't like Alice. She knew she had to protect her friends, however, and she would not abandon them. The only way she could be useful was to keep fighting. Susanna was not very good at communicating with others. She enjoyed being alone much more than being with other people. She was used to keeping her emotions to herself. "Lady Susanna, Lord Anfey," Ozzy called as he jogged over to the tree. "Long and Ling are back." Anfey and Susanna jumped out of the tree. "They said they needed to report to you directly." "Directly?" Anfey asked. "Interesting." He turned and saw Ling and Long walking towards him. He smiled and waved them over. "We gave the letter to General Augustus," Long said quietly once he made sure other people were out of earshot. "And there's no reply?" Anfey asked, surprised. The last time he saw Augustus, he was friendly. They had no conflicts and it would be polite to give a reply. "General Augustus told us it was inconvenient to send a reply with us," Ling said. "We were searched when we left the city." "Augustus is in charge of Blacania City," Anfey said, curiously. "If he wanted to protect you, who would search you? What's General Barry doing?" "General Barry was in the city, but we didn't see him," Long said. "My lord, what is your history with Marquis Joser of Violet City?" "Marquis Joser?" Anfey repeated, shocked. "He's the one who searched you?" He was very confused. Marquis Joser hardly had any power, especially in a city governed by Augustin Barry. "He had a dozen priests with him and he insisted on searching us," Long said. "He said he didn't want any spies leaving the city. We resisted, of course, but there were only 2 of us." Long sighed and shook his head. "We thought General Augustus would help us, but his people never intervened. It was just easier to let them search us." "General Augustus wanted us to tell you that the Marquis had joined the Shield of Light Legion," Ling said. "We heard that he is close with Fernando." Anfey pursed his lips. Prince Wester must know that Yolanthe planned on taking over control of Shield of Light Legion and casting out Fernando. Marquis Joser was working for Prince Wester, but he must have not yet told the prince about his relationship with Fernando. If Fernando fell, the Marquis might fall with him. If it really came to that, it would be unlikely that Prince Wester would try to save Marquis Joser. "When is the backup arriving?" Anfey asked. "In a few days," Long said. "The backup is the Shield of Light Legion, isn't it?" Susanna asked quietly. "Yes, my lady." "What else did you find out?" Anfey asked. "Did you find out how many Knights of Light there are?" 400, at least," Long said. "That's just part of it." "That many?" Anfey asked, surprised. Long nodded. "My sources are as accurate as they come." "I didn't know you have sources in Blacania City," Anfey said. "There are still a lot of things you do not know about us, my lord," Long said. "This information was given to me by a member of the Roaring Death Legion. As you should know, my lord, those soldiers are famous for their bravery and their loyalty. I trust this information." Anfey nodded. "How is the relationship between the 2 legions?" "Precarious," Long said. "There's tension between the 2, but there has not been any outright conflict. Because they don't want to make it look like Yolanthe is making things more difficult for the priests and the knights, I wager," Ling said. "The situation is too tense right now for there to be infighting." Anfey nodded. "I think you're right," he said. "What else did you hear?" "Scarlet was heading north with her army," Long said. "But they disappeared soon after leaving. No one knows where they are. We must keep our guard up. The world is in chaos right now, and no one knows whether she will take advantage of that." Long paused, then added, "Violet City is a commercial city. Fernando does not have the right to decide what happens there." Anfey nodded. "You did well," he said. "Who told you this?" "I cannot reveal my source's name," Long said, shaking his head. Anfey nodded. "Go get some rest," he said. Long and Ling nodded, then turned and disappeared into the town. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359, The Biggest Dream. Chapter 359, The Biggest Dream. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. No matter how questionable the good relationship between Yolanthe and Pope William was, their generals and soldiers still maintained military protocol. For days later, a large force looking like a long snake appeared in the eyes of sky. It was inevitable to have malicious competition between Yolanthi and Pope William's militaries, but that would not stop them fighting together against their common enemy when the time came. If Anfey had already sent for help, it meant Moramach faced some serious threat. If they went to the country of mercenaries, they would not get any supplies among death spirits. They could not lose Moramach, since it was the most important transfer field. They heard Anfey had thousands of mercenaries in Moramach who were important to Fernando since they were locals. They were familiar with the surrounding geography. Even if they did not join the battle, they still could serve as guides and be helpful for the battle. That was why Fernando decided to send his troops out to help Anfey, even though Marquis Joser had criticized Anfey a lot. Fernando even contacted General Augustus in Blacania City. They agreed right away that Augustus would send out 20,000 border guards as the Frontiers of Shield of Light unit to help Moramach. Yolanthi had agreed with Anfey to send 20,000 soldiers, but Augustus spent some time deciding who would serve in this troop. First of all, he had to ensure a strong fighting ability. Second, they had to be loyal to the country. In order to completely avoid the influence from Knights of the Light, Augustus even ordered 4 generals with great prestige to lead this troop. With their leadership, Knights of the Light could only give instructions at most, but they would not have any control over this troop. Efficiency was the key to the war. Yolanthi asked Meyerich to lead palace guards to help immediately after Yolanthi heard that Tumun Commercial Union had been attacked. Yolanthi was not panicking, but rather taking advantage of time. Knowing Moramach was just ahead of them, seeing a showdown of people on the wall and hearing the cheering in the distance, about 100 Knights of the Light in the front of the troops all looked relieved. Those in the front consulted, and then about half of the Knights of the Light rode back rapidly. With instructions from Knights of the Light, 5,000 cavalry were divided into 2 groups. One group continued to march to Moramach, while the other group went back to help with the transportation of arms and supplies. Even though about 15,000 cavalry traveled with the arms and supplies, they didn't seem strong enough to Knights of the Light. The soldiers in Death-Roaring Legion were more popular in comparison. In fact, the Knights of the Light had suggested to Fernando that he press Barry to lend a unit of his military to Fernando. They had no idea if Fernando had tried to convince Barry. They only heard a rumor that one night General Barry waved his sword and chased Fernando for about a dozen miles. Fernando hid in a female farmer's house and finally escaped from Barry. Coincidentally, Fernando stopped them talking about taking Death-Roaring Legion since they heard that rumor. There had been many prestigious but hard-to-track master swordsmen. They were on the same level but had different levels of fighting ability. Ernest definitely ranked number 1. When he traveled, he had challenged archswordsmen at his level, but never lost a fight. Some defeated swordsmen who were resentful towards Ernest talked behind his back, but not everyone was so resentful when they lost fights. Some people were convinced that Ernest was better with sword skills. Although Ernest had his critics, no one could challenge his ranking in terms of sword skills. The commander of Glory Mercenary Group in the country of mercenaries ranked 2nd, since he killed 2 Fire Series Archmages in his debut fights. Barry ranked 3rd, taking Master Swordsman Philip's place, as Philip was now too old to hold that position. All the Knights of the Light knew that Fernando was a 7th-level Knight of the Light, but he would never be a match for Barry. Therefore, there was truth in the rumor. Of course, they would not stupid enough to ask Fernando about it. They kept these speculations to themselves. When Anfey heard the cheering, he was standing in something of a tornado. It was nothing like a natural tornado. Rather, it was about 100 yards high, with lighter winds than a natural tornado. It could only suck in insects, birds, and other small-sized animals. Anfey could keep absolute still in the center of the tornado. His hair did not even move. After a while, he held his hand out in the air. The swirling tornado looked like it was drawn by a strong attraction, sucked in with a fast speed and turned into a crystal-clear, glaring spear in Anfey's hand. Anfey thrust his spear out. He was so fast that there were countless shadows created by the spear. It was a cloud of shadow at first and then turned to a larger area of shadow. Only Susanna and Shinbella could barely see Anfey's moves. Mages like Christian, Blavi felt dazzled by the moves. Anfey ended his show and put the spear back. The gigantic rock in front of him made terrifying cracking sounds and turned into countless pieces of gravel everywhere on the ground. "What are those mercenaries yelling?" Anfey asked in surprise. He dragged the spear on the ground and walked back. "I do not know." "Let's go and check," Susanna said quietly. "Anfey, wait." Blavi hurried over. "Let me see your spear." "Wow. Nice." Blavi only paid attention to the appearance of the spear but did not see that one end of the spear had stuck underground as he dragged the spear. Anfey did not put any strength on it. He would not waste his energy, which suggested the significant weight of the spear. "Here you go." Anfey passed the spear to Blavi. This spear could not instantly disappear, as other weapons he instantly had made. This spear would take some time to disappear, and would take a little longer to disappear when not under the control of Anfey's telepathy. Blavi excitedly took the spear from Anfey. The spear had fallen to the ground just as he felt the weight of the spear in his hand. Anfey could make actions as fast as he wished. He held one leg out with a lightning speed and grabbed the spear with his foot. Even though Anfey caught it with his foot, Black 11's foot was scratched by the spear. He opened his mouth wide as he grabbed Anfey's arm tightly. To be more accurate, he pinched Anfey's arm as his eyes got watery. If there were no ladies, he would not keep from crying. How could it be so heavy? Blavi almost cried. Is it heavy? Anfey was shocked for a second and smiled. It was indeed heavy for you. Anfey lifted his foot and tossed the spear in the air. With a huge crashing sound, the spear fell on the ground after one flip in the air. This time, everyone saw something unusual. The whole spear almost buried in the ground. If a person looked at it upside down, it would be hard for him to see anything. Let me try. He got excited even though he usually did not talk much. He walked over and slowly squatted and dug his bare hands into the dirt. He grabbed the shaft of the spear and slowly got up on his feet. He did not finish standing until he released his combat power. It surprised everyone even more when they saw Yi had to pull the spear out with his combat power. Let me do it. Shinbella slowly walked over when she saw Yi pulling the spear up with combat power. Sure. Yi responded immediately. He looked like he lacked courtesy. He should have passed the spear to Shinbella like Anfey passed it to Blavi. He still stood there, waiting for Shinbella to pick it up herself. Shinbella was not a stupid girl. She had been hurt by Manlin only because she was a nice girl and did not know how to protect herself. With every step, her combat power grew stronger. As she walked up to Yi, she released all of her combat power. She grabbed the shaft of the spear, slowly taking it from Yi. Shinbella swung it a few times. The spear tore through the air and made thunder like whooshing sounds. Yi had moved pretty far from her. Shinbella looked a little weird. She stood there for a while. This spear's weight was beyond her imagination. She noticed that there had been no noise when Anfey swung it. It looked like a quiet viper, trying to snatch someone. Shinbella had no idea how Anfey did it. Shinbella slowly raised the spear over her head and swung it down. She was not only a senior swordswoman, but a well-rounded fighter. Except for Anfey, no one in the group could be called well-rounded. Knights and swordsmen were in two different fields. The way Shinbella swung the spear was similar to the way she swung swords. With a huge sound, a cloud of dirt appeared in the air. There was a deep ditch created by the hit of the spear. It could only be called a hit since the tip of the spear was stuck underground a few feet deep. Only half of the shaft diagonally pointed at the sky above the ground. Anfey, someday, when you release the meteorite magic, I do not know what kind of weapon you could create, Christian sighed. What weapon would Anfey create with more advanced magic if he could already make such an amazing weapon with tornado magic? Meteorite magic? I like teleportation spells better than meteorite magic, Anfey said. That is my biggest dream. Antos was watching them, smiling. When he heard what Anfey said, he asked, Anfey, what do you mean? Why are you mentioning teleportation spells in front of me? Are you trying to take the job away from me? Bro Antos, you misunderstood me. There was some cunning in Anfey's look. You have mastered teleportation spells, and do not need a magic wand anymore. How could I take the job away from you? Antos almost cursed in front of ladies. Anfey had misspoken. He meant to remind Antos that he did not need wand anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 360, Conflicts. Chapter 360, Conflicts. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The conflict between the mercenaries and the Knights of the Light had already passed by the time Anfey and Susanna arrived. There was still tension, however, because the Knights wanted to take over the defense of the city from the mercenaries. This was a very negotiable matter, but neither the Knights nor the mercenaries were very patient with each other. The Knights knew they were there to save the mercenaries and did not like the mercenaries' attitude. The mercenaries did not like the Knights taking over their job and did not want to back down easily. Ozik did not like being treated like a lesser man. He was very proud and ambitious and did not like being ordered around by other people, especially people he had just met a few minutes ago. He was also very irritable and would often lose control of his temper. He did not like the way the Knights were talking to him and his men and grew very angry. He even threatened to draw his sword. One of the knights saw Ozik's movement and drew his own sword. The other knights did not want there to be a fight, but felt obligated to support one of their own. The mercenaries saw the knight's sword and all jumped to Ozik's defense. The mercenaries did not lack loyalty and the will to fight. They didn't care if it was Ozik who started the conflict. They needed to protect one of their own. Since the knights did not want to fight the mercenaries in the first place, they did not move to attack. The mercenaries saw that the knights weren't moving and did not want to be the first to attack. However, neither side lowered its weapons. Both the knights and the mercenaries knew that they should not fight. Their responsibility was too great for petty fights right now. "Wait," Anfey called. Several of the knights saw the opportunity and grabbed the sword from the first knight who drew his weapon. The mercenaries lowered their weapons and Ozik quickly bowed to Anfey and Susanna. "What happened?" Anfey asked. "They, apparently, don't know how to act properly in other people's territory," Ozik said angrily. "You must be Anfey," one of the knights said, stepping forward. "These mercenaries never stop." "Liar," Ozik said. Anfey tapped him on the shoulder and shook his head. He did not expect the knights to be so rude to the mercenaries, but he did not expect the mercenaries to act so improperly either. Whatever conflicts they had, the most important thing right now should be building an amicable relationship so working together in the future would be easier on both sides. The knights and the mercenaries' actions did the exact opposite. Most of the knights had already put their weapons away and were murmuring to the few that did not, trying to calm them down. Clearly, like the mercenaries, the knights did not want to fight either. "I am," Anfey said. "I would say welcome to more a match, but I see you've already met our people." Ozik glared at the knight. "How I control my people is my business," Anfey continued, ignoring Ozik, "and you have no right commenting on it." "Are you threatening me, my lord?" the knight asked, clenching his teeth. "Of course not," Anfey said, smiling. "Why would I?" The knight stared at him for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and returned his sword to its sheath. Anfey sighed with relief. He did not want to fight the knights because he knew that it would do him no good. The best thing for him in the town right now was to coexist with the knights peacefully. Infighting would only lead to trouble. He did not know why the knights were so bold, but he knew that someone must have told them some unpleasant things about him. He couldn't change that. The only thing he could do was to prove to them that he was not a horrible person. The knight that challenged Anfey did not back down easily. Susanna and Shinbella appeared and joined Anfey. They were bolder than the mercenaries and did not need Anfey's order to attack anyone. Antos appeared in the air and landed between the mercenaries and the knights, his eyes wide as if curious about what was happening. "Martin, stand down," a voice among the knights called. The knight in front cringed, then turned to the man who had just ordered him to stay back. A man in white armor appeared on horseback. He rode to the front and jumped off, smiling. "My lord, my lady. Do you remember me?" the man asked, grinning. His tone was relaxed and was clearly trying to ease the situation. Anfey froze. He remembered this man from Augustus's mansion, back in Blacania City. "General." "Mekamila," the general said, taking off his helmet. Shinbella and Susanna relaxed visibly. No one wanted to fight, but the situation came to a point where it would be considered shameful to back down. Neither side wanted that, and the situation had come to a standstill. Anfey was glad that the general came to resolve the situation. Clearly, Martin was too. "I apologize for not introducing myself last time," Mekamila said with a grin. "I apologize as well," Anfey said, smiling. He walked over and shook hands with the general. "Don't worry about that," Mekamila said. "Trust me, my lord, you don't need to introduce yourself." He walked towards the town and out of the knight's earshot. "I need to talk to you," he said in a hushed voice. "Alone. This is an urgent matter." "Urgent?" Anfey asked with a frown. "Then let's go to the tent over there." Mekamila nodded and followed Anfey. Susanna wanted to follow, but Anfey stopped her. "Don't worry," Mekamila said. "I promise not to do anything, my lady." Once they were alone, Anfey frowned and asked, "What do you want to talk about?" "I have an order from His Majesty," Mekamila said. "Lady Susanna is to return to Sacred City immediately." "What?" Anfey asked, shocked. Sacred City appeared gloomy under the setting sun. Yolanthe sat on a rocking chair, wearing a simple robe. Across the room was a bed, and in the bed was a woman. The woman was old, her hair peppered with gray. Two maids were busy cleaning the room. "Don't worry," Yolanthe said softly. "Susanna will come back." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the woman whispered. She had seen too many deaths on her way to Sacred City. She did not know why Yolanthe was protecting her or her daughter, but she was very grateful. She knew that without the man in the chair, she would never see her daughter again. Don't worry yourself too much, Yolanthe said. Rest. Regain your strength. Will the man she married return with her? The woman asked. She didn't want to trouble Yolanthe, but she wanted to see what kind of man her daughter married. I'm afraid not, Yolanthe said, shaking his head. Anfey has a very important job he cannot step away from. We need control of country of mercenaries in order to completely destroy the necromancer's force. The woman smiled. I know, Your Majesty, she said. She lied back down inside, closing her eyes as if she was exhausted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, Secret Meeting. Chapter 361, Secret Meeting. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The moon hung in the trees. Tonight was quite different than usual in Moramach. It was super quiet, especially the mercenaries near Anfey's room. They dared not talk. They even tiptoed in case they made any noise as they walked. In fact, Anfey and Susanna had a lot in common in their personality. Neither of them were good at expressing themselves. After they got the secret order from Yolanthe, they did not have any good communication until they had to say goodbye to each other, even though everybody tried to give them some time alone. If this happened to a couple who had experienced ups and downs, they probably would have cried. Susanna was a tough girl. She never used tears to show her sorrow or attachment. She chose to be quiet. Anfey was even tougher than Susanna. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to be too tough, because they could not vent their emotions. It would cause trouble for them sooner or later. Luckily, Anfey and Susanna could take more than regular people. Susanna had cruel training when she was little, while Anfey was an assassin who used to work on his own and learned to live with loneliness. Being apart was not bad enough to cause them to lose their manner in front of others. Upon parting, Anfey forced a word out, "Come back soon." Susanna said quietly, "Take good care of yourself, nut." This conversation was neither passionate nor romantic, no matter how one looked at it. The conversation did not show their deep relationship, nor their unwillingness to part. However, mercenaries had noticed the difference in Anfey. After watching Susanna disappear from sight, Anfey started to look gloomy. The anger showed between his eyebrows. He turned around and saw two followers of Knights of the Light in an argument with mercenaries over tents. Anfey scolded the knights without even bothering to ask what was going on. The poor knights sulked away to report to their supervisors what Anfey had done. Even carefree Blavi noticed Alice was not emotionally stable. Smart Alice hid herself in the underground city after she dealt with the confrontation with Knights of the Light. No one else dared bother Anfey, so Moramach was super quiet that evening. Anfey sat on the bed with his legs crossed. He kept wiping the sword for a long time. This sword was made by dwarves, so the quality was exceptional. Every country had their own large amount of dwarf craftsmen, but they suffered disdain from others. The dwarves in Moramach enjoyed a lot of freedom, so they had a much better work ethic. They put more effort into the sword making when they knew the swords were for Anfey, Susanna, and a few others. These swords were the product of their hard work and would not have any quality issues. Anfey locked his eyes on the sword but was lost in thought. A couple always developed their own habits. After receiving others' blessing for their relationship, Susanna had been taking care of his daily life. His clothes were always clean. Susanna would clean his room in the hotel, find clean and comfy dry straws if they staying in the wild, bring him food at dinner time, and even cut meat and bread into smaller pieces for Anfey's convenience if Anfey did not have time to eat. She was careful with cutting and not making any noise in case she interrupted Anfey. Anfey liked to have a late-night snack, so Susanna always prepared it for him, even in the wild. Susanna could always pick some tasty wild fruits for Anfey's late-night snack. Susanna's departure disrupted their routine, which made Anfey feel uneasy and lonely. Someone knocked on Anfey's door. Anfey could not help frowning and asked coldly, "Who is it?" "It is me." Black 11's voice rose outside of the door. "What's wrong?" If this had happened in the past, Anfey would have already opened the door and let Black 11 in. He was never pretentious nor posed as important person, but right now he really did not want to be bothered. "Master, someone wants to see you," Black 11 said with a helpless tone. He knew this was not a good time to talk with Anfey, but he had no other options. Anfey was quiet for a second before he said slowly, "Come in." The door swung open. Black 11 escorted a person covered from head to toe with a cloak. As Black 11 closed the door, the person took off his cloak and showed who he was. He kneeled at Anfey, "Master. It is you." Anfey could not help looking surprised. The person in front of Anfey was the same arrogant knight of the light, Martin. Anfey looked at Black 11, Armin, what is going on? Should I tell Anfey, or should you? Black 11 shrugged. I think it's better you tell Master Anfey. Anfey did not respond to him, nor asked him to stand up, but the guy looked easier and more relaxed with a smile. He looked like he did not care much. To be honest, Martin looked a lot more pleasant now. During the day, many mercenaries wanted to swing their fists at his stinky face. Martin works for the king, Black 11 said quietly. Anfey was smart and had a quick response. This one simple explanation was good enough for him to connect all the suspicious dots in his head. Within a short time, Anfey had already figured out what had happened. Yolanthi had an agreement with Pope William, but that was only for the time being. He would never let Church of Light expand on this territory. The most effective way was to pick fights between mercenaries and Church of Light and create antagonism. Martin would not be the only spy. Yolanthi could think of controlling his military and not having any conflict with mercenaries. So could Pope William. If Pope William could not think in a sophisticated manner and only use force, William would not have become Pope. Yolanthi was more strategic, so he not only predicted what William would do, he also planned ahead to ruin William's plan. With Martin in Knights of the Light, Church of Light would make more people dislike them. Anyone who had contact with Shield of Light Legion would likely prefer Mayho Empire's military and hate those arrogant Knights of the Light. The antagonism would turn to fighting sooner or later. Even though Fernando tried to appease to Mayho Empire, he could not simply accomplish that. If the situation continued, Knight Fernando could only use force to protect Church of Light's benefits. Martin and his fellows picked bloody fights to make the antagonism even worse, which meant Fernando would lose more battles. It would be inevitable for Fernando to be fired. Anfey could not remember how many times he felt he admired Yolanthi so much. After he went quiet for a while, Anfey said slowly, "You are Martin. How long have you been working for the king?" "I am an orphan." "Without the king, I could have starved to death," Martin said. "When I was a teenager, the king sent me to the church and helped me become an apprentice knight. It has been about 10 years from that time." Anfey had a bitter smile on his face. 10 years ago? Yolanthi might not need people like Martin until they died because there was no opportunity to fight with Church of Light. However, Yolanthi planned cautiously for every step, not afraid of spending money on people, or wasting his own time just for one possibility. A top power could have the control of his own life, but that was it. Anfey tried to be a top power so he could control of his own life. Yolanthi actually controlled many other people's lives, like Martin. His youth, even his life had been dedicated to Yolanthi. How many people were like Martin and how many people's lives were dedicated to Yolanthi? "Did the king ask you to see me?" Anfey asked slowly. "The king has told me to show my real identity when it is needed," Martin said. "Is it the time you are talking about?" Anfey asked. "Master, I have not completed my job yet, but I am worried about what you would do to me." Martin hesitated for a second and looked like he was trying to find an appropriate way to say it. "I am afraid I would be killed by you someday. It would be a sad joke." Martin smiled bitterly. He was obedient. Anfey did not ask him to stand up, so Martin had been kneeling as he talked. Compared with his arrogance during the day, Anfey had such a strange feeling towards him. To be honest, I did want to kill you," Anfey said. "The subordinates of Hilda have died." Martin felt Anfey did not understand, and reminded him. "The two guys you kicked. Hilda tried to fight you." But he was convinced by Captain Stevens. "Okay." Anfey paused. "How many people do you have? Can you give me a list?" "Well..." Martin was shocked. Anfey was asking a little too much. That was not just a list of names, which represented past decades of hard work of Mayho Empire and Yolanthi. "First of all, I am worried about more misunderstandings. Secondly, I could work with you. There were some mature people in Knights of the Light. I could help you kill them and you will have the total control of the situation," Anfey said calmly. Martin's eyes brightened. He said hesitantly, "I have to get permission first." "Up to you." Anfey nodded. "Please get up. Do you have anything else?" "No. That is all." Martin stood up and smiled. "Master, I will continue to mess around in the town tomorrow. I hope you will not get angry." "I got it. I will ask those mercenaries not get involved and let you guys mess around for a few days, but do not overdo it. If you let those mercenaries get wild, you will be in trouble," Anfey said. "I understand, Master." Martin bowed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362, Barrier. Chapter 362, Barrier. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey rarely dreamed when he slept. For him, sleep was necessary to keep himself energized. As long as he could get adequate sleep, he could make sure that he could stay fully aware of his surroundings and the dangers that may lurk within. Dreams were rare, and he almost never remembered them. This night, however, he had a vivid dream. He became a large giant. He moved his hand and saw himself destroying the world, turning it into puffs of elements. Soon, everything around him became elements, and even he himself was no more than groups of loose elements. Sudden, rapid knocks on his door woke him up and put an end to his strange dream. "Who is it?" he asked. "It's me," Alice's voice said. "What is it?" Anfey asked. "I need to talk to you," Alice said. Anfey sighed and pushed himself up. "Come in," he said. Alice walked into the room and he saw her eyes narrow when she saw him. He looked down and realized that his blanket had slipped off of his shoulder and he was half naked. "This room is cold," Alice said. She glanced at the hearth and the dying fire inside, walking over to reignite it. "Wait," Anfey said, shaking his head. "Leave it. I can handle this." He grabbed his shirt and pulled it over his head. Alice turned and smiled. She sat down primly on a chair near the hearth and folded her hands over her lap. She did not say anything and only stared at Anfey. Her large eyes were emotionless. Anfey frowned under her gaze. It still bothered him that he could not read her emotions. "What is it you want to talk about?" "Nothing," Alice said softly. "Just wondering why you're still in bed." She stood up and walked to Anfey, who was putting on his leather armor. "Let me," she said softly, helping Anfey lacing up his armor. "I was tired last night," Anfey said. He did not push Alice away. "It's a shame that you do not have anyone to take care of you when Lady Susanna is gone," Alice said. "Why don't you let Shinbella take care of you?" "No," Anfey said, shaking his head. "Shinbella is too important to take care of someone like me. Plus, I don't need any maids." "You're a count, my lord." "It is only natural that you have maids," Alice said. She paused, then smiled as if she had stumbled across a secret. "Are you worried about what Lady Susanna would think?" "I have maids," Anfey said with a sigh. "I don't need them, like I've just said. It's dangerous for them to be here anyway. I can take care of myself." "I can see it with my own eyes," Alice said. "Lady Susanna took care of you when she was here." "That's different," Anfey said. "Of course," Alice said. "Of course." She smiled and took a few steps back, inspecting her work. Anfey did not say anything and watched Alice helping him dress. When he saw Alice grab the comb on the table, he hesitated. "Wait," he said, reaching over. "I'll do it myself." It was customary that a married man's hair should only be taken care of by his wife. The implication of Alice combing his hair was very dangerous to his reputation. "It's not something you should do by yourself," Alice said. She looked at the ground but did not put the comb down. When Anfey saved her from the slave runners, she had tried to seduce him. After she learned of his relationship with Susanna, she tried to stay away from him lest her emotions cause a rift in their relationship. She thought that Susanna's absence would be a good opportunity for her. Anfey did not expect Alice to be so insistent. He sighed and sat down on the chair, beckoning her over. He was not one to respect customs, because he knew that, in the end, customs did not matter. He didn't know what would happen in the future and knew that he and Christian must rely on Alice. He didn't want their relationship to be too tense. Alice smiled and began combing his hair. There were a lot of ways for her to find someone to depend on, but there were very few people that made her feel safe. She was a princess, and she knew Anfey and his friends would never truly accept her. Anfey could allow his friends to practice magic and grow their power, but he wouldn't let her. She felt uneasy even keeping Kumaragosha close, let alone grow her power. Alice wanted to develop their relationship because she knew that if they became closer, Anfey would be more likely to help her with her revenge. She believed that she could convince him. "Have you ever combed anyone's hair before?" Anfey asked. "Not hair," Alice said. "Beards, yes. I was very close with my father." Anfey sighed. "Be more gentle," he said. "Hair is very different than beards." "I see." "Make sure no one comes in," Anfey said. Alice froze and tossed the comb on the table. Anfey, confused by her sudden change in attitude, turned and looked at her. "Is that who you think I am?" Alice asked, frowning. A sly, calculating woman? There's nothing wrong with that, Anfey said with a shrug. In fact, I applaud you for that. Alice shook her head. Kumaragosha's outside. Anfey nodded and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard Ozik's voice ask, "Where's Lord Anfey?" Alice started, jumping up from her chair. She didn't expect Ozik to come at that moment and was frustrated that he foiled her plan. Wait, Kumaragosha said. You can't go in. Why not? Ozik asked. I need to see him. I have urgent business. Ozik sounded very angry. Alice frowned. What could he be doing? She whispered. Who knows? Anfey said with a smile. Let's see. Ozik pushed open the door and marched into the room, panting. When he saw Alice in the room, however, he froze. Then he turned and quickly walked out of the room. Wait. Anfey called. You called me, my lord? Ozik poked his head into the room and asked. Clearly, he knew that he had seen something he shouldn't have. What do you want to talk to me about? Anfey asked. It's those knights, my lord. Ozik said, frustrated. Wait a few days, Anfey said. Be patient. Everything will resolve itself. Don't cause any conflicts. Ozik sighed, then nodded. Suddenly, they heard another voice outside. I need to talk to Lord Anfey immediately. What's Orsi doing here? Anfey asked. Ozik stood and opened the door, muttering something to Orsi. Anfey frowned. They're too impatient, Alice said. You're right. Which means I have to give him a small nudge. You mean? Anfey smiled. Just wait and watch. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, Request and Demand. Chapter 363, Request and Demand. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. One education was to help students mature with different strategies, even with the hope that students could end up better than their teachers. Another type of education tried to fool students so they would listen to the teachers blindly and forget about fighting back. The students were more like pen sheep. The two approaches to education had their own strengths and weaknesses. The former could speed up the development of society and strengthen the social dynamic in general, but it also made someone aspiring to climb the ladder work very hard to get what they wanted, because someone was always better and they could be easily surpassed and forgotten. The latter type of education could cause society to move backwards, but the upper classes were in much better shape. They only had to manage a group of sheep. There was nothing to make them nervous. It was not easy to turn sheep into wolves, because they had given up too much just struggling for enough food and shelter. When 4 million were under the leadership of 100,000 knights, no one could know whether this was planned or accidental. The education in Mage Union and Church of Light were quite different. Church of Light cared more about beliefs. There were many contradictions among different theologies. For example, other races believed God created the world, while Church of Light did not mention the God who created the world, rather contributing all the glories to God of Light. Religious believers did not need learn about the truth behind a religion, only about its beliefs. Of course, there would always be some talented people who were hard to deceive. The church would recruit them, assimilate them, and have them become part of the administrative team. This method was smart. A person could refuse to work for others but would definitely work for their own interests. Mage Union seemed to have more freedom. They did not require students to believe in anything. They only instructed them to feel the element surges and learn to control them. They did not require students to owe them anything, nor did they interfere with students' freedom. When the students were qualified to train outside the academy, they could go anywhere they wanted, even becoming a priest in Church of Light. Because students had differing talents and abilities, many gave up halfway through the academy. They had to make a living, so they became businesspeople, tried to practice combat power, or even went home to become farmers. Such were their options when they gave up the academy. Some people were just average students when they practiced magic, but could become famous priests in a short time. Slandria was a good example. No could priests or knights of the light be apart from the constraints of the church and do something else other than being priests or knights of the light. Otherwise they would face serious punishment, or even endless pursuit until being killed. Anfey had heard stories about the historical situation from Ozik and Asi during their travels. He was worried about Martin at the beginning, but felt relieved when he saw how he provoked Knights of the Light. It was undeniable there were some drawbacks to bondage education. Bondage education did not ask believers to differentiate right from wrong and only asked them to believe in the religion and follow the instructions of the church, so it stopped the believers from developing their talents. They were indeed unified. That was also why Martin could stir up the Knights of the Light as he wished, even though he was not a mature spy yet. Anfey had no idea what decisions Captain Stevens would make, but the Knights of the Light whom Martin brought over all looked naive and ignorant. "Who is the guy looking more provoked than Martin?" Anfey asked quietly. "Maybe Hilda." Ozek was not sure who he was. Anfey nodded and slowly walked toward them. He yelled, "What is going on here?" The mercenaries who were in conflict with Knights of the Light suddenly made way for Anfey. Tiger stood at the front of the mercenaries. When he saw Anfey, he gave a dirty look to the Knights of the Light facing him. He stuck his axe in his belt and got close to Anfey. He said quietly, "Master, they want to enter the underground." No wonder Ozek and others were mad. The underground city held the most important secrets in Moramach. Even Ozek had very few opportunities to enter the underground city. How could they let others get in? "We have to ensure the safety of all arms and supplies," on orders from Fernando, the Knight of the Light named Hilda yelled. "Here is the order. You can read it yourself, but move first." Hilda took out a sealed envelope and shook it in the air. Elizabeth hesitated for a second because she did not know whether she should take it. After seeing Anfey nod, she went over and took the envelope. She turned around and passed it to Anfey. Anfey casually opened the envelope. There was no order inside. It was just a letter to Anfey from Fernando. The letter showed a lot of respect to Anfey. The main point of the letter was to ask if he could leave the arms and supplies in the underground city for the sake of safety. Only talented and smart people could be recruited to the church administration. Slandria was one of them, as was Fernando. In terms of management, those Knights of the Light were not comparable to Fernando. He used a friendly and compassionate tone in the letter, which made the reader feel good. If Fernando had been a newbie without consideration of others, Yolanthe would not have wasted time on him. There would be no point for Yolanthe to plan anything. Yolanthe could fire him at any time. Pope William recruited Fernando. Logically, Pope William should be allied with Yolanthe, yet it was not clear Fernando was acting in the king's best interests. Anfey put the letter back into the envelope with a smile, passed it to Elizabeth and signaled her to give it back to Hilda. Anfey said calmly, "You guys perhaps misunderstood. No wonder it was said to be easier to talk to the big boss than his assistants. Most of the time, a big plan was ruined as it was carried out by these lower-level people." If Anfey had never dealt with Church of the Light, he would have agreed with Fernando when he read the letter. However, the attitudes of these Knights of the Light would definitely have changed his mind. "Anfey, what do you say? Don't forget this is the order from Knight Fernando. Do you dare to act against him?" Martin stood up and yelled. Anfey stepped up. Without anyone seeing how he did it, he had already moved more than a dozen yards. He raised his hand and slapped Martin really hard. Martin rolled on the floor like a ball. "I told you yesterday. You should add master before my name. If you have such a bad memory, I do not mind reminding you a few more times." Anfey stood in front of dozens of Knights of the Light, but looked calm and not threatened by them. "You made a mistake. Moramach is my territory. Do you understand?" Martin looked at Anfey as he covered his cheek with a hand. He did not understand why Anfey slapped him. He was shocked and could not make a sound. Instead, Hilda yelled loudly, "Master Anfey, you are not only acting against Archknight Fernando's orders, but also attacking a Knight of the Light in public. What do you want?" He was smart enough to add master in front of Anfey's name. He was just a paper tiger. Did he want this confrontation to reach the point where there would be a fight in Moramach? They could only wish, since the border guards of Blacania would not listen to them. If they fought with thousands of mercenaries, it was obvious which side would lose the battle. "Don't panic over it. I was just teaching him some manners," Anfey said calmly. "In terms of Fernando's orders, Alice, bring the contract to me," he said with a chuckle. Alice, who just arrived, smiled and took a piece of paper from her dimensional ring. Anfey was shocked for a second. He wondered when Alice got a dimensional ring. He had never noticed it before, but it was not a good time to talk about it. Anfey held the contract out and shook it in front of Hilda. He said casually, "Can you read? I have had absolute authority in Moramach for 2 years. Master Anfey, this is a special time. We are at war now," Hilda said. "So what if we are having a war now? Should not my rights be protected during wartime?" Anfey said coldly. "If you go to Sacred City in Mayho Empire now and tell them we are at war, would Sacred City be yours?" Hilda did not immediately think of a response. Mercenaries laughed at him. You could be either guests or enemies in Moramatch, but would never be a host. Anfey gave the contract back to Alice. Do you understand? Master Anfey, if anything happens to the arms and supplies, who is going to take responsibility? Hilda asked. It is funny. I am not your general. Why are you asking me that? I know one thing, you have to listen to me in Moramatch. Otherwise, get out of here, Anfey said. Hilda was embarrassed, mad and upset. The color of his face changed frequently, but he dared not talk back to Anfey. This time they had come with an excuse. With Martin's words, they wanted to vent their anger with the help of Fernando's letter. If Anfey did not agree with their request, they would cause trouble for Anfey. What are you standing there for? Do you need me escort you out? Anfey showed disdain in his tone. Master Anfey, I will report what happened today to Archknight Fernando as it is, Hilda said, taking a long breath. Not only Fernando, but even if Pope William were here, he would have no right to take my rights away, Anfey said coldly. Good. Hilda forced that word out. He turned around and helped Martin up. They walked out together. Anfey quietly watched the Knights of the Light walking away. He slowly called out, Armin. Black 11 hurried over, Master? Find a way to tell Martin that he should not have acted so actively. People could find something suspicious about him, Anfey said very quietly. I got it, Black 11 said. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, Old Acquaintance. Chapter 364, Old Acquaintance. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. A few days after the arrival of the initial group of Knights of Light, another group of Shield of Light Legion's forces arrived at Moramatch. In addition to the Knights of Light, there were around 400 priests. For most people, knowledge and patience would grow with age. Apparently, Marquis Joser was not in the majority. He had changed drastically since the last time Anfey saw him. This was caused by the murder of his son and Yolanthi's unjust treatment. He was driven by anger and hatred. As soon as he arrived, he immediately took his people and went into Moramatch to look for Anfey. He did not know what he would do or how he would react when he saw Anfey, but he knew that he had to find and confront him. Anfey, meanwhile, was hanging out with the mercenaries. He was originally planning on welcoming the new arrivals with Alice after he received the news of the new soldiers' approach, but changed his mind at the last minute. The conflict between the mercenaries and the knights had not disappeared. Instead, the tension only grew. He could welcome the new arrivals with a smile, but he knew they might not greet him in a similar fashion. He didn't want things to spiral out of his control again. He saw Ozik and his men arm wrestling and thought it'd be fun to join them. Combat power was not allowed in arm wrestling matches. The mercenaries wanted to see who was the strongest with the assistance of other powers. Tiger was the champion and the others were challenging him. Alice appeared around the corner. She hurried over when she saw Anfey, looking at their game curiously. Let me join, Anfey said, as the last match came to an end. The mercenaries all laughed and moved aside to let Anfey sit down across from Tiger. As they were getting ready, the mercenaries began betting on the match. Unfortunately, the only person betting in favor of Anfey was Alice. His reputation could only carry him so far. Really? Anfey asked, hurt. He only had 1 gold coin from Alice, a meager amount compared to the coins on Tiger. Next to him, Ozik chuckled but did not say anything. Don't blame us, my lord, Orsi said. Prove us wrong. Khufu turned to Alice and said, why don't you bet more, my lady? Fine, Alice said, smiling. She found a handful of gold and put it down next to Anfey. The mercenaries laughed and clapped at her generosity. She glanced at Tiger and squeezed her eyes. She wanted Tiger to let Anfey win so he wouldn't be embarrassed in front of his men. Let's do it, Anfey said, holding out his hand. Tiger gripped his hand with a smirk. Anfey's hand appeared very small in Tiger's large one, but when the match began, he did not immediately lose. Tiger had gotten Alice's signal and wasn't using all of his power. He also did not want to embarrass Anfey. After almost a minute, Tiger gave a low growl and began fighting back. He began slowly pushing Anfey's hand towards the stump of the tree. Before they could finish the game, they were interrupted by a newcomer. Why, if it isn't Count Anfey? Marquis Joser said. His voice was quiet but carried far. Anfey and Tiger jumped up, turning to the Marquis. The old Marquis stopped in front of Anfey with a grin on his face. He had brought only a few guards. Next to him was a wizened man with a small smile on his face. Anfey recognized Jacob, who looked very different from the last time he saw the old alchemist. Anfey rolled his wrist and held out his hand. It seems like he made the right choice not to join the welcome party. The Marquis shook his hand stiffly. How have you been, Count Anfey? Djoser asked. Good, good, Anfey said, narrowing his eyes. I didn't expect to see you here, Marquis. This is a place for soldiers. A very dangerous place. What business does an old Marquis have here? The necromancers threaten us all, Djoser said with a smile. I am obligated to contribute to the cause. Djoser chuckled and continued, You should be more worried, shouldn't you, my lord? You so young. Surely your young wife will be sad should anything happen to you. Like you said, my lord, it is my responsibility to fight the necromancers, Anfey said. Plus, I am proud to die for my country and His Majesty Yolenthi. I owe him almost everything. Marquis Djoser narrowed his eyes at the mention of Yolenthi. In any other country, the murder of a nobleman was punishable by death. Yolenthi had not punished Anfey and instead rewarded him. Djoser was very angry about Yolenthi's decision and knew that it had angered quite a few nobles. Djoser smiled and took a few steps back. His smile was very fake, but he had to maintain it to avoid outright conflicts. He turned to whisper something to Jacob, who nodded and muttered something back. Then Jacob turned and marched over to Anfey and the mercenaries. Djoser watched without any emotion on his face. Anfey sighed. He had just given Martin a wake-up call a few days ago. It seems like he had become Martin in this situation. The mercenaries, uncertain about what was about to happen, jumped from where they sat and drew their weapons. Even though Jacob's steps were confident and relaxed, they were not sure what this strange old man was capable of. Clearly, Jacob was with Marquis Djoser. The mercenaries did not know the history between Anfey and Djoser, but they could deduce that it must be unpleasant from their short exchange. Jacob was not hindered by the sight of the swords and axes. He kept walking towards Anfey confidently, his expression very calm and betraying nothing of his thoughts. The line between overconfidence and self-assurance was very blurry. Judging from Jacob's age, the mercenaries thought it wouldn't be the former. Obviously, Jacob was very powerful, more powerful than a few mercenaries could take on. Ozik waved his hand and his men took a few steps back. They looked at Anfey, waiting for his instructions. Anfey sighed. He wasn't sure if he should be immediately defeated or if he should try and hold out for a few minutes. Luckily, Susanna wasn't present, or else she would surely be very embarrassed that her husband was easily humiliated by a man she respected. Jacob stopped. He looked past the mercenaries and down the street. Ernest and Entos appeared around the corner and were heading toward them. Jacob lifted a brow and glanced at Anfey with a small grin. Djoser appeared very confused. He wasn't sure why Jacob stopped. Jacob turned and walked back to Djoser, whispering something to the Marquis. Djoser's eyes widened. Really? He asked quietly. Jacob nodded. Djoser sighed and shook his head. Long time no see, Lord Ernest, Jacob said, walking over to greet the two newcomers. Lord Jacob, Ernest said, surprised. What are you doing here? He saw Djoser behind Jacob and narrowed his eyes. The Marquis shuffled uncomfortably. He knew that he could command Jacob to humiliate Anfey, but he was not foolish enough to pit Jacob against Ernest. Well, my lord, Djoser said, choosing a strategical retreat. I will be going back to my place now. I hope to see you there sometime? Of course, Anfey said coolly. You must be exhausted from your travels, Marquis Djoser. My men will take you there. He waved his hand at Ozik. No need, Djoser said, shaking his head. He waved at Jacob and left without looking back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365, The Agent of Elves. Chapter 365, The Agent of Elves. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Master, I did not know you had offended so many people, Alice sighed. Not that many, said Anfey, shaking his head. To be specific, I only have two enemies, Philip and Marquis Djoser. I have been keeping a low profile. Everybody felt awkward. The Anfey they knew was very aggressive. He didn't do anything with a low profile. Alice smiled. Philip and Marquis Djoser are not any two people. Strictly speaking, you have offended two groups and two powers. Master, let ye and me handle it. We can find an opportunity to assassinate Marquis Djoser, Orsi suddenly said with hatred in his voice. He continued, don't forget our alchemist Jacob. It would be really hard to kill Marquis Djoser in front of him. Master, you can ask Master Ernest to lure Jacob out, Ozzy said. It would not be a problem if there were some faults in the plan. As long as they could discuss and improve it, like what they were doing now, it would be fine. How about those Knights of Light and the priest group? Can we distract them as well? Blavi said. He was intrigued by this plan. Anfey's enemies were his enemies. If they could assassinate Marquis Joser, it would be a good thing for everybody. It does not have to be so complicated. I can do it myself, he said quietly. They have never seen me before, and even if they had, they would not remember someone like me. The problem is not whether they remember you or not. Are you sure you can kill him by yourself? Orsi asked. Even if I fail, they would not know who I am and could not give Master a hard time, he said. You make it sound too simple. Other than us, there would only be their people in Moramatch. If there were an assassination, everyone would know we did it, Christian said, shaking his head. The key would be whether they have any evidence. I can promise you that I would not be caught alive, he said with a smile. Even if you killed him, you would not be able to come back safely, Christian said. Yi was quiet for a moment. This is not important. I know how to do it, he said. Everyone was quiet. Obviously, Yi was the first one to be willing to risk his life for this mission. They could neither simply support him nor restrain him. They waited for Anfey's final decision. You do not have to worry much about Marquis Joser. As an old dog, his bark is much worse than his bite, Anfey said casually. We are not worried about him, but he has an archalchemist with him. If Marquis Joser asked Jacob to do something, we could not predict the outcome, neither could Master Ernest protect us all time, Orsi said with a concerned look. Don't worry. Master Jacob would not give us such a hard time, Blavi smiled. Why? Ozzy and others all looked shocked. Anfey had been glancing at Blavi when no one paid attention to him. He said in a low voice, because our professor is Saul and Uncle Ernest is on our side. In addition, Christian's uncle is Barry. Do you think Jacob would help Marquis Joser without considering who is on our side? Blavi realized he said something he should not have. He had an awkward smile and looked down. Ozzy and others looked like they understood what Anfey said. No matter what relationship Jacob and Marquis Joser had, and no matter how confident Jacob was, he had to be crazy to be the enemy of 3 other top powers. We do not have to worry about Marquis Joser. We'd better think about which direction we should attack from when Shield of Light Legion gathers. Christian will be the supervisor of the Shield of Light Legion. Fernando is an outsider and not familiar with the country of mercenaries. He would ask our opinion for sure. We cannot make any mistakes, Anfey said slowly. We are all stuck here and do not know the situation outside of Moramtak. What should we do if we make mistakes? Ozzy said. Actually, it is quite simple. Between Blackwater City and White Mountain City, which one would be easier for the necromancers to defeat? Anfey asked. Ozzy and others looked at each other and said in unison, White Mountain City. White Mountain City? Anfey was shocked. This answer was different than he expected. As far as I know, Master Swordsman Anthony has been staying in White Mountain City. Even though Glory Mercenary Group suffered huge losses in the Civil War, their fighting ability cannot be neglected. In addition, the Archmage Michavelazan Empire is in White Mountain City as well. With the help of the mercenaries of Storm Mercenary Group, couldn't they counter the necromancers? Blackwater City only has Tiger of Tau Mercenary Group, could their fighting ability be better than White Mountain City's? Master, Blackwater City has reinforcements, Ozzy said. Oh? Tell me more, Anfey said. Even though Tiger of Tau Mercenary Group won the Civil War in Blackwater City, the commander of Glory Mercenary Group is still a famous top power, Ozzy said. Hotchbinny is afraid that Anthony would take revenge on her and has asked help from elves. I heard a large group of elves traveled to Blackwater City, including over 300 powerful druids. Anthony has kept quiet since the Civil War, Orsi said. Because the elves' fighting ability is way better than he thought, he and Mike could wipe out the entire Blackwater City. Luckily, they did not really fight, otherwise both parties would have suffered huge losses. With this death war, the country of mercenaries would be in huge troubles. How could druids help Hotchbinny? Hotchbinny has that much influence? Anfey asked, confused. He knew a little bit about the relationship between elves and druids. As far as he knew, both parties were allies in wars, but elves had no right to order druids to do anything. It was a big deal to have over 300 druids join them. Elves definitely could not ask so many druids to help. They usually would get support only from some druids. Hotchbinny's influence is not big, but her brother-in-law is very famous, Ozzy said. Who is her brother-in-law? Anfey asked. Wolf King Manstali the Reaper. Ozik thought for a second. Hachbani's sister seems to be an elf pharaoh with huge power. Even an elf pharaoh should not help Tiger of Ta'al mercenary group. Alice looked like she was deep in thought. Elves could use Morta to assimilate rather than be rejected by human society. In other words, Morta could be an agent they could use and help him get stronger. Anfey paused before slowly leaning back in the chair. Alice's guess was not exactly right, but pretty accurate. He understood why they did not think Manstali was friendly, even though he had not been hostile when Anfey saw him the first time in Sacred City. Now Anfey seemed to understand it must have something to do with Hachbani. Bruzeriano had been very nice to Anfey. He did not mean to simply pay attention to the younger generation. He was similarly kind to elves. In other words, Bruzeriano thought Anfey was a good choice, since he had a complicated background, good relations with top powers and kings, and unpredictable potential. Morta did not compare to Anfey. Of course, there was another possibility. Groups looking for another agent to help and support thought Morta could be a good candidate, and they started to reject other groups. Bruzeriano had given Anfey a few elves, so he must have something going with the elves. It was not clear which side druids and elves would take. Everyone felt strange when they saw Anfey lost in thought. Anfey? Christian called quietly. Yes. Anfey perked up. That means we should go help White Mountain City first? Yes. Ozik nodded. I think their situation is like ours. They united to fight against death spirits. It is the job of Shield of Light Legion to help White Mountain City. Our job is to find those mercenaries and recruit them, Alice said. Let's take small steps, Anfey said. If they could think of this, Marino would probably think of it too. Marino's timing had not been good when the Death War broke out because he had still been in Sacred City in Mayho Empire. He could not lose a second chance. Everybody wanted to increase their power, including Marino. It was not easy to find an ally they could trust and work together with, so they had to avoid conflicts as much as possible. What Marino did would affect how Yolanthe made plans. He could not interfere with Yolanthe's plans. Anfey, are we just letting Marquis Joser go? Ozik asked. Not letting him go. We are just letting him mess around for a few more days, Anfey said. I agree with Anfey. We should not make the relationship with him worse than it needs to be, Alice said. Fernando should be here soon. I hope he is not a nasty person, otherwise we will have too much trouble. Master Alice, what kind of trouble are you talking about? Orsi asked in surprise. I am not sure. I think we should get ready for any situation. At least, we have to be able to retreat back to Underground City at any time, Alice said. Alice, would the dwarves cause us any trouble? Anfey suddenly asked. No, Master. Why are you asking this? Alice asked. Transfer some weapons to them. I think crossbows are good for them, Anfey said in a low voice. They might be able to help when it is needed. Okay, Alice said. Let's call it a day, Anfey said, rubbing his forehead. You guys get to bed early. Remember, you have to control yourselves a little bit. Don't cause any conflict. We will discuss further after I see Fernando. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366, Dedication. Chapter 366, Dedication. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Entos. How did you make this? Anfey asked, shocked by the power of the magic arrow in his hand. He was still only a beginner, but even he could feel the elemental surges from the arrow. He knew that this arrow must be very powerful. It must have been Entos' creation. He was the only one among them that could make something like this. Entos grinned but did not say anything. Anfey lifted a brow and turned to Alice, who dismissed all the dwarves. She waited until the dwarves were out of earshot and rejoined the two. Before Anfey could make a decision about whether or not he should ask Alice to leave as well, Entos sighed. Jacob came to find me last night, he said. Next to him, Alice frowned at the implications. Anfey leaned closer, intrigued by Jacob's visit to Entos. Why? How did he get past the dwarves? Anfey asked, suddenly concerned. If Jacob could get past the dwarves guarding the underground tunnels, so could others. He must update the entire security system to prevent security breaches. No, Entos said, shaking his head. Don't worry about that. I took him down there. Anfey nodded, relieved. Why does he want to go to the tunnels? He saw those soldiers carrying magic arrows and thought Hagen was here, Entos said. He wanted to check on Hagen. I told him that the arrows are made by the dwarves. He wanted to see it for himself. Antos paused as if waiting for Anfey and Alice to take in what he was saying. Dwarves were the original alchemists. Unfortunately, their knowledge is mostly lost. What they have right now is a meager portion of what we have, and what we have is still a small portion what they had. Did he give any tips to the dwarves? No, Antos said with a laugh. He's too busy for that. Hagen would have given them plenty of advice, though. He only made this arrow because he was bored. Is he going again tonight? You really think he would work for you for free? Antos asked with a grin. Maybe, who knows? I asked for a favor last night. He agreed. What's the favor? Secret, Antos said, smirking. Anfey sighed and shook his head. Of course, he said. I have some other business to attend to, Antos said, standing up. See you later. He waved and disappeared. Anfey sighed again. He won't even walk anymore, he said jokingly. He knew that this was because Antos had incorporated magic into his daily routine. There were many senior magisters, but very few could achieve what Antos achieved. Even an archmage like Saul could not use the same spell twice in a short period of time. Anfey, Alice suddenly said, can you tell me how you know Jacob? Anfey shrugged. He was a friend of my teacher's. This is important, Alice said gravely. My teacher has his own circle of associates, Anfey said. Politicians aside, he has other friends as well. Like Barry, Meyerich, Steger, Bruzeriano. Jacob is one of them. Is that why you told us he wouldn't hurt us? Yeah, why? Why didn't you tell us, then? Alice demanded. You had us all worry for no reason. Let me guess, Blavy knows, doesn't he? The fewer people who know, the better, Anfey said with a shrug. Secrets, I see, Alice said, shaking her head. So much for trusting us. There are things I must keep to myself, Anfey said. Maybe one day you will learn them. Alice pursed her lips and did not say anything. Let's go check on the men, Anfey said. I know we warned them yesterday, but who knows what they will do when left unattended. Alice nodded and trailed after him. As they rounded the corner, Anfey saw a group of dwarves in front of a house. The house was filled with people, and he could hear them reciting something. What are they doing? Anfey asked, curious. Alice frowned and clapped. Two dwarves heard her and turned. What is it, my lady? One of the dwarves asked quietly, not wanting to disrupt the reciting. What are they doing in there? Oh, the dwarf said, glancing at the house. It's Lord Warner, my lady. He is preaching. Warner? Anfey asked, surprised. Interesting. I want to talk to him. The dwarf glanced at Alice, who nodded, and turned and ran into the house. After a few moments, the reciting stopped and Warner appeared. He walked confidently, as if the terrified man in the cage was a different man. My lord, Warner said, nodding. My lady. You're dedicated, Anfey said. I have nothing better to do, my lord. How are you liking the town? Warner glanced around and shrugged. There is plenty of light, but for some reason, it is always cold. Warner shuddered and shook his head. Wait for a bit longer, Anfey said. When can I leave this place, my lord? Boredom is driving me mad. I would let you out, but there are a lot of priests and knights of light here. I don't want to risk anything. Of course, if you insist, I'm sure I could accommodate you. Who's here? Warner asked nervously. Those knights are mostly under command of Fernando, Anfey said. Do you know him? Warner gasped. Sweet God, he said. What is it? Do I know Fernando? Warner said mockingly, shaking his head. Do I know him? He sides with Salmato. If he sees me, I'm as good as dead. So you're saying Fernando is on Salmato's side? Anfey asked. Warner nodded. When you were attacked, how did Bergkamp die? Anfey asked. Did they want to kill him or capture him? They wanted to capture Lord Bergkamp, but they made a mistake, Warner said with a sigh. They forgot that he could still use forbidden spells. Lord Bergkamp sacrificed himself so we could have a chance. That means they don't know how to activate the Book of Life, Anfey said. Right? That's why they had to capture him. Warner nodded. We were attacked near the transportation portal. Thankfully they didn't bribe the guards, or else I wouldn't be standing here right now. Does Fernando know you? I'm not sure, Warner said. But I'd rather be safe than sorry. I can't let Salmato get away with his deceit. Why didn't Bergkamp tell you more, then? Alice asked.
He was going to, once we reached our destination, Warner said.
But we never did. Now is not the time, but in a few days I need you to appear before Fernando, Anfey said. I want to see his reaction. In the meantime, you should study the Book of Life more. Spend more time learning about the book instead of preaching, understand?
Anfey asked, glancing at the house full of dwarves.
Warner nodded, then walked back into the room to dismiss the dwarves.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 367, Dalit. Chapter 367, Dalit. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. What was supposed to happen would happen anyway.
5 days later, Archknight Fernando finally led his Shield of Light Legion's main force to Moramatch.
At the same time, Susanna had quietly left Sacred City. For the past few days, Susanna had experienced ups and downs. It was hard to describe in words what she had experienced, from shock at the very beginning to denial, recognition, caring, and depending on each other. Susanna experienced so much alternating confusion, surprise, pain, sadness, and other emotions that she almost went crazy. She had to protect her mother as much as possible and force her smiles to try to cheer her mother. Susanna never cried.
If Anfey were with her, she probably would have thrown herself in Anfey's arms and cried as much as possible to vent her pain. Unfortunately, she had to experience the darkest days in her life by herself. Maybe, being a daughter, Susanna had to return the favor and love her mother the way she had brought Susanna into the world. Susanna did not recognize her mother at first, but that old woman recognized Susanna right away and stared at her. She only had a breath left in her, but suddenly showed strength when she saw Susanna. Susanna's mother actually had been sleeping a lot the past few days. Even Susanna's appearance did not change that. Every time when she woke up, she would talk to Susanna a lot. She repeated some stories many times, while other times she just talked as she remembered something. When she felt tired, she would fall asleep and talk again when she woke up. In the depths of night, Susanna was bragging about how well Anfey treated her, which made her mother so happy. Her mother fell asleep with a smile on her face. Susanna fell asleep alongside her for a while. As she opened her eyes, she found her mother had passed away.
Saul organized the funeral for her. Susanna was like a log throughout the funeral. She was placed here and there by others. She neither talked nor cried. Even when Yolanthi showed up at the funeral, she did not interact with him. As Susanna left Sacred City, a regular wagon quietly traveled to the north for about 20 miles and then turned into a small alley to the east. It drove fast as it went into a forest. The driver suddenly fell away and hit on a tree in the valley. Blood burst from his mouth as he fell to the ground. People with good vision could see that he was bleeding internally. It did not seem he could survive. A gray shadow appeared in the driver's seat. The sun was bright, but did not seem to light the person's face. The wagon automatically stopped, since there was no one controlling the horse. Philip was stunned in the wagon and looked angry, but then terrified as a frog looking at a snake. As terror overtook him, Philip said with a coarse voice, "Here you are, Dot." "Master Philip, where are you going?" the gray shadow said quietly. He sounded gloomy. In his gloom, he tried to sound nice but still made others feel threatened and terrified. "I am going to see a friend." Maybe Philip did not like the way he asked, so he raised his voice. "Do I have to get your permission when I leave Sacred City? As far as I know, Miss Susanna is not your friend." The gray shadow ignored Philip's question. In other words, he did not care to answer the question. "Master Philip, I think you need go back." Philip went quiet, but he looked even firmer. They say that a baby cow is not afraid of tigers to describe ignorant people who are not afraid of difficulties. When people are young, they are not afraid of death. When they grew older, they started to fear death. However, this did not apply to Philip. He was not scared of death, but afraid of dying for nothing. Today he thought he had found himself a good opportunity to risk his life. "For decades, I never left the king. I think you know that. If the king asked me to stop you, you know what it means. The king is already very angry at you, very, very angry." The gray shadow did not seem to notice Philip had perked up and was ready to fight. He still said calmly, "The king not only wants a good beginning, but also a good ending. This is the attitude of the king towards all the officials who have contributed so much for the country, including you, Master Philip. I hope you would not waste the king's good intention and would not test his patience either." "Yolanthi's good intention? Ha ha ha." Philip suddenly laughed loud. "I have worked for Yolanthi for many years. I know what kind of a person Yolanthi is.
Prince Desrite and Prince Dionysus both contributed so much for the empire.
What happened to them?
Ha ha ha, they were blamed for leading the troops in a coup.
You could lie to everyone else, but not to me.
You have killed them and used puppets to act like they were taking the troops to the palace to overthrow the king, so Yolanthi had reason to kill them along with many other government officials he did not like. That grey shadow did not respond to him, but just took a casual look at Philip. If Yolanthi could kill his brothers, he would not show any mercy to anyone else.
Now he sent you to fight me only because I am old and not useful for him anymore. I am telling you that you will one day be like me, Philip yelled fiercely. The grey shadow looked at Philip sympathetically. Do you know why the king never gave you any real power? Because you are too simple. You are good as a swordsman, but if you are asked to be in charge of anything, you would cause trouble.
If the king had to punish you for your mistakes, you would not understand it and even hate him for that.
Bullshit.
Philip yelled. After the king made reforms, many royals were against it, including Prince Desrite and Prince Dionysus. They were the leaders of nobility and controlled half of the entire military.
What did that mean to the king?
He would have had to stop his reforms unless they died. The grey shadow shook his head. I know what I told you means nothing to you because you were one of those against the reforms. I support every decision of the king.
If Prince Desrite and Prince Dionysus had not died, how could Manhwa Empire get as strong as it has become? You are the victors.
People will believe whatever you say, Philip said with a sarcastic tone. I also know you are still bothered that the king did not allow you to take revenge on Anfey, the grey shadow snorted.
You and I both know what kind of a person Zeta was. If you do an investigation, you will know Zeta was behind more than a dozen murders. There are so many Dalits in the world.
It is not a big deal for some of them to die, Philip said. It seems that whatever I told you did not go through your brain.
You think Anfey killed Zeta.
In fact, you killed him. If you had not spoiled him, how could Zeta have grown into what he became? The grey shadow said helplessly.
This is another reason the king did not want to give you a high title. How to put it? Maybe you have different values than the king.
He thinks nobles should enjoy their lives, but he hopes they know who provided them food, shelter, and entertainment at the same time. They need to learn to appreciate, respect others. If they cannot do that, at least they need to learn to treat others with respects.
Appreciate? Don't you think it is ridiculous to ask us to appreciate those Dalits?
Ha ha ha.
Philip laughed out again. Dalits?
Right, you like to call them Dalits to show your nobility when you were young.
You probably think I am a Dalit as well.
The grey shadow looked up at the sky to check the time. The temperature had suddenly dropped.
It's getting late. I have talked too much with you. I think I have done what I am supposed to do. Philip, are you going back?
The smile on Philip's face got bigger and brighter, and he looked so arrogant.
Do you think you stopped me so you can save that bitch? Do you think Wester and Grandin would do nothing about it? Do you think Wolf King Manstally would just stay in Sacred City? The king thinks you are simple, and so do I. It seems like I am wrong.
You are more stupid than I thought, the grey shadow said calmly. If you know about it, don't you think the king also knows? Besides, you should have not told me about these. With your reminder, the king could quickly make up his mistakes. Philip's face got frigid. The crazy look on his face suddenly withered. He knew the grey shadow's fighting ability well. He was thinking of a suicidal fight with him to bring some loss to Yolanthi, and then Yolanthi would not be able to protect Susanna. Saul and Stager would go to the northern border soon, while Meyerich had to stay in Tumun Commercial Union. Philip wanted to take advantage and kill Anfey's wife, since Anfey killed his grandson.
Philip, I do not want to waste my time talking to you anymore.
You either go back or draw your sword, the grey shadow said slowly.
Philip grit his teeth and forced an embarrassing answer out. Okay, I am going back to see King.
Please, the grey shadow said casually. Philip broke out of the wagon and ran towards Sacred City as fast as a meteor.
Perhaps because he could not bear the embarrassment, he did not look back at all. Dalit?
What a nobleman, that Philip, the grey shadow murmured. The wagon he stood on suddenly shattered into pieces as he was covered with white light combat power. The 4 horses of the wagon were not far away, neighing loudly, as the grey shadow disappeared. His disappearance was as sudden as his appearance. If Yolanthi were there, he would have known how mad his old friend, Philip, was now. The consequence of making Philip mad would be really, really bad. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 368, Unjust. Chapter 368, Unjust. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The atmosphere in Moramach was strangely peaceful. Fernando was an amicable and talkative man. Anfey knew that Fernando wouldn't try to make the mercenaries his enemies. This was the first time he came into contact with mercenaries, and if the relationship between them was bad, it could affect the Pope's plan in country of mercenaries. When they were sitting down for the meeting, Fernando purposely stated several times that Anfey was the head of the town and that he should not sit on the seat prepared for the most important guest, since Christian was more important than he was. The two spent a good 5 minutes trying to get each other to sit, before Fernando finally compromised and sat down. After he sat down, Fernando glanced around the room and his eyes landed to Alice. Most of the important people had already introduced themselves, but Alice was a stranger to him. Fernando needed to understand the situation at all time, and he could not allow anyone to slip by without knowing her name. "Who is this?" Fernando leaned over and asked Anfey quietly. "This is Lady Alice," Anfey told him. "She runs this town. She is the one that expanded and stabilized Moramach." Fernando nodded and smiled in admiration. "You are as capable as you are beautiful, my lady," he said. "It is rare to find someone with both beauty and brilliance." "You are very special, my lady." "Thank you," Alice said with a prim smile. Fernando grinned. "I've always known that God is unjust. Some people are born into money and nobility, and others into poverty and destitution. Some people, like Lady Alice, are born with grace and virtue. Some others, though." Fernando sighed and waved his hand. A few of Fernando's men left the room and quickly returned with 2 men. Fernando looked at them and shook his head. "Some others barely have any redeeming qualities. It still escapes me how these 2 became Knights of Light." The 2 men stood in the middle of the room, uncertain of what to do. One of them peered at Fernando fearfully. "What is the meaning of this?" Anfey asked, surprised. "I know that weapon supplies are a major problem for you, my lord," Fernando said. "But I believe that as long as we have honest conversations, we can come to an understanding." These 2, however, attempted to disrupt peace and abused their power. Not only did they cause unnecessary conflicts, they also created a rift in our relationship. I cannot allow that, especially during such a crucial time. Fernando paused and glanced at Martin and Hilda, who were staring at the ground. "I will hand them over to you. What you do with them is your business." "It's not a big deal," Anfey said, smiling. "Let them go. I think they've learned their lesson." To be fair, the mercenaries weren't exactly acting properly either. They are mercenaries, after all, and did not care for formalities. If there's any misunderstanding, it's likely because of them. It's partly my fault, too. I've never managed this many people at a time and I didn't establish any rules. If you want to punish them, you must punish my men as well." "You are kind, my lord," Fernando said. He turned to the 2 knights and asked, "Do you want to say anything?" "Thank you, my lord," Martin said hurriedly. "Yes, thank you, my lord," Hilda whispered. "Take them away," Fernando said, waving his hand. He turned back to Anfey and said, "My lord, eliminating those zombies and necromancers is our utmost responsibility. I don't want any disagreements from the past to affect our future relationship." "I understand," Anfey said. "I believe that no one wants to see the necromancers win this war." Fernando smiled. "You are very sensible, my lord." He waved his hand and dismissed his men. The priests and knights stood up slowly and left the room. Only 1 knight remained. He found a map and laid it out on the table. Fernando had dismissed his people, but did not request the mercenaries to leave. This, combined with his attitude towards the 2 rogue knights, lessened the mercenaries' hostility towards him. "I understand that this may be a difficult topic and it may be better to wait until tomorrow, but this is pressing matter," Fernando said. "We encountered a few small groups of zombies on our way here. I believe that the necromancers are now aware of our presence in this nation. They haven't attacked yet, but I don't think they will wait for much longer. We must strike before they can to achieve maximum damage." Fernando pointed at a location near Moramach and said, "I have a plan, but I want to consult with everyone before formalizing it." The mercenaries glanced at each other and then turned their attention to the map. Country of Mercenaries was their home. It was where they grew up and the only place they've ever known. They did not want to lose it to the necromancers. Now that they had backup, they would try anything in their power to defend their home. "This red circles are the remaining strongholds," Fernando said. "Besides Moramach, Blackwater, and White Mountain City, there are 37 of these. But most of these are understaffed due to prolonged conflict. A lot of them have only a few hundred combatants. How did you come to find this map, my lord? Anfey asked, impressed.
Fernando must have conducted a thorough investigation to find everything. It must be difficult to investigate in areas infested with zombies. It is thanks to the help of Lord Mauso, Fernando said.
The Hawk King? Fernando nodded.
I had two plans before coming by this map. One was to go through Transverse Mountains, and another was to take my men through Shansa Empire. The second plan was not as efficient, but it was more secure.
Why did you not use the second one? Anfey asked. His Majesty Yolanthe and General Barry did not agree to it, Fernando said, shaking his head. Anfey nodded.
Most of the Shielded Light Legion were men from Meho Empire and Tumun Commercial Union.
Yolanthe wanted to secure the major supply providers.
He couldn't allow this coalition to have a third member. It would be too hard for him to control a situation like that. Fernando was the actual commander of the Legion and knew what sort of influence he had over the men. He wanted the Legion to expand and include more people from different nations. If he could recruit men from Shansa Empire, he could expand his power.
What is your plan, my lord? Anfey asked.
He could tell that Fernando was a capable commander and he couldn't do anything but trust him for now.
We attack from here, Fernando said, pointing at the map.
We have to eliminate the mercenaries and save those mercenaries in blockaded strongholds.
This is the fastest and most direct route. What do you think? Anfey turned to the mercenaries and asked.
The mercenaries hesitated, then nodded slowly. They couldn't understand the map, but they wanted to save the trapped mercenaries and agreed with Fernando. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 369, The Disappeared Death Spirits. Chapter 369, The Disappeared Death Spirits. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. When the moon came out, Fernando finally said what he wanted to say. This was supposed to be his welcome party.
No matter how unsettling their conflicts were, they still had to act decently, otherwise he would look like he had no class and become the butt of jokes. No one would expect Fernando to totally change this welcome party into a military conference, since no one in the Moramach knew about military strategy except Kumaragosha. However, Kumaragosha was not in Moramach.
If Fernando talked to them about military strategy, it would be like playing piano to cows. Fernando not only talked about his plan, but also showed them various strategic objectives.
Neither party exchanged information they had about Blackwater City, but Fernando proposed a plan to attack from both the south and north.
Obviously, he knew Blackwater City's current situation, and even knew that Blackwater City had the ability to change from defense to offense.
Anfey thought about the Hawk King Mauso, whom Fernando mentioned, and felt relieved.
Fernando even told everyone something that had confused all the countries.
Since the beginning, all the countries had used their resources to set up defense lines and stabilize the front line in order to win themselves some time, but the Death Spirits' attacks were not as strong as before. They were much smaller in number than had been expected. Necromancers seemed to disappear at the same time. Taking the country of mercenaries as an example, the population in Transverse Mountain was not big.
The further north in Transverse Mountain, the more populated.
Villages of different sizes were everywhere. Only a dozen of miles, or sometimes even a few miles, separated two villages. This expansive area had been wiped out by Death Spirits from the very beginning, and no one survived the attack. By conservative estimates, the number of Death Spirits should have reached 250,000. This number of Death Spirits should have been enough to support about 100 necromancers to move up a level up and allow hundreds of necromancers maintain their energy. In other words, this area should have had a necromancer group. The reality was quite different. The Death Spirits numbered between 100,000 and 150,000 at most. They did not see any necromancer. Where did the other 100,000 Death Spirits go? This area was not the only place experiencing this situation. Almost every country reported the same. Death Spirits had evolved to be intelligent. It was not abnormal to see them fighting and killing each other, but it did not make sense that cannibalism would cause them to lose almost half of the total number. It was even more strange that necromancers did not stop Death Spirits from killing each other. Victory belonged to the party who knew themselves and their opponents well. This was common sense. The problem lay with those necromancers who knew Pan-Continent very well. Necromancers did not know everything about Pan-Continent, but very close to it. Some conquered people on Pan-Continent even fed necromancers information as spies. On the other hand, agents in other countries only received superficial information about the structure of necromancers' forces. They could not get more information because they had no way to return to normal life if they decided to join the necromancers. To gain the trust of necromancers, they first had to become one of them, but if they were already death spirits, how could they come back and work for kings?
Fernando had no time to pay attention to this.
He had decided his troops would leave the following day. The vanguard of his troops would travel north along the commercial route. The middle unit would follow the vanguard. Christian would supervise the troops.
Fernando had asked Anfey to lead some mercenaries to go with him. One of his goals was to save the mercenaries who were stuck in Blackwater City.
He wanted to show his mercy and build the foundation for the church.
He had a hard time dealing with mercenaries.
He would rather have mercenaries communicate with their peers. Anfey hesitated for a while before he agreed with Fernando's request.
Anfey's goal was to recruit more mercenaries. Even if Fernando did not ask, he would figure out a way to go with him. Since Fernando had requested it first, Anfey regarded him with disdain.
Fernando seemed to be turning those mercenaries over to Anfey, and Anfey knew they were on two different sides.
Maybe he was too young, which led Fernando to underestimate him.
No matter who underestimated whom, they would know one day who was better. Anfey was not afraid of it because he had powerful and influential people behind him to crush Fernando. Fernando did not show much concern for those who stayed in Moramach and their weapons and supplies. He would take most of the weapons and supplies with him, leaving the rest in Moramach.
Anfey would make the final decision where to keep the weapons and supplies.
Fernando would not object. He could even take all the soldiers with him and leave Moramach in absolute freedom.
Alice spoke up against his suggestions before Anfey could even say anything.
She asked Fernando to leave at least 30,000 cavalry and a priest group, and of course they would have access to the underground city. Fernando told Alice that Shield of Light Legion had cleaned up all the death spirits on the way. Moramach was very safe and had no need for so many soldiers to stay behind.
Those soldiers should be allocated to the battlefield. But Alice insisted.
Fernando was quiet for a while and finally agreed to Alice's request.
Watching Fernando walk out of the conference room, Tiger jumped up first.
He moved his rigid body and said quietly, "Master, I think Fernando is not a bad guy." Anfey and Alice could talk with Fernando, but Ozik and others could only partially get what Fernando said. Only Tiger and Khufu had no idea what was implied between the lines when they talked about strategic plans or appointing people to different jobs.
"Tiger, why are you saying he is not bad?" Orsi smiled. "He is nice and polite."
When Master Alice slammed the table in reaction to him, he did even get mad, Tiger said.
"You are right," Khufu agreed. "When you hunt magic crystals in the forest, would you yell on purpose to tell the magic beasts that you are coming to hunt them?"
Orsi shook his head and smiled.
"Of course not. I am not stupid, okay?" Tiger yelled. "We all know you are not stupid. I have no comment on it." Orsi smiled.
"I have to tell you that Fernando would not do that either."
"Orsi, what do you mean?" Tiger said angrily. "Okay, Tiger, Orsi did not try to give you a hard time. I also think Fernando is not bad. However, people like him would usually show it on their faces if they wanted to set us up. Do not compare him with those stupid magic beasts.
You will know if magic beasts are scared, want to flee or fight with us, when you look at them. You would never know what Fernando is thinking even if you watched him for a whole day," Ozik said.
Tiger scratched his head without saying anything. "Let's put it this way, Tiger, do you know what Master Anfey and Alice are thinking now?" Orsi asked. "How could I know?" Tiger said. "Exactly. You'd better talk less and just listen to Master Anfey and Alice."
Orsi was doing Tiger a favor.
Tiger had agreed to work for Anfey.
Now Fernando had led Shield of Light Legion to Moramach, and he started to talk about how nice Fernando was, which might give Anfey a feeling that he could change to whichever side was stronger.
Orsi knew Tiger was not that kind of person. He just said everything on his mind.
His head was bigger than others, but had fewer brains in it. Unfortunately, Tiger did not understand what Orsi had done for him. He even gave Orsi a look before he plopped into a seat.
"Ozik and Orsi are right. I have some experience working with Church of Light. We have to be more aware. Wolves are not scary because we know how to deal with them.
Wolves disguised as sheep are more scary. They could take a bite at your throat when you are not alert," Anfey said calmly. "Master, let's put Fernando's issue aside for a while. Recently, he has to rely on us to serve his needs, so he would not give us a hard time."
"We have 6 units in total. How many will you take?"
Alice said quietly. "If I take too few people, we would not be able to recruit more mercenaries.
Instead, we could be assimilated into their group."
"If I take too many people with me, Moramach could be in trouble," Anfey said, frowning. "I will take Ozik, Orsi and Khufu, and the rest of you will stay here."
Don't you want to take Shinbella? Alice asked in surprise. No.
You would not have strong fighting ability if I take her.
Anfey shook his head.
Let Shinbella be your assistant, which will help you maintain control of the situation.
How about Master Ernest? Alice asked.
I am not a kid who needs to take Uncle Ernest with me everywhere, Anfey responded. Besides, Uncle Ernest likes to practice sword skills and dislikes socialization.
It was already asking too much when I asked him to welcome Fernando.
I do not want to bother him too much. Anfey knew well that Ernest had been taking good care of him and protecting him. That was love from a father-like figure, but he could not ask Ernest to go everywhere with him, which would interfere with his freedom and affect his practice.
Moreover, he did not want to be caught in a bluff. If he kept doing this to Ernest, Ernest would change his opinion of Anfey.
People needed to learn to be more independent instead of relying on others, otherwise they would be looked down upon by others. It would not be good for his own development.
How about Mazarentos? Alice asked. I will ask him in a little bit. Anfey said.
Master, how about having Khufu stay and you take Shinbella with you?
If you do not have powers with you, our mercenaries would behave fine, but the mercenaries you want to recruit would not listen to you.
You do not have to worry about Moramatch, Alice said quietly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 370, Runaway. Chapter 370, Runaway. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Don't worry? Anfey asked, smiling. Then why did you make Fernando leave his men?
He's right, my lady, Ozek said.
Just send them away. We need some peace around here.
Fernando promised to take care of the zombies and the necromancers, but we cannot leave our security in someone else's hands, Alice said sternly. We have to have some priests and knights of light here in order for Moramatch to become a stronghold against the necromancers. You are a count appointed by Yolanthe himself, but you still rose up in rank too quickly.
I am sure that you are not as well loved as you think you are. You will be fine if you never lose a fight, but the moment you do, those who are jealous will rise up against you. Are you threatening me? Anfey demanded. Alice smiled, staring at Anfey. I'm not threatening you, my lord. I am merely stating the truth. Anfey sighed. He knew she was right. Fine, he said, I see your point. Good, Alice said. As long as Fernando's men are here, we can ensure that we have decent protection should any zombie or necromancer break through the front line. If anything goes wrong, we can always blame Fernando. And Fernando can blame someone else, Orsi said.
Which is why I requested those priests, Alice said.
We can easily blame it on them. Anfey nodded.
You heard what Fernando just said, Alice continued.
The number of zombies is off. Mauso is called the Observer for a reason.
He is not only a wise man but also a powerful druid. He could see through disguises, including magical ones.
If he couldn't find the zombies, something must be wrong. Just because we can't see them, doesn't mean the necromancers are gone. If Fernando gained an upper hand, they will likely ambush Moramatch. We have to be prepared.
You have a good plan, I see, Anfey said.
Alice shrugged. I'm not a mage or a swordsman. I cannot even fend for myself. If Moramatch falls, I fall with it. I have to plan for my future.
She paused and glanced around, then lowered her voice and said, Fernando is too careless.
Makes me think maybe he is feigning ignorance. Anfey nodded. I will keep an eye on him. Do you want Shinbella here?
No, Alice said. Other than Lady Susanna, Shinbella is your biggest asset.
You need her. You're right, Anfey agreed. As long as you have Ernest with you, you will be safe. Susanna!
Shelley exclaimed when she saw her sister.
She dashed towards Susanna and threw herself at her sister. Susanna held Shelley close to her, happy to be reunited with her sister.
When Susanna left Sacred City, Saul had advised her to take the long way around and relax, since Moramatch had shielded Light Legion. Susanna had accepted Saul's advice and agreed to spend more time traveling. However, this was all part of Yolanthe's plan. He knew the conflicts in Country of Mercenaries very well and needed to avoid conflicts. The others gathered around in surprise, Rizka and Zubin at their head.
Erder appeared as well. Susanna's trip to Sacred City was a secret, and the only one who knew was Erder.
Not only did he know that she had returned to Sacred City, he also knew that she had just buried her mother. Susanna forced a smile, but her acting was too forced and her friends knew her well enough to know that something was bothering her.
What's wrong? Zubin asked, unsettled. Did something happen in Mora match? Rizka frowned.
Don't curse it, he said, poking Zubin. Then he turned to Susanna and asked, what's wrong?
Are you all right? What happened to Mora match?
Naya asked as she pushed through the crowd.
Nothing, Susanna said, shaking her head. Mora match is fine.
I am on my way there, but I wanted to see you guys.
On your way there?
Where were you?
Zubin asked.
Sacred City.
You were in Sacred City? Naya asked, surprised. Susanna nodded.
I don't want to talk too much about it, she said. Zubin opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, but Naya poked him on the shoulder and shook her head.
They all knew that there was no use pressuring Susanna into doing something she did not want to do.
All they can do was wait for Susanna to be ready to explain what had happened.
Why don't you come in and rest for a bit? Rizka asked. You don't have to rush. The mansion's construction is almost done. You want to check it out?
Susanna shook her head and tightened her arms around Shelley. She was very sad, and the only thing she wanted to do was stay with her sister. She did not care about mansions and rooms.
Susanna, Naya asked quietly. Did you?
I did, Susanna said. She was very sad, but still smiled when she saw Naya's hesitance.
Is he angry? Naya asked, nervous.
She had run away from home and wouldn't blame Saul if he was furious.
No, Susanna said, shaking her head. Don't worry. I think he expected this.
Thank God, Naya said with a long sigh. I was so worried that he would send people to fetch me. Suddenly, something burst through a nearby door.
A few moments later, Hagen appeared, panting. Wait. Hagen called. God damn it, stop.
He froze when he saw Susanna.
Hey Susanna, he said. When did you arrive?
Just now, Susanna said. The unicorn galloped over to her and nudged her with its head.
It had a vial in its mouth.
The vial had some red liquid in it, and some of the liquid was leaking onto the floor.
What is this? Susanna asked, taking the vial from the unicorn. It's my new potion, Hagen said angrily.
I should have known better than to trust this thing.
Why are you all standing here? Let's go inside. Susanna's leaving in a bit, Zubin said. So soon? I'm worried about Mora match, Susanna said. The unicorn pranced around Susanna and glanced around, whinnying. Susanna smiled and scratched the unicorn's neck. How is Mora match? Rizka asked. It was good when I left, Susanna said, handing the small vial to Naya. Do you need me to send any messages to Anfey?
We're good, Rizka said.
Just a bit bored. When are we heading over? Susanna shrugged. Anfey and Alice make the plan. I just execute it. I can ask them for you, though. She stood up and smiled. I have to go.
I will see you all soon, hopefully.
Shelley grabbed Susanna's shirt and said, Are you leaving already?
She knew that she couldn't keep Susanna with her, but she was too sad to think about that.
Susanna stroked Shelley's hair and left a kiss on her forehead.
I'll see you again soon, I promise, Susanna said. Shelley sobbed but did not try to stop her again. Seeing that Susanna was about to leave, the unicorn whined and grabbed her shirt with its teeth, trying to stop her. Susanna gently pulled her shirt out of the unicorn's mouth and hugged Shelley again. Then she turned and mounted her horse.
Bye, Susanna. Shelley called. Susanna turned and waved at her sister, then she rode down the road and disappeared around the corner. What do you think happened? Rizka asked. She's acting strange. Who knows? Naya said with a sigh. But I know she is strong. Whatever happened, she endure it.
She paused and glanced around.
Where's the unicorn? Rizka glanced around and said, Wasn't it just? It's not chasing Susanna, is it? Sante asked, anxiously.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 371, Gifts. Chapter 371, Gifts. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey turned around and saw Jacob standing next to Entos. He was so surprised that he could not help calling, Master Jacob? Jacob nodded at Anfey and then turned to playfully look at Entos.
Entos had been cheerful most of the time, but he looked serious now. He took a close look at the magic wand in his hand and did not seem to see Anfey at all.
Bro Entos, what are you doing? Anfey slowly moved toward Entos.
He cleared his throat and said, Master Jacob, thank you so much for your help. If it were not of you, it would have taken those gnomes hundreds of years to make senior magic arrows.
You are welcome.
I had nothing else to do anyway, Jacob said with a smile. It would be wonderful if you could be free like this for a long time, Anfey thought to himself.
Anfey could not help feeling admiration for Jacob. For the past 7 days, Jacob had been walking around in the underground city. He was so bored that he made some gadgets.
Some were gadgets for himself, but others were amazing magic crafts of high quality to give to other people.
Is it daylight outside now? Entos suddenly asked.
Yes. The vanguard of Shield of Light Legion has left, Anfey nodded.
We should leave too. Entos passed the wand to Anfey. Anfey was shocked. He thought Jacob had made some changes to the wand and wanted to test his reaction time. Anfey took the wand.
An electric arch suddenly appeared as his fingers touched wand. The arch moved fast towards the ends of the wand. At that moment, Anfey felt the changes this wand gave him. He had experienced the same feeling when Saul put the dimensional ring on him or when the blood on his finger went into the bowstring. They all gave Anfey similar feelings, a feeling that these objects had some special bond with him.
This. Anfey was stunned.
Jacob wiped my memories from this wand. This wand is now yours, Entos said casually.
I hope you can take a good care of it. Don't just treat it as an object. Instead, this wand is your friend now. Anfey froze. This gift was so valuable that Anfey did not know how to respond. He had said things to give Entos a hard time, but never meant to take the wand from him. He was just joking with him and hoping Entos could figure a shortcut for him to learn instant transportation since he wanted to learn it so badly and wished to master it as fast as possible. Seeing Entos holding the wand, Anfey felt bad for him. He did not mean to take it away from him, but Entos seemed to remember what he said. Entos might have misunderstood, or perhaps Entos was very serious, even though he looked playful. Why are you staring, wide-eyed? Jacob said. You and Entos are not pretentious people. If Entos is giving it to you, just take it, Anfey. This wand indeed is not that helpful for him anymore. Anfey went quiet for a while, and said in a low voice, okay? He did not say thank you. It did not seem right, since words could not express his gratitude. Good. Jacob picked up a sword from a stone table and chuckled. This is my gift. It could release series of lightning, but it takes a little time to cool down. Only use it when it is needed. I did not prepare any gift for your wedding, so I played a joke on you. Saul made fun of me a few times because of that. Now I finally can tell him I got you a gift. Series of lightning. Anfey was stunned again. He knew well how powerful the series of lightning was. When he was on the run, Christian released a series of lightning magic scroll and killed all the knights in a Sacred Flame Legion unit. Alice stood behind Anfey, also shocked. She had to cover her mouth with her hand to keep from yelling. As a princess, she not only knew how powerful the series of lightning was, but also how many magical ingredients it took to make such a magic sword. Take it. Jacob raised his voice and then tried to sound nice again to convince Anfey. Anfey, don't feel any pressure, okay? Saul, Myrich, and I all received help from previous top powers. Do you really think it was easy to become a top power? No one could easily become a top power without others' help. I would never have been able to survive till now if I was on my own. Anfey took a deep breath. His fingers looked a little shaky, but they became stable again when they touched the shaft of the sword. He slowly took the sword and carefully hung it on his belt. He stood as straight as a spear, with lips tightly pressed. He knew that no matter what he said now would not be enough. He also knew Jacob selflessly helped him and cared about him, just as Saul had done. They had overcome greed, killings, envy, hatred, desires and other sins in human nature in order to unite together as a whole and selfishly help each other, which magic beasts could not do. Right now there are just a few capable and talented young men. Even fewer of them are trustworthy, Jacob said quietly. I still can help, but I might not have the ability to help you when the real death war breaks out. Real death war? The current one. Anfey could not help looking surprised. Right now is just a preview. Necromancers haven't made any moves yet, Jacob said. The optimism from Fernando has affected many people. They thought killing all the death spirits in the country of mercenaries would help them turn their defensive position into an offensive one. Anfey, do you know Annunciata? Yes. Anfey nodded. Necromancers have a long lifespan. Annunciata was a young one among them. Jacob had a bitter smile on his face. I am telling you that Annunciata's teacher, Morgan, is still alive. Morgan's teacher, Minus, is alive too. Their top powers are no less than ours. How can you be optimistic knowing this?
Anfey went quiet for a while and said slowly, "We will win in the end."
Of course, Jacob smiled. But many people will give their lives in battle. Maybe I am one of them.
Don't say that, Master Jacob.
Antos said bitterly. I know you are good at astrology. Don't you know a prophecy could come true?
As an astrologist, I do not care about superstition, Jacob said, shaking his head.
I care about how much we could tell and explain from the astrological phenomenon. When you gave your dairy to Hagen, were you thinking? Anfey did not finish the whole sentence because he had a bad feeling about it.
Jacob chuckled.
It has nothing to do with it.
The death war had not broken out yet at that time. When I saw Hagen, I just felt like giving my dairy to him, and then I did.
Anfey went quiet. He could tell Jacob liked to do whatever was on his mind.
Okay, it's time for us to leave, Jacob said quietly. If I stay too long, I am afraid Marquis Joser will suspect me. Anfey opened his mouth, trying to say something, but then closed it. He had come down to the underground city to find Jacob and ask him a favor. He really did not feel right asking favors now that he had accepted such an expensive gift from Jacob.
Anything else? Jacob saw Anfey was trying to say something. The thing is, Alice understood Anfey had a hard time asking a favor from Jacob now. She was smart and asked on behalf of Anfey.
Master Anfey hoped you could turn these crystals into a sword shaft and sheath. It would be best if you could seal them together.
Anfey blushed.
Anfey had a decent amount of experience and good vision among young people, but he still dared not look Jacob in the eyes. Anfey felt he was so greedy, but he had no one else to ask. This sword shaft and sheath were so important for Anfey, so he had to ask Jacob.
Jacob took the crystal from the gnome. He thought for a while. Do you only want a sword shaft and sheath? What size do you want?
Any size, Anfey murmured.
Any size? Okay. Jacob could not help laughing.
This was the first time Anfey had watched Jacob make magic crafts in person. No wonder Jacob was an alchemist. It was enjoyable to watch him making magic crafts. He poured out a half bottle of a light green chemical and quickly turned a dozen of crystals into a puddle of liquid. The liquid followed Jacob's fingers, like the stars floating upwards into the dark sky. Jacob took out a crystal stick and casually moved it to draft the shape of a sword shaft and sheath. He took out another magic chemical and pointed and moved along the liquid about 20 times before he completed his job.
Do you like it? Jacob did not even need to test the connection between the shaft and sheath before he passed it to Anfey. Confidence and capability were connected.
As an alchemist, he would never make stupid mistakes.
Yes, I do. Anfey nodded.
He did not test it either. He just put them in his dimensional ring.
Anfey, what do you need it for? Antos asked out of curiosity.
It takes too long for me to make magic weapons, which is really inconvenient.
I am thinking of keeping elements in the sheath.
That way I could join the battle at any time, Anfey said. It is not the best approach, but you can take advantage of this opportunity to practice your telepathy, Antos said.
Telepathy? Anfey asked.
Yes.
Antos walked up to Anfey and whispered something to him.
Anfey looked like he had come to a sudden realization. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 372, Sadness. Chapter 372, Sadness. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The Shield of Light Legion separated into two groups to cross the Transverse Mountains and headed to the north. The two groups then separated into several smaller forces and swept across the plain. Fernando wanted to eliminate as many zombies as possible, and this plan was an effective way to achieve that. After 2 days, the Legion had already eliminated more than 1,000 zombies. Most of the zombies were alone or in small groups of less than 500.
It only took a small squadron of knights to eliminate them.
There were only a few injured and they were all taken care of quickly. Blavi, Ozik, and Orsi arrived in a nearby village to rest. They were staying by the edge of the town so they didn't have to face a town ravaged by zombies. Their job was to contact the remaining resisting mercenaries and detect nearby necromancer and zombie activity.
Necromancers were very sensitive to light magic and could sense it from miles away.
The best thing to do was to have the mercenaries take care of gathering information.
Their next destination was a larger town called Hardican.
According to Fernando's intel, there were still around 600 mercenaries there.
Most of the mercenaries belonged to Green Wilderness Mercenary Group.
Blavi, Orsi, and Ozik needed to decide how they should approach the town and whether or not they should allow the mercenaries there to join them at Moramach. This was the first stronghold they would come into contact with, and they were determined to do things right. A dozen riders rode toward the town and stopped just outside of it. Christian jumped off of the first horse and walked over to Blavi. "What are you doing here?" Blavi asked, surprised. Christian shrugged. "I'm bored," he said. "How everything going?" "Good," Blavi said. "If you're looking for Anfey, he's over there." Christian frowned. "What is he doing?" "Practicing, I think," Blavi said with a shrug. Anfey was sitting on the ground, staring intently at the fiery longsword in his hand. The sword had melted the snow around him, exposing the dark earth and dried tufts of grass. The sword caused the water to evaporate, and the earth became increasingly dry. Shinbella watched Anfey quietly from about 10 feet away. She didn't mind the heat, but she knew that using combat power could potentially affect Anfey's concentration. She hated it when people interrupted her practice, so she did not want to interrupt someone else. Anfey's grip around the sword tightened. Everything around him seemed to have faded because he was so focused on the elements. He felt the pulsing of the fire elements that made up the sword and concentrated on that. His mind closed in on that pulsing, his heightened senses able to sense the flow of the elements perfectly. Nearby, a small snake poked its head out of the ground, fooled by the warmth of its surroundings. It slithered out of its hiding place, then quickly ducked back into its hole when its body came in contact with the unmelted snow. Shinbella narrowed her eyes when she saw the red glow in Anfey's hand. Seeing that the fire sword had changed into a red blade, Anfey finally leaned back and relaxed. The blade's elements had completely solidified, and it was glowing a dull red light. The sword looked more like a sword that just came out of a dwarf's forge instead of an element sword. Anfey waved the sword a bit, then returned it to the sheath. As soon as the sword was returned to the sheath, the elemental surges disappeared and the heat in the air dissipated. Anfey stood up and stumbled due to sudden dizziness. Shinbella hurried over and grabbed his arm, helping him stand up straight. "You all right?" she asked. "I'm fine," Anfey said, nodding. This was a warning to him. He knew that he had pushed himself too far and he should rest. If not, he should at least try another way to practice. If he kept on pushing himself, he might achieve the exact opposite of what he wanted. "This is the most dangerous thing to practice," Shinbella said. "One misstep could lead you to lose everything. You need to be more careful." "I understand," Anfey said. He stretched and relaxed his body, which was stiff from sitting on the ground for too long. "Thanks for the warning." He could tell that not only was he physically exhausted, he was also mentally exhausted. He could sense that his inner power had been disrupted. However, he was also optimistic. This was the most he had achieved in magic so far, and he knew he could not relax just yet. "If Lady Susanna were here, she would have the same opinion," Shinbella said. Anfey shrugged and smiled. "You should have seen her," he said. "She's even worse than I am when it comes to knowing her limits." Shinbella sighed and shook her head. She was older than Susanna, but she was not as powerful. She could tell that Susanna must have spent a lot of time pushing herself to the limit and practicing her craft. Anfey and Shinbella turned to walk towards the village. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the horses, then smiled when he saw who was standing nearby. "Is that Christian over there?" Shinbella looked at the village and smiled. "Looks like it," she said. She was a senior swordsmaster and her eyesight was superb. Whatever Anfey could see, she could see as well. Christian smiled when he saw Anfey and Shinbella approach. Then he frowned and asked, "You don't look so well." "What happened?" "Just tired," Anfey said. "Don't worry about me." "Why are you here?" "It's a little boring back in Moramach," Christian said. "I wanted to check on you guys." "You're the overseer," Anfey said with a smile. "You of all people shouldn't be bored." Christian shrugged. "Most of the troops are away, anyway. Plus, it's not like I have any actual power over the army." "You still do," Anfey said jokingly. "What, do you want to be a general?" Overseers don't usually have power over an army, but the composition of the Shield of Light Legion was very complicated. There was no telling what would happen and what the soldiers would do if Christian really questioned Fernando's authority. "I'm good," Christian said. "I don't need an army. There's another thing. The church has ordered Fernando to look for a man. A fugitive." "Who is it?" Anfey asked, surprised. "Warner." "What?" Warner jumped up and asked. His eyes widened and his arms flailed. "Why? A fugitive? What did I do? This must be Salmato's doing." You killed Cardinal Bergkamp and stole the Book of Life.
That is enough to execute you 10 times over. Warner gasped and stumbled back.
He sat down on the ground, angry. He knew that it was Salmato and his men who had caused the death of Bergkamp, but what was his word against a cardinal's?
Is it from the Pope? Anfey asked.
No, Christian said.
It's from the Holy Court.
He paused then said, I also heard the Pope is sick.
How did Fernando react?
He is hesitant, Christian said.
He knew that this order was wrong.
Warner was Bergkamp's servant.
He couldn't have killed so many people. Fernando knows this. Anfey nodded. Maybe this order is from Bergkamp's people.
They would use it to imply Warner's innocence.
There are too many things we don't know yet. Warner, you have to be careful. Warner nodded.
He sat on the ground quietly, then suddenly covered his face with his hands and wept. He was a dedicated priest, and this order from the Church of Light made him feel like he was betrayed by the very thing he had dedicated his life to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 373, Embraced by Death. Chapter 373, Embraced by Death. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Alice leaned across a bench.
She looked calm and relaxed, like she did not put too much effort into skimming the report in her hands. She read quickly, skimming all the reports and making decisions on priority issues. In fact, she had less work than before.
Anfey had restored order in Moramach.
They did not have to spend a lot of time and effort on malicious competition, at least.
Everything seemed to be in order. Master. Kumaragosha's voice rose from outside. What is it? Alice asked.
Anfey had taken Alice's advice to take Shinbella with him, and had left Kumaragosha in Moramach to protect her.
Alice was concerned about having contact with Kumaragosha. Kumaragosha seemed to feel it as well.
He showed more respect to Alice. Sometimes, respect meant keeping a distance. She did not know if Kumaragosha did that on purpose, but she was not interested in figuring it out. General Hilji has something urgent to tell you, Kumaragosha said.
General Hilji? Alice was shocked for a second and stood up immediately. Please ask him in. Hurry up.
General Hilji walked into the yard, and Alice went out to welcome him.
Hilji commanded over 30,000 border guards in Blakania City. Alice dared not show any disrespect. She was surprised to see Hilji with many armed guards and 2 wagons quickly fill the yard. General Hilji, what are you? Alice asked.
Master, Hilji looked up with a bitter smile and tapped on the wagon. The curtain of the wagon was lifted as a girl as beautiful as Alice, but displaying a different persona, stuck her head out of the wagon. Alice could not help gasping.
Miss Naya. What are you doing here? Alice. Naya smiled and jumped off the wagon. She looked around and asked quietly, where is Susanna?
More than a dozen people jumped from the wagon before Alice realized what had happened. Riska, Zubin, Sante, Hagen and other members from Alibaba mercenary group all had come to Moramach.
Alice was stunned and did not know what to say.
She knew Moramach was a dangerous place, so Anfey would never had agreed for them to come here.
Alice, why are you not talking? Where is Susanna? Naya asked again. Don't you know Miss Susanna went to Sacred City? Alice said. Didn't she come back yet? Naya's face suddenly changed.
She would not be back so soon. Alice had a warm smile on her face. She had to keep them here and contact Anfey as fast as possible. She had no right to manage them, but she had to take care of them, because she would have to take responsibility if anything happened to them.
You guys must be tired. Come on in. Rest a little. Naya did not have time to respond to Alice's hospitality. Instead, she grabbed Alice's arm. Alice, what is happening? Are you sure Susanna is not back yet? I just told you Susanna went to Sacred City. She would not come back so soon. Alice noticed something unusual. How could it be? She should be here already. She left a half day earlier than us. Naya looked worried. Did you see Miss Susanna? Alice asked in surprise.
Yes, Susanna came back to Violet City the day before yesterday, but left that night, Riska said.
Alice, you cannot joke about it. Is Susanna really not back yet, Dot? How could I joke about this?
Alice shook her head with a bitter smile.
I thought Miss Susanna has been in Sacred City. Damn.
Naya was so worried that she stomped on the ground.
Susanna was the most disciplined in Alibaba mercenary group.
Of course, this had to do with her training. Unlike others, Susanna would not change her itinerary unless something unexpected had happened. Like Naya, Rizka and others did not look well.
Susanna was lost, so was the little unicorn. One was Anfey's wife while the other one was Anfey's baby. If anything happened to them, they could only imagine how upset and sad Anfey would feel. Don't worry, don't worry. Alice tried to comfort them. Susanna is a senior swordswoman.
Even if something happened, she has the ability to protect herself.
Try to think, did Miss Susanna say anything to you guys? Capable people usually take on more responsibility. This made sense.
Alice did not only have to control her emotions but also comfort everyone else. However, no one was taking care of Alice.
Susanna did not say anything.
She said she would come back to Moramatch as fast as possible and then she left, Naya said.
Sholi worriedly looked at them and then started crying.
Even though she was an experienced swordsgirl, she was also Susanna's sister and a spoiled princess. People with different backgrounds and experiences acted differently.
You guys do not have to worry about it. Besides Alice, General Hilji was the most calm one. He said in a low voice, I am going back to the station right now to prepare a search party. He was calm, but did not look too good.
He knew the price some spy organizations had to pay to protect Susanna's mother.
Could they let Susanna walk away without paying anything? Personally, he liked Susanna.
He thought she was a quiet and polite girl.
He could not have anything happen to her. Thank you, General, Alice said. Master, you do not have to thank me. This is my job.
Hilji waved his hand and walked out with his guards.
He had no time to pay attention to courtesies. Komorogosha. Alice called. Yes. Komorogosha straightened up. Tell Stein to take his 4th unit and leave right away. Can you go with them?
No matter what it takes, we have to find Miss Susanna, Alice said.
Yes, Master, Komorogosha said. As Alice was giving orders, Susanna was leaning against a tree, trying to take a breath to recover from losing so much energy.
Her hair was messy and dirty, even mixed with some grass and leaves.
Susanna liked to be clean and tidy.
She never forgot to clean herself even when she was on the run, which was the reason she had a life-threatening fight with Anfey. However, she really had no time to pay attention to her looks.
She could not even sleep.
There were more than a dozen cracks in her upper armor, but the cracks were not long. The armor on her left leg was torn in half, showing her white skin and a red wound. The color contrast made it look scary. The little unicorn quietly lay next to her and licked Susanna's wounds.
Magic beasts would fight to protect their own territory.
It was inevitable for magic beasts to get hurt.
The wounded magic beasts usually would lick their wounds.
This was their instinct.
From the scientific point of view, there were enzymes in the saliva. These enzymes had a lot of benefits, such as to disinfect and speed up healing.
Susanna did not know any of this, but she found her wound had healed very fast and left no scar. The former effect allowed her to rejoin the battle while the latter allowed her to continue to be beautiful. When it was only Susanna and Anfey together, Anfey usually touched her skin and often complimented her on her skin. She did not want to change the way she looked.
When Susanna had just entered Transverse Mountain, a few druids stopped her.
They were nice at the beginning, trying to invite Susanna to their house. She knew Bruzeriano, so she did not want to be mean to them.
In addition, Susanna had a good impression of the druids.
However, she was worried about Anfey and did not want to go anywhere else. She firmly turned down their invitation. The druids had shown their true colors at the end. 4 of the druids turned into wild wolves, while the other 2 turned into wind wolves to assist the other 4 druids. A few senior elf shooters hid themselves.
This combination left no chance for Susanna to win this battle.
If she fought, she would not be able to counter the attack from every angle. She thought about fleeing, but the arrows the senior elves shot out shattered her escape plan.
Susanna did not understand why druids would attack her. Weren't they allies? As a senior swordswoman, she was not afraid of danger, or even death.
What bothered her was that she could not pass this warning to Anfey and lost the opportunity to spend the rest of her life with Anfey. As Susanna thought there was no chance for her to survive, the angry little unicorn rushed into the battle. A young magic beast did not know how to protect himself or judge how strong the enemies were.
However, the little unicorn dared to fight them.
He threw himself at the wild wolves, protecting Susanna from their wind blades, sharp claws, flying arrows, or anything that could hurt her.
He used his weak body to keep death away from Susanna.
The little unicorn was not strong, but unicorns were the legendary rides of God of Nature and enjoyed high status among the followers of God of Nature. Anyone who hurt holy beasts would get cursed by the god of nature. It was taboo for the followers to hurt unicorns. Susanna was experienced in fights, so she grabbed the opportunity to escape. She grabbed the little unicorn and ran out, but prospects were not bright. Druids had strong tracking ability in the forests. They closely chased after her and even cut down the route to Moramach. She was forced to run north. As a result, she was getting further away from Moramach. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374, Secrets and Surprises. Chapter 374, Secrets and Surprises. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey took a step forward and grabbed Shinbella, but it was too late. The two of them had already startled the zombies on the outskirts of the village. Those zombies warned the zombies in the village, and a large group soon emerged from the village. Anfey and Shinbella both sighed. They didn't know each other very well and could not cooperate as smoothly. Should we signal the others? Ozek asked. Anfey squinted and observed the zombies. Then he shook his head and said, "No need. These are the most basic zombies. We can take care of them." Anfey drew his sword and waved his hand. The mercenaries around him all grinned and drew their own weapons. They were very eager to kill some zombies and reclaim their land. Anfey stopped trying to repress the element's flow and the sword suddenly grew longer in size and the edge became fuzzy with fire elements. The air around the sword shimmered due to the intense temperature. Anfey lunged towards the zombies, holding the sword out in front of him. He spun the sword in his hand, turning it into a wheel of flame. The sword sheared through the zombies in its path like a hot knife through butter. The sword did not slow Anfey down at all. He found that he had already dashed through at least 24 zombies, leaving charred bodies in his wake. He skidded to a stop and turned to see where the mercenaries were. After he made sure the mercenaries were having no trouble with the zombies, he turned to look for his next target. A zombie jumped at him but he slashed at it with his sword and it disappeared. Antos taught Anfey that all magical artifacts have expiration dates. The important thing wasn't conserving energy. Instead, it was using a limited amount of magic to achieve the maximum effect and prevent mistakes. Anfey had to practice teleportation with every chance he got. Like Jacob said, during an actual war against the dead, even people like Saul and Jacob could not be certain about their survival. Someone like Anfey would stand no chance in the war. He had to practice in case one day his life was on the line. Anfey swept the sword around himself and cut through the zombies that were swarming towards him. The sword's reach was limited and Anfey knew that he must use proper stances to achieve maximum effect. This was the first time Anfey depended on magic during a fight. In the past, he did not know how to form a powerful weapon and relied on other things to make up for his weapon's lack of power. The zombies all swarmed towards Anfey because they knew that once they killed him, they could easily kill the rest of the mercenaries. However, simple zombies stood no chance against a sword made of fire elements. The mercenaries soon found themselves without foes, as all the zombies turned their attention to Anfey. Anfey killed the last zombie and returned to the sword to its sheath. He rolled his wrists as he looked around, searching for stray zombies that might have escaped. The mercenaries looked around and Shinbella found a small zombie running away from the village. She dashed towards it and slew it. "Is that the last one?" Anfey asked as Shinbella walked back, shaking blood off of her sword. "As far as I can tell," Shinbella said, nodding. "That was impressive." "Thanks," Anfey said. "Who are they?" Ozek suddenly asked, frowning and pointing towards the village. About half a dozen people in brown garb were walking over. "Are those mercenaries?" Anfey asked. "No," Shinbella said, narrowing her eyes. "Druids." "Druids? Aren't they all in Blackwater?" "That's the direction Shield of Light Legion went, isn't it?" Orsi asked quietly. Anfey turned to Long and lifted a brow. Long looked at those men inside. "They must be working for Manstali," he said. "The Wolf King?" Anfey asked, shocked. Long nodded. "We can't be seen by them," he said. "It's a long story and not a tale for now," Ling told Anfey as she grabbed Long's arm and drew him toward the back. "We will speak of it later." Anfey nodded and turned to observe the druids. He knew that there were druids in Country of Mercenaries, but he thought that they were all trapped in Blackwater City by the necromancers. Did Tiger of Tall mercenary group finally begin their counterattack? Or was it because they had urgent messages that needed to be delivered? The druids saw them and quickened their pace. The leader walked up and asked, "Which one of you is Lord Anfey?" "I am," Anfey said, surprised that the druids were asking for him. "You are." We are Lord Manstali's men, the leader of the Druids said with a small bow.
We have urgent news. Where did you come from? Anfey asked.
Blackwater City.
I thought that city's surrounded, Anfey said. How did you get out? Was there a counterattack we didn't hear about?
No, there wasn't, the Druid said, shaking his head.
I wish there was. We are not strong enough for that. We snuck out of the city. You snuck out? What news is urgent enough to risk your lives like this?
We were scouts, the Druid said. But we discovered something major during one of our runs.
The necromancers cut off our way back into the city, and the only thing we could do was to head south.
On the way, we were surrounded by necromancers in Transverse Mountains.
Lost half of my men there. If it wasn't for Lady Susanna, we won't be standing here.
She saved our lives and instructed us to head towards Moramach to look for you, my lord.
What is the secret? Anfey asked, curious. It must be important if the necromancers would spend so much manpower hunting you down. The Druid looked around hesitantly.
We must speak of this alone, he said.
I trust everyone here. This is too important, the Druid said. It's better if we speak alone. Anfey nodded.
He ordered the mercenaries to stay put. The Druid ordered his men to stay with the mercenaries as well.
It is a very complicated thing, the Druid said once they were out of earshot. The necromancers are trying to protect it. If it wasn't for Lady Susanna, there is no way we could deliver this news. This could be vital to ending the war. Why didn't Susanna come back with you? We discovered the necromancer's secret.
She wanted to investigate, the Druid said.
They were.
Before he could say anything more, his eyes widened and his arms flailed.
You all right? Anfey asked, grabbing the Druid.
The man stared at Anfey with wide eyes, then he became limp and fell to the ground, dead. The other Druids saw this and all dashed towards them.
The mercenaries followed.
The Druid's death was so sudden it seemed like Anfey was the one that killed him.
What happened? Anfey asked the Druids.
He was injured during a battle, one of the Druids said, shaking her head. He said he would heal himself, but it seems like he never did.
Did he give you the secret? No, Anfey said.
It got to him just before he could finish.
Do you know what it is?
No, the Druid said with a sigh.
He was the only one who knew. He said Susanna was investigating what he discovered, Anfey said. He must have told her. Where is she now?
That we know, the Druid said.
Come with us, my lord. We will take you to her.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 375, Shadow Empire. Chapter 375, Shadow Empire. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Ozik offered to help. Master, can you ask Orsi to talk to them?
We all can go search for Ms. Susanna with you.
Anfey never showed too much emotion, but everyone knew how important Susanna was to Anfey. Now Susanna was lost, Anfey definitely would search for her and find her.
Anfey had looked worried a moment ago, but now he looked unusually calm. The changes on his expression make others worried and scared.
There is a saying that no one knows a man better than his own father. Similarly, Susanna is my wife.
No one knows her better than I do, Anfey said calmly.
Master, you. Ozik and others did not understand what was on Anfey's mind. They looked at each other, hoping to get an answer from their companions. The Druids did not understand either.
Anfey slowly clenched his fists and then released them, trying to relieve his stress.
He was right that no one understood Susanna better than he. Susanna was not good at decision-making.
It was not in her nature.
That Darius obviously did not like having his subordinates develop independent thinking skills.
He only wanted people to blindly follow him, so he never trained Susanna for independent thinking. In other words, Susanna could not be a heroine for the world because heroes and heroines needed to be charming, smart, ambitious, visionary, and with strong willpower. Alice was a good woman, so was that Scarlet, whom Anfey had never met.
Susanna and Scarlet had two totally different personalities. Susanna did not have the ambition to care about the concerns of all humans.
She was happy if she could take care of her own family.
Susanna probably would help people if she saw them in need. However, no matter what kind of secret she found out, Susanna would not leave her family and friends unattended. Unlike Susanna, Anfey was more willing to take risks for the benefit of his legion or country.
Anfey knew Susanna definitely would not do anything else except going back to Moramach as fast as she could and tell him what happened on the way, and then wait for Anfey to make a decision.
Can anyone tell me where Susanna is now? Anfey sounded worried.
He was so worried that he forgot to hide his emotions and showed his true colors. By now he had calmed down.
Anfey had reason to think the so-called secret was just a setup.
Susanna had acted too weirdly, and that druid died too suddenly, which showed there was something wrong with the scenario. Even though the secret could change the situation of the whole death war, Susanna would not do something on her own without telling Anfey first. If Susanna was challenged to make a choice between two sides in life-threatening situations, with one side being Anfey and Shelley and the other being millions of innocent people, Susanna definitely would choose to save Anfey and Shelley without any hesitation. Self-sacrifice was a quality of heroes, which had nothing to do with Susanna. The druids might have been worried Anfey would suspect the head druid, so they killed him. This way they cut off all possible traces of any suspects.
However, unexposed secrets easily intrigued others. There is an unnamed valley around Blackwater River. Master, we know the place, a druid answered. Time is tight. We should leave now.
Anfey's urgency made sense in this situation.
The druid seemed happy with the way Anfey responded. Orsi, can you take care of Mora Match? Ozik sounded urgent as well. Sure, Orsi said. Master, that is the necromancer's territory. If we have too many people going there, they could easily notice us, a druid said hesitantly. F***ck, what do you mean?
Ozik could not help cursing.
Anfey stopped Ozik. Ozik, they are right.
Yi, go and select a few people to go with me, Anfey said.
Master. Yi looked hesitant about Anfey's order. Just go, Anfey ordered again with a much firmer tone. Okay.
Yi gave a slight sigh. It seemed too risky to take only a few people to the deep region controlled by death spirits, but Yi had no other options.
Don't you need some rest? Anfey laid his eyes on the druids. No, thank you, Master. This is urgent. We'd better leave soon, a druid said. You guys could leave now. I just have some words for my legion. I will catch up with you, Anfey said. The druids looked at each other. A druid said, Okay, Master, we will be waiting for you.
Watching the druids walking off, Ozik said with hatred, Master, can we go with you?
I don't think those guys are good people, but... You are right, Anfey said. Ha!
Ozik was so shocked that his jaw dropped.
He was just speaking out of anger. He did not expect Anfey to agree with him. Where are Long and Ling? Anfey scanned the group. They hid in the village. Ozik turned around and yelled their names.
Long hurried out of the village when he heard Ozik's call.
He took a look at the few small figures in the distance, then sighed, Master, are you calling me? What kind of person is Manstali? Anfey asked. Ha? Master, why are you asking about him? Long asked. We have limited time. Don't waste time. Answer my question, Anfey said. How to put it?
He is cruel, and that is why everyone calls him Reaper. He did not reap crops, but people's lives. Long could tell Anfey was worried, so he tried to put it as short and simple as possible.
I am asking about how he does things, Anfey asked. He is cunning. Bruzeriano the Guardian is a lot more honest than him.
He took advantage of Bruzeriano a few times, Long said.
What? You guys have conflicts among druids? Ozik asked in surprise. Why not? Long had a bitter smile. 3 big empires among humans have been fighting all year long. Druids would not fight like that, but we do have conflicts.
I remember one time Bruzeriano was so enraged that he brought his people to Manstali. If Mauso, the observer, had gone to mediate, druids would have been divided into different groups.
What made Bruzeriano so mad? Anfey asked quietly.
Anfey did not know Bruzeriano well, but he knew Brunzeriano was an honest and nice old man. There had to be a reason for him to take his people to attack another group of druids.
I am not sure what happened.
Long thought about the situation for a while and shook his head. I think it was because Manstali sent people to attack Bruzeriano's central temple by surprise, but Bruzeriano found out. Their surprise attack failed, and a few of the attackers were caught alive by Bruzeriano.
Anfey went quiet. If Manstali's subordinates planned the setup, Manstali himself had to be involved as well.
Anfey just did not quite understand why Manstali would want to kill him, since he did not have any big conflict with him. This had nothing to do with what kind of a person Manstali was.
He must have some motive, otherwise he would not make moves against Anfey. No one would do it for no reason, unless he was crazy. Okay, I will follow them with Yi and few others.
Long, can 2 of you follow behind us?
Do not let them notice you. Ozik, Shinbella, can you follow after long? Any questions? Anfey had no time to give more thought to the plan.
Orsi, can you send people back to Moramach to tell Alice that Susanna is in danger?
Tell her that I wanted her to know. Ask her to find Susanna at any cost. Let's get Susanna back safe and sound.
He could feel the bad intentions from the Druids. If they had wanted to use the same method to cheat Susanna, Susanna would be in danger right now. What made Anfey nervous was not their setup, but Susanna's safety. Since he had noticed their bad intentions, he believed he had more chance to win this battle.
Got it, Ozik and others answered in unison.
At the same time, Black 11, who had been checking on zombies, suddenly jumped.
Anfey did not know what had happened.
After killing death spirits, Black 11 would always look them over to try to find some useful information. This was his only job.
After repeated disappointment, he finally found something that would shock everyone. Yi, can you take them to try to catch up with those druids? Anfey asked quickly and turned to look at Black 11. This was the difference between Anfey and Susanna. If Susanna knew Anfey was in danger, she would come to help him no matter what. However, Anfey had to take everything in.
He could not ignore it if something surprised Black 11 so much.
Black 11, what did you find? He is our guy. Black 11 looked up at Anfey.
He pulled his sword out and tried to pick a metal tile out of a zombie. Suddenly, a palm-sized metal tile flew few yards away and fell to the ground.
What is this? Anfey saw that metal tile too. It is our secret pass.
He should not have brought it with him. Black 11 hesitantly walked over and saw the back of the metal tile facing up. It was carved with a few words.
Shadow Empire?
A mercenary with good eyes saw the few words and yelled.
Black 11 frowned.
He speculated that this spy had this pass on him and carved few words on the back of it because he knew there was no way he could flee and hoped to pass some information to his organization. The words Shadow Empire gave off a gloomy feeling, but Black 11 had no idea what it really meant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 376, Reasonable. Chapter 376, Reasonable. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The area was infested with zombies and controlled by necromancers.
Whether following the Druids or the original plan by Fernando, caution was still the most important thing. Anfey was very careful as he followed the Druids, who were even more cautious than he was. The mercenaries lagged behind because they had a big group and it was harder for them to sneak around the zombies the way the Druids and Anfey could.
Unless they encountered a large group of zombies, the mercenaries would try to kill every zombie they encountered. However, they couldn't disturb the Druids either. By the time they finished killing the zombies, the Druids would be too far away.
Thankfully, they had Long and Ling, who were very skilled with tracking. Without the two, the mercenaries would have startled the Druids or encountered large groups of zombies.
He tended to be a quiet man. Now, however, he was chatting and laughing with the Druids.
Usually, it was Anfey's job to distract his opponents, but he was too occupied by his thoughts. He wanted to know what Manstally wanted and what Shadow Empire meant.
Moreover, he was very worried about Susanna. He had to keep himself calm to see what the Druids wanted. Somewhere deep in the Transverse Mountains, Susanna jumped out of a tree with the unicorn and started heading north.
Compared to only a few days ago, she was clearly thinner. She was starving and exhausted, but her eyes were determined.
Her frowns indicated not suffering but thoughts. What would Anfey do if he was in her shoes? She knew better than anyone how he acted.
He was very aggressive, and she knew that he wouldn't run from trouble the way she had been doing. He would try to find opportunities to make the most of his situation. Even if he didn't have any opportunity, he would make one for himself. Susanna knew she must look for a way out of this situation. She knew better than anyone what kind of enemies she was up against. Whenever she thought she had escaped and could rest, the unicorn would warn her again.
Running wasn't the solution.
Susanna knew her own capabilities and herself, and knew that she could find a way to protect herself if she tried hard enough. In reality, she was a very brilliant woman. Back in Grus Principality, she was a maid to the public.
However, her real identity was her father Darius's guard.
She was very loyal to him and never questioned any of his orders. In a place like that, she had nowhere to use her brilliance. After her escape, she met Anfey. She recognized his power and was willing to let him lead her. Back then, she could depend on Anfey and her friends for help. Now, she couldn't depend on anyone except her sword and her mind. The unicorn whinnied and wiggled in Susanna's arms. Susanna summoned some combat power and increased her speed. She patted the unicorn and the unicorn fell quiet. Usually, the unicorn was very mischievous.
It almost never followed anyone's orders, not even Anfey's.
Now, though, it was being very obedient and protective of Susanna. It would never stray too far from her and would listen to her every word. Manstily paced around in his room, frowning. There were a dozen other druids in the room, and all of them were clearly terrified. Even breathing made too much noise. A senior druid was standing in the middle of the room, shaking. "This is the newest letter from Hotchpenny," Manstily said, waving a piece of paper in his hand.
They succeeded. Hotchpenny used Susanna's name to approach Anfey.
So far, he believes them. They are away from Shield of Light Legion now. The druids glanced at each other, but none of them dared to say anything.
"Tony, I've always trusted you, but tell me. What did you do?" Manstily walked over to the druid in the middle of the room and asked quietly. "Invite Susanna over here? Did you even think about what you were doing?"
Before the druid could finish, Manstily punched the man in the face. The druid's body stumbled and fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed, but he soon scrambled up again. "Take Hotchpenny for an example," Manstily said coolly. "She is an elf and, not that long ago, she knew nothing of intrigues. Now, she uses her situation to her advantage. She saw what men did to each other in country of mercenaries. She observed and she learned and she bettered herself. If she could use the tie between people as a weapon to gain trust, why couldn't you? I encouraged you to go out there, to explore because I thought that it could help you learn. I see now that I am wrong. Imbeciles will always be imbeciles. I overestimated you. All of you." Manstily's tone was calm, but the druids in the room were all sweating and shaking with fear. They knew that when Manstily was calm, he was the angriest.
Manstily sighed and turned to another druid.
"Bartison," he said.
"What would you have done if I had given you this mission?"
The druid named Bartison straightened himself and said hurriedly, "I would find Susanna and tell her that Moramach had fallen. I would say that Anfey was gravely injured to draw her towards it."
"Susanna is an easier target than Anfey. Anything else?"
"I would try to cause chaos in Violet City to distract the people Anfey and Susanna left there," Bartison said. "Then I would take her sister Shelley and force Susanna to comply."
"Not the best plan," Manstily said, shaking his head.
"Shield of Light Legion has already arrived at Moramach.
If the necromancers could destroy that legion, they are well equipped to take down the entire Mayho Empire.
As for Violet City, Barry is currently stationed there.
That tactic would not have worked." Bartison paled and opened his mouth but could not say anything.
However, Manstily continued.
"You are using your head, which is good. That plan, however flawed it may be, is still better than inviting Susanna here, don't you think, Tony?" Tony lowered his head and did not say anything. "Hotchpenny must be laughing right now," Manstily said.
He patted Tony on the shoulder and said, "I've trusted you and groomed you for all these years.
How did you repay me? You embarrassed me. Made a fool of me. How could you, Tony?" Tony shook his head desperately.
"I'll give you a chance to explain yourself," Manstily said.
"This is not my fault, my lord," Tony said hurriedly. "It's Mouso's fault. He didn't only lie to me, my lord. He also deceived you. He promised that he would lend a hand, but he stood there and he watched as Susanna got away. I went to look for him later, but he was nowhere to be found. My lord, you have to believe me." The other druids all gasped at Tony's words. They all knew that Manstily and Mouso had reached an agreement and that Mouso had betrayed Manstily's trust. They also knew that they shouldn't talk about it in front of Manstily. Everyone knew that Manstily was cruel and sly, but he was also very proud. He remained in power due to the support of the elves, and he had always believed that he could trick someone, but not the other way around. Now, everyone knew Mouso had tricked Manstily. Manstily wasn't angry at his men. He was angry at Mouso. "So you're saying that it's my fault that this happened?" "No, my lord, Before Tony could finish, Manstily rammed his hand through the man's chest. Tony gasped in pain and struggled for a few seconds before falling limp. Manstily wiped the blood on his shirt and glanced at the other druids, who were all shaking uncontrollably. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 377, Fierce. Chapter 377, Fierce. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Master, after you cross the river there will be a small village where we have people stationed. Today we can just get some rest here.
A druid pointed at a winding and quiet Blackwater River. Tomorrow morning, we can cross the Blackwater River and walk another 40 miles.
Then we will be at the necromancer's secret base.
I noticed that the further north we go, the fewer death spirits there are.
Is the necromancer's secret base ahead of us?
Why didn't they send more death spirits over to protect their base? A mercenary in Yes team asked in surprise. Only he knew the real intention of the druids, otherwise the mercenary would not have asked so bluntly. Well, it could be necromancers are afraid of being noticed by top powers, a druid said.
Where is Susanna? Anfey asked quietly. Is this where they try to set him up? Anfey thought to himself.
Using his full telepathy, he tried to see as far as he could. Soon, pictures of the areas around river and even that small village started to show clearly in Anfey's head. Once Anfey started the heart of nature, wherever there were plants, or where the distance between himself and plants was not far, Anfey could see everything around it.
She is in the village, the druid answered.
There were only about 7 people on the outskirts of the village. 4 of them were around bonfires, while the other 3 slept in simple tents.
Anfey could not imagine they would try to kill him with just 7 people.
Anfey did not think they would act just on instinct. After a close search, he still could only see 7 people.
Susanna definitely was not in the village. Let's go.
We need to get to sleep early so we can leave early tomorrow, Anfey said casually.
Sure, the druid said. There were 4 people next to the fire only a few miles across the river. They found people walking towards them and stood up one after another. The 3 people sleeping were woken up. Even though the druids with Anfey had sent out signals, they still kept alert.
When they were only about 20 meters apart, they still coldly watched Anfey and his group. A druid walked over and whispered to their companion.
That guy looked Anfey over for a while before he smiled. Are you Master Anfey? How are you doing?
As the guy was checking Anfey out, Anfey was watching him as well. He did not pay attention to the guy in the front, but others behind him. There was a beautiful and tall elf carrying her green bow diagonally on her back next to the guy. She also wore a short scepter on her belt.
Obviously, she was a paladin just as Anfey. 2 human swordsmen stood next to the elf. All the druids crawled out from the tent. It looked like this was not their first time working together.
They stood in formation.
If something happened, they could immediately form a defensive line. Are you? Anfey pretended he did not know him. He actually knew not only his name, but also detailed information about him, including his age, childhood, personality, family background, and other information. My name is Luther.
Luther held his hand out to indicate a seat for Anfey.
He smiled.
You guys must be tired from traveling so much.
Come, sit next to the fire and rest a bit. We can sit and talk. Where is Susanna? Anfey pretended he did not know the answer again. He also looked worried.
Unfortunately, she went to watch the necromancers around the river.
You do not have to worry.
You can see her tomorrow, Luther said.
Anfey had a bitter smile and shook his head. Okay, everybody, take a seat and rest.
Everybody took a seat around the fire.
Luther casually tossed a few logs on the fire.
He hoped the fire would make them feel warmer. Anfey scanned the rising smoke. The person who planned this setup was cunning. He knew what he was doing, but the people carrying out this plan seemed too naive. If the so-called necromancer's secret base was only about 40 miles away, who would dare to light up a bonfire?
Didn't they worry about being found by the rising smoke?
This village definitely had been attacked by death spirits before. The leftover smell made them uncomfortable. If he took such an important job, he should not have stayed outside the village. He should have stayed in the darkest room in the village and quietly hid there in case he was found by any chance.
Luther looked at the druids and asked in surprise, "Where is Captain Babylon?"
Master Babylon was attacked by spirit separation, and
the expression on the druids turned mournful. It is so unfortunate.
Luther heaved a long sigh.
But if I remember correctly, it seems that you are missing one person. We had a fight with death spirits, one of the druids answered.
Luther paused and tried to comfort them. Don't be sad for losing your companion. In fact, you should feel lucky that Master Anfey was with you guys, otherwise none of you probably would have come back safe.
Luther turned to look at Anfey with gratitude.
The druids looked at each other but did not know how to respond to Luther. When they were traveling on the road, one of their peers accidentally woke up a group of zombies. It would make sense that Anfey should have led them join the battle to kill the zombies, since he was the group leader.
However, Anfey ran away from the zombies faster than any of them.
He also led his mercenaries after Anfey and offered them the opportunity to be heroes.
After that, they did not dare make any mistakes by accident. They tried to avoid any conflict with zombies.
When they heard Luther giving Anfey compliments for keeping them safe, it made them feel uncomfortable. Luther waited for a while, but no one agreed with him. He had a weird look on his face. If Anfey was powerful, those druids should have given him a lot of compliments and described the fighting scene to give him some clues about Anfey's fight ability. If Anfey's fighting ability was not so great, they should have given some compliments out of courtesy. Now they all lost their tongues. What had happened? The fight must have been fierce, is it? Luther had to remind them. Yes, master, a druid said with his head down. He understood Luther's hint, but could not turn the topic to Anfey. He simply could not tell Luther that Anfey had fled from the fight. Luther secretively gave the druid a dirty look and tossed a few more logs in the fire. He went into thought. He was thinking how to turn the topic toward Anfey without having Anfey suspect him. That elf was interested in Anfey from the beginning and had been watching Anfey, while Anfey aggressively looked back at her. He kept his eyes on her face and chest. The elf, like any proud female, felt offended, so she turned to look away from Anfey. She sort of looked down on Anfey. In fact, she misunderstood Anfey. Anfey only looked at her neck because he was thinking of all kinds of ways to break her neck. He did not have any other intention. Not only barbarians could go crazy. Sometime people could go crazy as well. At that moment, Anfey was a proof. If they had conflict for their own interests, Anfey would not use extreme ways to deal with them, at least not during the death war threatening them. They should keep their alliance to maintain their fighting ability. Anfey felt they not only had conflicts, they wanted to kill each other. Susanna was not wrong. Anfey was indeed very aggressive, especially when others cross him. Anfey would turn into a cruel person who could use any indecent ways to kill his opponents. His only objective was to wipe out all his opponents in order to leave no possibility that the opponents would rise up. He had checked this person in his mind. Beside this one, he also checked on Manstally. Anfey had forgiven them twice. The first time, Anfey ignored Philip on purpose after giving consideration to all aspects, based on the fighting ability he had back then. The second time, he listened to someone's hint and allowed Marquis Joser to act crazily in front of him, but this time, he would not let Manstally get his way. Anfey was still not as good as Manstally, but he did not have to challenge him in the same way. Anfey had been an assassin for the past 10 years. He had killed a boxing champion who had not listened to the underground boxing trainer and a sharpshooter who could shoot a target a few miles away. The boxer's fighting ability had been as good as his, while the shooter's accuracy was far better than Anfey's. Anfey still completed his missions because he knew how to attack his opponent's weakness with his strength. "Please allow me to make introductions," Luther said with a bright smile on his face. "She is from Elf Tribe." "Luther, how long have you been here? Did any death spirits attack you?" Anfey interrupted Luther. Anfey was not a machine. Sometimes he could feel annoyed as others since he had been dealing with anger the past few days. These people in front were all dead people to Anfey. He was not interested in knowing a dead person's name. HRR. Luther was shocked for a second and shook his head. "No, it has been very quiet here." That elf could not help snorting at Anfey to show she was unhappy with Anfey's rudeness. "Oh, right, did you see anything here? Does it have anything to do with Shadow Empire?" "Shadow Empire?" Luther asked in surprise. This name sounded so gloomy. It was easy to guess it must have something to do with necromancers. "Don't you know about it?" Anfey looked shocked as well. "This is the first I've heard of it." Luther shook his head. "Master Anfey, what does Shadow Empire represent?" Anfey looked around. Luther got what Anfey meant and signaled the people to leave. However, the elf still sat there without any intention to leave. Luther looked back at Anfey. "Master Anfey, can you tell me now?" Luther looked a little nervous. Necromancers were the enemy of the whole Pan-continent, and his enemy as well. No matter what happened here, he would have to fight necromancers sooner or later, so he was really interested in Shadow Empire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378, Pain. Chapter 378, Pain. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. "Luther, are you married?" Anfey suddenly asked. Luther smiled and nodded. "I am," he said. "We're about to welcome our first child." "Congratulations," Anfey said. "How do you like it? Being married?" "It's great," Luther said. "Interesting," Anfey said.
I didn't know that you could be happy with a life of lies. What do you mean? Luther asked, surprised.
The elf looked at Anfey with a frown, as if confused. Yi glanced at the mercenaries around him and nodded.
The mercenaries were all very loyal to Yi and knew him well.
They trust Yi and would follow his orders, even if they were confused by his orders.
If he was wrong, the mercenaries wouldn't be held accountable.
Anfey narrowed his eyes and kicked a burning log towards Luther and the elf.
Of course, his magic was not strong enough to actually hurt Luther and the elf.
Luther summoned his combat power to defend himself, and the elf summoned a shield made of vines. She drew her dagger and held it up in front of her face. Yi's mercenaries knocked their bows and sent half a dozen arrows towards the elf.
The arrows hit the elf and disappeared in rippling green lights. Anfey narrowed his eyes.
Clearly, the elf was wearing magic armor that could defend her from most of his attacks.
Yi hesitated, then sent a short arrow flying towards the elf's throat. He made the right move but was too late.
A longbow appeared in the elf's hands. She ducked the arrow and jumped away from the men. She was an elf, and out of everyone, she was the fastest. She needed distance for her attacks to be effective. Staying near Luther would only slow her down. Anfey dashed towards her, determined to keep her close. He knew very well that if the elf got away, her attack would be powerful enough to threaten even Yi, the most powerful out of all of them. He jumped towards her and reached out, grabbing her hair. The elf cursed as she was stopped by his grip, but quickly reacted to this change.
Her dagger appeared again and she swung the dagger towards Anfey. This elf was not very good at close combat.
Like most elves, she focused mostly on attacking from a distance.
Anfey clenched his fist and slammed into the elf. Even though she was wearing magic armor, she was still injured by Anfey's attack. The armor could protect her from arrows and magic, but it could not protect the wearer from a close-up attack like a punch. The elf landed on the ground, clutching her stomach. What is the meaning of this? Luther demanded loudly.
He drew his sword but did not move to help the elf. He did not want to risk his life to help someone that was easily replaceable. You should know, Anfey said as he strode back to Luther, leaving the elf.
Don't you want to know where your real wife is, Sadie?
Sadie froze in shock. He knew very well that he had not married the real Shansa princess, but he did not know that it was a widely known fact. He was embarrassed that the princess was lost, but he couldn't do anything about it because he knew that his future would be ruined if the news got out. He was the third son, a position that does not typically come with power. His marriage to the Shansa princess was meant to be a political alliance that gave him power to fight for the future leadership of Tiger of Tao mercenary group. He did not expect the princess to forsake her duty and betray her country.
My lord!
The druids and swordsmen whom Sadie brought with him came running towards them.
Anfey turned to the druids and swordsmen and summoned his fire blade.
Seeing the large sword, the men all stopped, confused by the weapon.
Anfey gripped the large sword and dashed towards the men.
He lunged with his sword and stabbed one of the druids. The druid stumbled and fell to the ground silently, his wounds blackened by the heat of the fire blade.
He waved his hand and charged towards the swordsman with his mercenaries.
Sadie was an intermediate swordsmaster like Yi, but he was alone, and Yi had more people with him. While the results might vary if Yi and Sadie fought one-on-one, Sadie did not stand a chance against a dozen mercenaries. However, Yi did not know what Anfey wanted to do with Sadie and did not want to kill the men just yet. That was why he had ordered his men to not kill Sadie earlier. Anfey took a step back and returned his wand to his ring. He was still not practiced with the wand.
A druid transformed into a grey wolf and lunged at one of Yi's mercenaries. Even though they did not want to fight, they did not want to die without putting up a fight either. Anfey jumped towards the wolf and swung his sword, stabbing the wolf in the neck with it.
The wolf fell to the ground with a groan and lay still.
A few drops of dark blood spattered on the mercenary's arm. The druids hesitated.
They had killed a lot of things before, but they'd rarely seen a weapon as strange as the one they had just witnessed.
I see, Sadie said slowly. I see. You did it, didn't you? He asked, enraged.
Yi slashed at Sadie with his sword, but Sadie turned quickly and ducked.
Yi's sword only grazed his arm.
He knew that someone was behind the disappearance of the Shansa princess, and the same force had led to their conflict with Glory mercenary group.
Tiger of Tao mercenary group spent a long time searching but could not find anything on the person behind everything.
If Anfey knew what happened to the Shansa princess, he must know something about the person who made her disappear.
You're right, Anfey said with a shrug. I did it. Why? Why not? Anfey asked.
He dismissed his sword and walked over to where Sadie was standing. Yi and his mercenaries hurried over and surrounded Sadie. Sadie must knew that he stood no chance against this many people, but his stance did not waver.
Weren't you the one that tried to kill me and my people? That wasn't us, Sadie said loudly. Anfey shook his head.
There's no need to lie anymore, Sadie, he said.
Just tell me the truth. I'll make your passing easier that way. Sadie clenched his teeth but did not say anything.
Anfey glanced at Yi, who nodded and approached Sadie quietly. He struck Sadie with the hilt of his sword. Sadie fell to the ground, unconscious. His sword fell to the ground. Yi did not know what he should do with Sadie and did not want to kill him, because Sadie may know valuable information. However, as long as Sadie was unconscious, he would not be a threat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 379, Lessons. Chapter 379, Lessons. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
When the hell-like heat waves were gone and everything went back to normal, the druids and swordsmen had all turned into charcoal.
Anfey slowly put the fire sword back into the sheath.
He suddenly frowned, grabbed the sword, spun, and tossed the sword out backhanded.
He yelled at the same time, "Move."
The sword flew towards Yi with a whooshing sound.
Ye's reaction was fast. He lowered his body as he moved to the side.
The sword passed against his side. He could feel the wind hitting his body and face, which gave him a kind of needle-like pinching pain.
The elf had stood up while Yi blocked Anfey's view of the elf with his body.
She quietly pulled the bowstring, but Anfey's last punch hurt her organ pretty bad, so she was a little slower than usual. Before she fully pulled the bow, Anfey's sword had shot at her throat with great accuracy. That elf flipped backwards with lightning speed as the sword pierced her throat. The sword passed through her neck and went deep into the ground. The elf had been kneeling on the ground when she pulled her bow. She never had the chance to even straighten her legs. Now her neck was nailed on the ground, with her body in a weird arch shape. Not only the wound on her throat was painful, but also the way she arched. The elf maid moaned weakly in pain. She moved her body to try to stretch herself away from the arch position, but her life was approaching the end fast. "Master, I was not careful." Yi felt bad for the mistake he had made.
Anfey did not respond to Yi.
He slowly walked to Sadie, who was still unconscious.
He quietly watched Sadie. If it had been Blavi or others, Anfey definitely would have said something. However, Yi was different. He was careful by nature, so Anfey did not have to say anything to him. Yi would remember this lesson on his own. "Master, we actually made a small fortune today." Yi changed the topic.
He said with a smile, "The magic armor on that elf should have some history in it."
"It is definitely not regular armor. I think we can save it for Ms. Susanna. She will like it." He gave a look to a few large mercenaries before Anfey nodded.
The mercenaries strode over. They pulled the elf's body up, as her body was not completely rigid yet, without feeling bad for her.
They rudely took their trophy from this battle. Cruelty had to be viewed from both sides.
When mercenaries hunted magic beasts in the forest, they were even more cruel.
They would peel off the magic beast's fur and dig out the magic crystals in their bodies. They left only a pile of bloody and swollen flesh. If they did not peel their fur and take the magic crystal, many people in the country of mercenaries would starve to death. To take their own trophies after battles was a tradition on Pan-continent. Not only mercenaries, but also soldiers and generals on the battlefield would do the same thing. They would not be gentle to the defeated parties. Even a general who had everything when he was alive could turn into someone's trophy when he lost the battle. He would be tossed naked together with other soldiers into a pit to rot. Even the famous Princess Victoria was treated the same way after she was killed during negotiations. It was said that she had nothing on her but a piece of cloth when her coffin was carried back to her empire. This made the people in Shansa Empire angry.
They believed Meho Empire offended their most respected princess.
However, civilians on Pan-continent were the most realistic people. Their anger came and went very quickly.
For some time, under the threat of Roaring Dead Legion mercenary groups' victories, they started to fight against Meho Empire because they were asked to pay for the losses in battle.
Everyone was pay an equal share. The nobility would never pay for anything.
When the civilians did not have enough food to feed themselves, they would spare no time to hate or to remember anyone.
"Wake him up," Anfey said quietly.
A mercenary stepped forward. He pulled his sword out and patted Sadie's face with the sword. Seeing Sadie had no reaction, he took out his water sack and poured it out on Sadie's face and body. With a breeze, Sadie felt cold and slowly opened his eyes, moaning.
He saw Anfey right at his face.
He rolled over and wanted to run away, but Anfey held his chest down with his foot. Sadie had used his combat power, but combat power could not counter everything.
Sadie grunted as he fell backwards. He tried to jump back but got kicked back again. This was repeated a few times before Sadie finally lost his courage to fight back. He lay there as he looked at Anfey with some terror. If he could go back to Blackwater City right now, he could give Anfey a fair evaluation of his fighting ability. He saw Anfey kicking at his chest, so he held his hands out to block it, but then Anfey kicked him in the stomach. The next time he saw Anfey kicking at his stomach, his chest actually got kicked. The next time when he tried to block both his chest and stomach, Anfey kicked him in the face. His nose and mouth were bleeding. Anfey's kick was powerful and fast. In addition, he did not kick from regular angles, so it was hard for Sadie to see where the kicks were coming from and made it difficult for Sadie to block them, even though his fighting ability was not great anyway. Anfey was standing while Sadie was laying down on the ground. This position put him at a disadvantage. Sadie was an intermediate swordsman, so he had never really been hit this bad. Sadie felt the huge difference between him and Anfey in fighting abilities. Seeing that Sadie had stopped fighting back, Anfey asked, "Tell me how many druids are there? You should have sent a lot of Tiger of Tall mercenaries there, right?" Sadie kept quiet. As the child of Morta and Hotchpenny, he knew he could fail but could not sell his peers out. "To be frank with you, your mother made a huge mistake by allowing you to come after me," Anfey sneered. "Do you think I would not be able to get the information I need if you keep your mouth shut?" Sadie bit his lips and thought to himself, "Fools wanted to come here." The situation in Blackwater City was bad, but still better than living in the wild. He had to pull though. After living in depression, he saw his brothers accomplish something during this time, which woke him up. He could not give himself up by failing, so he asked to take his team to come after Anfey. His mother did not agree with him at the beginning, but he was so determined that he argued, begged, and even swore. His mother finally agreed and gave him this opportunity. He never thought he would end up like this. "Yi, do you have experience interrogating criminals?" Anfey turned around to look at Yi. In fact, Anfey had a systematic way to do interrogation, but he could not do everything himself as a leader. In addition, he had just made a mistake, so Anfey wanted to give him a chance to make up for it. "Yes, master." Yi was appreciating the magic armor when Anfey called him out. Yi immediately handed the armor to a mercenary and walked over to Sadie. He took a close look at Sadie and suddenly laughed. "This guy has such smooth skin." He looked like he never experienced any hardship. "I can promise you he will open his mouth soon." Anfey nodded with a smile. Sadie gasped and yelled, "What are you going to do to me?" "Anfey, do you really want to be Tiger of Tall mercenary group's enemy? I am telling you, if I do not get back in time, my father would know what happened here. He will find you sooner or later." "Yi, you are right. He never experienced any hardship." Anfey chuckled. "I cannot believe you still think someone could save you at this moment. I am telling you that I will find Morta and Hotchpenny myself, even if he is not looking for me. None of you will live long. You will just die earlier than them." Sadie laughed wildly. "Do you really think you can beat Tiger of Tall mercenary group?" "Yes, I can, but you will not be able to see that day." Anfey raised his chin. Yi laughed so hard that he squatted and slapped Sadie. "Kid, I am doing you a favor right now. You'd better tell me everything I am asking. If you do not tell me now, you will tell me later. Why are you trying to torture yourself? In fact, people should make decisions quickly when they are alive. They should not be caught alive by their enemies. I hope you can remember this lesson in hell." Sadie angrily spitted on the ground. "You will be the hell. Master, I am going to do the interrogation now." Yi had a sympathetic look on his face. "You got it." Anfey waved his hand and walked out. He heard Sadie's loud screaming from behind as he walked only a few steps away. Sadie was hurt, but did not lose all his fighting ability. That was why he screamed with such force. He even sat up and randomly punched at Yi. Maybe it was because he was in such pain that Sadie was attacking Yi out of instinct and forgot to use his combat power. Unfortunately, Sadie's struggles stopped there. Yi pulled his sword out backhanded. After Yi swung the sword twice in an X motion, Sadie's two hands were cut off. Mercenaries in Ye's group rushed over. They were not afraid of Sadie's struggles, but afraid of him losing too much blood and dying too soon. They tied Sadie's arms tightly. Waves of screaming got louder and louder. Anfey did not care even to look back at it. There was a black line appearing on the horizon. Ozik and Orsi had led thousands of mercenaries over. Their shiny swords reflected the light from the other swords. They looked like they were ready for battle. However, they realized the battle was already over as they got close to Anfey. Master, that guy looks familiar. Audiobooks looked around in curiosity. Wow. Elf? What a pity. Why? Anfey smiled. He knew Audiobooks always acted like he was Anfey's favorite, so Anfey tried to give him opportunities to show off. At that moment, he was joking with Audiobooks. She is an elf. Audiobooks walked to Anfey with a smile. Do you want an elf? Why didn't you tell me if you wanted an elf? If you do not tell me, how do I know you want an elf?
Anfey was repeating a classic line from a movie, just without Monkey King at the beginning of the line.
Ah. Audiobooks did not get it, but looked even more shocked. Do not worry.
You will have a chance to get one in the future, Anfey said quietly.
Master, are we going to fight with Elf Empire? Audiobooks asked.
You got it half right, Anfey said. Audiobooks scratched his head and had a bitter smile on his face.
He really did not get what Anfey said. Fighting was fighting and peace was peace. Why did he only get it half right? Master, I do think I know him. Shinbella stepped out from the crowd.
The mercenaries did not have anything else to do, so they crowded around the interrogation room. Most mercenaries were contradictory themselves. They were warm and cold-blooded at the same time. They looked cold-blooded when they thought it was fun to watch Yi interrogating Sadie. However, they could face danger with strong will and fight for their lives. If their peers died in front of them, they would not shed tears.
They did not care to cry.
They would rather go after the person who killed their peers.
You are right that you know him, Anfey said casually.
He is the third child of Hotchbany.
His name is Sadie. F***CK. Is Tiger of Tao mercenary group setting us up? Audiobooks yelled with anger.
If this had happened previously, Audiobooks would not dare think of fighting back against Tiger of Tao mercenary group, not even behind their backs. Now the League of Mercenaries had about 2,000 mercenaries, no less than what Tiger of Tao mercenary group had.
In addition, the League of Mercenaries had 2 senior swordswomen, Susanna and Shinbella, the number 1 master swordsman, Ernest, and Anfey.
Audiobooks no longer thought Tiger of Tao mercenary group was such a strong enemy.
Audiobooks could become more arrogant when he got better. Anfey recruited Audiobooks because Audiobooks was very loyal, or at least completely honest with Anfey. There were no perfect people in this world. Anfey never asked too much of others.
On the other hand, if Audiobooks was perfect, that is, powerful, capable, charismatic and had good vision, Anfey would not have recruited him. Anfey probably would have killed him when he had the chance. If 2 men rode a horse, one must ride behind. This was the cruel reality everyone had to face. Alice could have a peaceful life because she did not have her own group. As smart as she was, she had been showing her weakness and her dependency on purpose. If Alice had the same fighting ability as Susanna and accepted Kumaragosha's loyalty, there could have been a bloody fight between Alice and Anfey. Anfey could not stand it when people betrayed him. Both Anfey and Alice were decisive. The difference was that Anfey was decisive in protecting his interests while Alice was decisive in subjecting herself to Anfey.
Master, why did Tiger of Tao mercenary group want to set us up? Shinbella asked, even more curious than Audiobooks. Anfey shook his head. I have not figured it out yet.
But it is not important anymore.
They are going to die anyway.
Master, Shinbella hesitated a little bit before she continued. I think we should not have conflict with Tiger of Tao mercenary group on our own. There are other mercenary groups out there, Glory mercenary group and Storm mercenary group. We should avoid any unnecessary losses at this time.
Shinbella, what do you mean? Are you scared? Audiobooks asked in anger. Shinbella could not help smiling bitterly. She did not like Audiobooks or his subordinates. 3 people could make a crowd. Not only did Audiobooks like to brag, so did his subordinates. Hearing them talk too much, Shinbella thought Audiobooks was Anfey's favorite among all 6 units.
It was not good for Shinbella to have some conflict with Audiobooks. Audiobooks, you did not understand what Shinbella meant.
Anfey waved his hand. Shinbella meant we should not get into conflicts on our own.
Yes,
Shinbella said immediately.
Master Christian is the supervisor of Shield of Light Legion. With his help, no matter how powerful Tiger of Tao mercenary group is, they could not be a match with the Legion. In addition to Shield of Light Legion, we could have Glory and Storm mercenary groups on our side in the fight against Morta.
Anfey gave a Shinbella a long look. Shinbella rarely talked, so Anfey had no chance to know her personality.
As time went by, Shinbella gradually came out of her shell.
Audiobooks laughed.
I knew Commander Shinbella would not be a coward. We need to have courage, but not too much, otherwise it would be arrogance.
Anfey hinted to Audiobooks.
He did not know if Ozic got it or not, but he had no control over it. With Anfey's support, Shinbella got quieter instead. She stepped back and was afraid she would offend Ozic if she said anything more. Sure, Bella and Ozic had different intentions. Ozic believed in Anfey's ability and chose to work for Anfey, while Shinbella, with Anfey's help, had killed her ex, who showed no affection towards her and hurt her very badly.
Shinbella thought Anfey was her lifesaver.
She did not think she was his subordinate.
Compared to Ozic, she had much more loyalty towards Anfey. "Master, I am done."
Yi slowly walked over.
"Really?" Anfey asked. The setup was about 40 miles to the northwest.
"There are over 30 elf shooters and over 100 mercenaries hidden there, waiting for us," he said.
"Are you sure the information is correct?" Anfey asked. "It should be right." Yi smiled.
After Sadie agreed to speak up, I asked him a few questions, then asked him other questions for a while. I even asked him when he first had sex before I came back to that question.
Sadie answered it quickly, and same as before.
"Master, Yi is professional in this area," Ozic said.
He seemed to be asking for a compliment from Yi.
Of course, if he did it for the Legion, his supervisor, Ozic, seemed to contribute to the Legion as well. If there are only 30 elf shooters and 100 mercenaries, we could easily beat them.
"Ask everyone to sleep early."
"We have to leave tomorrow morning," Anfey said, nodding.
"Okay."
Ozic looked excited as he rubbed his hands. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 380, Prices to Pay. Chapter 380, Prices to Pay. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. 5 elves were traveling through the dense forest of transverse mountains.
All 5 elves were beautiful women who looked eerily similar to each other. The only thing that differed between the elves were the bows they bore.
The 5 female elves were traveling at a high speed.
Despite their pace, none of them appeared tired, and their breathing was still evenly paced. They were sent by the elf elders on a mission, and their ultimate goal was to reconstruct the glory of the Elven Empire. The empire fell because of the elves' peaceful nature.
Unlike humans, they did not like war.
Because of this, the elves were not as powerful as humans. Now, however, the elves had learned from humans and had become more warlike. The 5 elves were all elites. The leader was famous for her ability to hit the target from any distance. Even though they still could not find what they were looking for, they were very calm and did not appear irritated. The leader suddenly stopped and raised her hand. The other 4 elves stopped as well. They felt the signal the druids sent. In order to fight against a swordsmaster, the elves knew that they must split up to achieve maximum effect. The elves slowed and began searching for a proper hiding spot.
Soon, all 5 of them disappeared from view.
The elf to the left was hiding in the crown of a large tree. She narrowed her eyes as she felt a slight vibration in the tree under her. She jumped out of the tree and dashed forward. The trunk of the tree she was standing on exploded, bits of wood flying.
A figure in blue appeared and dashed towards the elf.
In the figure's hand was a gleaming longsword. The elf was shocked by the speed of her opponent. She tried to block the attack, but her opponent was too strong. The sword broke her bow and plunged into her chest.
Susanna spun around as the elf fell silently to the ground.
She searched the forest and located another nearby elf. Just as she was about to dash towards the elf, she felt a sudden gust of wind. She turned around and slashed, pushing aside an incoming arrow with her sword. The arrow flew past her and buried itself into a nearby tree.
Susanna's eyes widened in shock.
She didn't know any of the elves, but she knew that whoever just fired that shot was very powerful. A normal archer would never be able to fire an arrow that could bury itself that deeply into a tree, especially not after the arrow was slowed by her sword. She realized that she had underestimated her opponents. Every time she tried to break out of her opponent's formation, she would be forced back by arrows.
The druids were not who she was concerned about.
If she had just been facing druids, she could get away any time she wanted. The swordsman posed no threat to her either.
She could easily defeat swordsmen and druids.
It was the archer that worried her. She couldn't see the elf and knew that elves are hard to find. She had just engaged an enemy, and the archer had already fired. Clearly, this archer was very fast.
Finding a good hiding place was very hard. Susanna spent a few minutes searching for an ideal hiding place and found a small cave in the side of the mountain. She ducked into the cave and listened carefully for any movement outside.
She hoped that the cave would be enough to hide her from the druids. She had only 2 choices right now. She had to either attack her weakest opponent or she would have to attack her strongest opponent. The archer would suffice, which was why she had targeted the archer. What she did not know was that the druids were panicking due to the death of their leader. If they had not panicked and fallen for her simple trick, she would not have survived this. Susanna heard the sound of leaves rustling outside and knew that it was the archer she was waiting for. She quietly left the small cave and spotted the archer among the leaves. She jumped up and dashed towards the archer. She knew that she had to take out that archer in order to do anything else. The unicorn stumbled after Susanna, whinnying. The archer saw Susanna. She narrowed her eyes and knocked her bow, sending arrow after arrow towards Susanna. She fired 3 arrows in mere seconds. Susanna had just left the cave when the first arrow came flying towards her. She raised her sword and deflected all 3 incoming arrows. The archer did not expect to kill Susanna with 3 arrows, anyway. Her speed of releasing arrows increased. The bowstring vibrated violently every time she let an arrow loose. The other elves joined her as well, sending arrows after Susanna at incredible speed. Susanna did not back away in the face of a storm of arrows. She summoned more combat power and pushed forward. She held the sword out in front of her and increased her speed. The archer frowned. A green arrow appeared in her hand. She knocked the bow slowly, the bow pointing at not Susanna but at the crown of the tree she was standing in. The arrow disappeared into the tree crown. Susanna dashed forward, pushing through the storm of arrows. Suddenly, a green arrow fell towards Susanna from above. The arrow pierced through her combat power and headed towards her. Susanna was wearing light blue armor and the arrow bounced off of it. Blue light rippled around the place where the arrow hit Susanna's armor. The elf frowned. It couldn't be. She whispered. Susanna was wearing Berry's gift, azure armor. She knew that it was a very powerful suit of armor and she only wore it when she was certain she needed the extra protection. Susanna pressed on, ignoring the strange green arrow. She needed to get close to the archer. The archer sighed, and another green arrow appeared in her hand. She did not want to back down in front of a human. Her hands were very steady as she released a second green arrow. The green arrow flew towards Susanna and transformed into a green net. Susanna's combat power flared up and tore through the net. Normally, the net would be more than enough to trap her. However, Susanna knew that she had nothing to lose. The archer frowned. Like Susanna, she had underestimated her opponent as well. However, she did not waver in front of Susanna. Susanna jumped up towards the archer. Both Susanna and the archer knew that only one of them could walk away from this fight. Susanna bellowed as she pointed her sword at the archer and attacked. The archer knocked a strange, gold arrow. The arrow clashed with Susanna's combat power and disappeared into its light. A second later, Susanna's sword pierced the archer's body. The archer screamed in pain as she and Susanna fell towards the forest floor. They crashed to the ground. The archer coughed in pain as Susanna pulled her sword free. A few moments later, the archer drew her last breath and was still. The other elves, seeing their leader being murdered in cold blood, knew that they were no match for Susanna. They glanced at each other and quickly disappeared into the forest, fleeing the scene. Susanna dashed towards the fleeing elves. She caught up to one of them and stabbed the elf through the chest. Then she left the wounded elf and killed another one. However, one of the elves had already disappeared. Susanna sighed and took a few steps back. She knew that the elf wouldn't be coming back. Her combat power was nearly depleted and she needed to rest. She had to recover before the druids found her, or else she will not walk away from this fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381, Myths. Chapter 381, Myths. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey liked nights. Some people were energetic during the day but very sleepy in the evening. They could not stop yawning after midnight. Anfey never felt that way. He seemed to be more alert and sharper at night. He also liked to travel at night. After connecting with Heart of Nature, he acquired super sensing ability, which allowed him to become the king of the night. What others could not see or hear, he could hear and see very clearly. The utmost in the natural world displayed in front of him without any secrets. At that moment, Anfey could clearly see about 30 elves sleeping on 3 tall ancient trees about 600 yards away. The 3 trees formed an equilateral triangle. From wherever one group was attacked, the other 2 groups of elves could come to their aid right away. No elf need to be on watch on 2 of the trees while just 1 elf was on watch on the 3rd. It was close to dawn, which was the time people felt sleepiest and most tired. The elf on watch seemed to be affected by the sleep cycle. She leaned against the tree, falling asleep once a while. She leaned her bow behind the tree. She unconsciously kicked it with her heels.
As a result, the bough slowly leaned, and finally fell on the grass.
The sound of the falling bough did not wake the elf up. Instead, she seemed to fall sound asleep.
The elf seemed to be right in front of Anfey. He could even see the hairs on the elf's face.
Over 20 mercenaries talked quietly around a bonfire about 200 yards away from the elves' camp. They looked fresher than the elves. The mercenaries planned to leave in the early morning and attack the elves and Tiger of Tall mercenaries. They were still discussing the details of their plan. Audiobooks and his group were concerned about fighting over 30 elves, since they had no idea how many arrows those elves could shoot from the beginning of the fight to the end. Anfey and Shinbella were not concerned with the threats from elves, but regular mercenaries had to be worried.
Audiobooks expected that more than 100 mercenaries would get hurt or killed in the fight.
Anfey decided to change the plan, because he did not want to see unnecessary casualties even though they all knew they made a living by risking their lives, and being hurt or killed was inevitable in battle. Anfey decided to leave early, around midnight, and start the fight before dawn.
Audiobooks and Shinbella would take their 2 groups of mercenaries to surround the elves. Anfey's job was to get to the camp first to kill all the onlookers. Anfey did not expect his plan would actually affect many people.
The so-called equality was a lie made by bards.
They never enjoyed equality.
A king had a bunch of government officials and noblemen, while those same officials and noblemen had their own people working for them. When the country was under siege, the king was never the first one in danger. The king would not spend so much money on the military for nothing. Audiobooks, for instance, could not run in front when they were in a tough battle. Audiobooks could be considered an official, so he had people who would sacrifice themselves for him.
It was rare to see leaders like Anfey who would go into the enemy camp on their own for the sake of the whole team's safety.
They only knew the size of their enemy, but had no idea how many top powers were there and what kind of difficulty they would encounter.
Even Audiobooks and Shinbella saw Anfey differently. Anfey knew himself well. He was confident of traveling in the dark. He felt like he was going to have fun instead of completing a mission.
For a short time, Anfey had easily walked behind the elf who was on watch without any of the anxiety an assassin would normally feel. He looked more like he was visiting a friend. Anfey paused for a second before he bent down to pick up the bow. He looked at the elf and observed that the elf did not notice him. Anfey carefully drew his bow and aimed at the elf. He let his finger go and the arrow flew hard at the elf's neck. When the elf opened her eyes after feeling the pain, Anfey had turned the bow around on her neck. He grabbed the back of her neck with his left hand while he pulled the bow back with his right hand.
The bowstring choked the elf and cut deep into her neck.
A trickle of blood oozed out. The elf only struggled a little bit before she slowly fell unconscious on Anfey. Anfey was very strong, and he cut through the elf's blood vessels and trachea in the blink of an eye.
She went limp and died.
Anfey slowly lay the elf's body with her stomach on the ground. He carefully looked around and found elves still sleeping while mercenaries were still chatting.
Nobody noticed Anfey.
The place was lightly guarded, but that made sense. Prey had to be alert at all times, but predators did not have to be as tense as prey. The elves and mercenaries undoubtedly both thought they were the predators.
Audiobooks and Shinbella came down with their respective teams.
Shinbella's team was in charge of elves, while Audiobooks was in charge of Tiger of Tall mercenaries.
Long and Ling took the lead, one for Shinbella and the other for Audiobooks. Anfey suddenly frowned.
An elf sleeping on a branch opened her sleepy eyes and sniffed. She looked like she was smelling something.
Anfey figured out the problem.
Blood had a rusty smell. Elves were really sensitive to smell. She must have smelled something unusual. Luckily, elves loved evergreens. Under the cover of the trees, the elf did not see what happened underneath her.
Anfey carefully bent down and picked up the body.
He turned around to the other side of the tree and put the body on the ground again. He dug some rotten earth and covered the elf's neck, so the blood smell would spread more slowly and other elves wake up from it. Anfey could see every move of the other elf, so he was not nervous. He had not made a sound so far. The elf jumped off the branch.
Anfey straightened his back and waited for an opportunity.
Although the elf smelled something unusual, she did not necessarily know what the smell was, so she did not wake her peers up, instead deciding to check on it herself.
Ika.
The elf looked around and called the other elf's name. Anfey squeezed his voice a little and answered her with a simple yes.
You, little sleepy, I knew you would fall asleep. The elf smiled and walked around the tree.
Anfey stepped forward diagonally as he quickly reached his left hand out to grab the elf's throat.
His strong grip not only closed the elf's larynx, it also lifted her up by her neck. Anfey held his breath, watching to see if those sleeping elves would notice anything.
That elf struggled lightly for a moment. Unfortunately, she was lifted in the air and could not get out of Anfey's grasp, not to mention warn her peers. She continued to struggle, grabbing Anfey's hand. She scratched his hand and drew some blood with her final effort before her arms fell limp. Anfey had turned himself into a statue, not moving at all. He did not let the elf's body fall to the ground for a quite while until he was sure no elf had woken up. Anfey did not even care about the blood trickling from where the elf had scratched. 300 yards away, then 200 yards away, Shinbella and her mercenaries were quietly approaching as Anfey slowly closed his eyes. Just as he could dismiss the natural magic druids released, he could sense any living being with his telepathy and try to build a relationship with it in a very subtle way. Anfey had killed 2 elves without anyone noticing, a hard feat for even a few hundred mercenaries. By the time Shinbella was about 60 yards away from Anfey, a few elves had already slowly sat up. They sensed something unusual and nervously looked down to check what was happening. Anfey suddenly opened his eyes. The 3 big ancient trees where elves rested suddenly moved like gigantic savage monsters. The branches started to swing like crazy. No matter whether elves had been awake or asleep, they were suddenly swinging out of the trees. Anfey moved so fast in the air towards the mercenaries about 200 yards away that he barely left any shadow. He thought there was no doubt Shinbella could take care of the elves now. Anfey's flying action was a signal. Suddenly, their animalistic screams and yells rose from everywhere. Shinbella rushed over with her mercenaries, while Audiobooks led his mercenaries into the station of Tiger of Tall mercenary group. The 20 or so mercenaries around the bonfire were stunned and jumped to their feet one after another. As they were ready to turn around to help their peers, a person rushed out of the forest and ran at them with extremely quickly. If those mercenaries were not blind, they could tell it was Anfey glaring in the dark with a fire sword about 8 yards long. Anfey ran so fast that the fire sword left a fire tail about 10 yards long. The mercenaries looked at each other and screamed as they all pulled out their weapons and ran at Anfey. The elf archers knew they were in danger. The ancient trees were tall and big. Some elves were tossed out diagonally, while others were tossed dozens of yards into the air. They fell down in different places with a thud on the ground. Besides a few good elf archers, most of them got hurt to a certain degree. Some even passed out. They did not notice how bad the situation was until they were ready to fight back. No one would sleep with bows on their back. That would be too uncomfortable, so they usually piled their weapons together. Now they had no idea where their weapons had been tossed. They were stunned and frozen there. Anfey swung his sword into a crowd of about 20 elves. He was at a disadvantage in numbers, but his fighting ability was way better than all 20 of them together. He was like a lion to 20 rabbits. The quantity of enemies did not mean much to Anfey. In the blink of an eye, Anfey had killed most of those mercenaries. The only about 8 mercenaries left were so shocked by Anfey's fighting ability. He knew they had no chance to fight against him and were ready to turn and run. Unfortunately for them, Anfey was about 10 times faster than they were. In addition, Anfey's fire sword could reach a large area. Even though they ran in different directions, he could still easily take all their lives with one swing of his fire sword. Audiobooks took his mercenaries to recklessly kill Tiger of Tall mercenaries in the camp. Some Tiger of Tall mercenaries who surrendered and dared not fight back were pulled to the side. The Tiger of Tall mercenaries with lower fighting ability were countered by over 10 of Audiobooks' mercenaries with axes. Audiobooks' mercenaries swung their axes at Tiger of Tall mercenaries, who were no match in a one-on-one fight, not to mention 1-on-10. Tiger of Tall mercenaries with higher fighting abilities were shot by crossbow arrows. The power of crossbow arrows made by Jacob could not be neglected. It was very hard for people to react to them in time because of their speed. Beside the speed, their humongous magic power had killed those mercenaries one after another, even though the mercenaries' fighting ability was high. Shinbella seemed to finish her job even easier. The bare-handed elves posed no threat to Shinbella's team. As a result, elves were roughly pushed to the ground by mercenaries. A few elves who tried to save themselves with magic had angered Shinbella. She slayed them with her gigantic sword. The battle ended fast. Audiobooks caught over 40 captives. The rest of Tiger of Tall mercenary group had been killed. Shinbella caught 17 elves alive. They only had to clean up the battlefield, which was a great opportunity for them to collect trophies and get rich. Anfey laid his eyes on the elves and slowly moved back and forth. Audiobooks tried to learn from Anfey, and he looked at those elves as well, but they thought totally different things. Anfey wanted to find the answer for a myth to why Manstali tried to kill him, while Audiobooks looked at the elves with desire. Audiobooks could not believe it, they captured over a dozen elves. He even sent out dozens of elves to kill me. Anfey had an incredulous smile on his face. Can anyone explain why are you trying to kill me? I did not think I had any conflicts with elves. The elves were quiet. They were tied tightly and forced to kneel on the ground.
Elves were too proud to surrender to their enemies.
They were surrounded by many mercenaries. Other mercenaries were cleaning up the battlefield, and about 20 of them were watching the captives of Tiger of Ta mercenaries. Some mercenaries did not have room to stand, so they even climbed into the trees because it was rare to be able to see elves.
Anfey shook his head.
He did not expect to get an answer from the elves.
He could not decide what he would do to them.
He definitely could kill a few to vent his anger. However, he had already killed over a dozen, and if he killed the rest, he might make a lifelong enemy of elves.
He thought he should not do that before he could figure out the real intention of Bruzeriano. If Bruzeriano wanted to take Manstali's side, Anfey could only find a middle ground. Anfey suddenly felt element surges in the distance before he could say anything. Anfey could not help looking into the distance.
He saw 2 black dots flying from a distance. While others could not even tell whether those 2 black dots were people or birds, Anfey had already recognized them. One was Blavi, and the other one was Rizka.
Anfey was shocked to see Rizka there. Blavi and Rizka flew close to Anfey very quickly. They first flew up to make sure the group underneath them were their people before they landed.
Neither Blavi nor Rizka looked too good. They both looked exhausted, especially Rizka. When Rizka landed, he stumbled and almost fell. He could not wait to speak.
"Anfey, we finally find you. What happened?" Anfey hurriedly asked after seeing Rizka so nervous. "Alice sent me here. Susanna."
Rizka suddenly stopped and said earnestly, "Anfey, don't get too upset.
You have to control it, okay?" Anfey felt his head ringing.
Not only his face turned pale but also his lips. He usually thought more than others, and especially when Manstali tried to cheat him in Susanna's name.
He could understand Manstali's scheme, but Susanna also might be able to now, which had worried Anfey for the past few days.
Seeing Rizka's face, he instinctively thought the worst, that Susanna had been killed.
"What happened to Susanna?"
Anfey's voice slightly trembled.
"I was worried you would not be able to control yourself." Rizka had a bitter smile. "You? King, tell me."
Maybe it took Rizka too long to speak, or Anfey cared about Susanna's safety so much that Anfey totally lost control. He screamed before he threw himself at Rizka and grabbed Rizka's collar.
Rizka was only a mage and did not have a strong body.
He felt choked by a steel grip and could not breathe. His eyes rolled immediately.
Everybody was stunned. Everybody said Christian was a gentleman, as was Anfey. No matter what happened, Anfey always looked nice.
This was the first time any of them had seen Anfey lose his temper.
Blavi was the first to react. He immediately rushed over to grab Anfey's arms. "Anfey, calm down, calm down. F***ck off." Anfey shook his shoulder. Blavi was hit and landed a few yards away. He flew at the crowd.
Luckily, Shinbella held him in time.
Anfey looked fierce and crazy. He stared at Rizka and said, "Tell me." It was absolutely quiet right now.
He yelled those 2 words instead of speaking them.
Rizka rolled his eyes and struggled to point at Anfey's hands. "Anfey, you are choking Rizka. He can't say anything." Blavi rushed back and gripped Anfey's arms tightly.
Everyone there was stunned, but only Blavi could come out to stop Anfey, because he believed they were friends in good times and bad, and he did not think Anfey would not hurt him. Anfey took a deep breath and slowly let Rizka go, but he still looked mad and crazy.
Rizka gasped.
After Anfey released Rizka, he bent over and struggled for air.
"Rizka, hurry up and tell Anfey."
"If you do tell him now, it will only make him more upset," Blavi sighed.
"And, Anfey, Susanna is missing." Rizka finally got to the point. "Missing?" Anfey was shocked. "Yes, she was lost after she left Violet City.
The little unicorn was with her." Rizka was afraid Anfey would go crazy on him again, so he said hurriedly, "Alice has sent many people to search for Susanna."
Master Ernest found out about it and went to search for Susanna as well. "Then what happened after they searched for Susanna?" Anfey asked.
"We found a trace of her. Master Ernest said a group of druids and elf archers must have attacked Susanna, but it seemed that Susanna escaped from them.
They did not get her." Rizka took some time to catch his breath.
He continued, "Master Ernest asked me to tell you not to worry about Susanna. She should be fine with her fighting ability as long as she remains alert.
She might have gone back to Moramatch." Anfey did not look so angry and fierce anymore. "Where is Uncle Ernest?" "Master Ernest went to keep searching for Susanna," Rizka said. Anfey went quiet for a while.
He finally figured what had happened and forced a smile.
"Blavi and Rizka, I am sorry. I was just,
Blavy patted Anfey on the shoulder and chuckled nervously. What are you talking about, Anfey?
I know you were worried. Anfey, if you had grabbed my neck with a bit more strength, I probably would not be able to hear you say sorry now.
Rizka was still a little scared as he rubbed his neck. The choking feeling was horrible, Rizka thought to himself. Anfey held his hand out and lightly punched Rizka's chest to show he was really sorry about what he had done. He did lose control of himself, and now he slowly was regaining composure. Ernest was right. The first surprise attack was the most dangerous battle for Susanna. As long as she was alert, Susanna should have the ability to protect herself. Even if she could not win the fight, she definitely could flee from danger unless her opponent was a top power.
Manstali should still be in Mayho Empire. Yolanthe would not let Philip do anything ridiculous. Other top powers had no reason to go after Susanna. Susanna never had any conflicts with them, nor did she have any conflict of interests with them. They would not risk being the enemies of other top powers to go after Susanna.
Thinking these thoughts, Anfey felt a lot better, even though he was still worried.
Rizka, take a quick rest.
We have to leave soon, Anfey said quietly.
Rizka shook his head. I do not need it.
He saw a row of elves kneeling on the ground.
He asked in surprise, why are there elves? They set up Susanna and now want to set me up.
It looks like they tried to catch all of us at once, Anfey sneered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 382, Cleanup. Chapter 382, Cleanup. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
I thought the elves were supposed to be peace-loving, Blavy said, shaking his head. Even though he respected the elves, he was angered by their actions. They did not want to fight with the elves.
They even had elves with them.
However, it was the elves that started the fight. Blavy knew that the 4 elves that came to join them should not be trusted either. The mercenaries had finished the job, and a few walked over to Yi. They whispered something to him, and Yi nodded, turning to Anfey.
The cleanup is almost done, Yi said.
I suggest that we head back immediately.
Anfey nodded in agreement. What should we do with the prisoners?
Yi asked, glancing at the huddled elves. They will slow us down.
Anfey frowned and said with a sigh, kill all of them.
If the elves only targeted him, he could take it as proof that Manstali was working against him. However, they also targeted Susanna, which proved that the elves were working against him even without Manstali's direction. If he let those elves go, the elves would think that he was too weak. He needed to teach the elves a lesson. Anfey's words were clearly not received well. A lot of mercenaries were very disappointed by his decision, even Ozik was shaking his head. The elves, however, did not cry out or protest despite their shock.
Normally, the worst punishment for an elf would be slavery. Yi nodded and waved at his men.
Wait, my lord, a mercenary standing behind Shinbella suddenly said.
What is it? Anfey asked.
If you are going to kill them anyway, my lord, why don't you give them to us? The mercenary asked with a smirk.
The mercenaries around him burst out laughing.
The mercenary had said something a lot of the others were thinking.
Even Ozik grinned. What did you just say? Anfey asked quietly. Ozik frowned.
He was very sensitive to changes in people's moods. Anfey sounded very calm, but Ozik felt that he was planning something. Give those elves to us, my lord, the mercenary said. We'll take care of them for you.
The mercenaries laughed again. Some of the elves looked at the mercenaries with disdain, but they did not make a noise.
One of the nearby mercenaries reached over and grabbed one of the elves with a smirk on his face. The elf he grabbed narrowed her eyes in disgust. She yanked her arm out of his grip and slapped his hand away. The mercenary, angered by her resistance, took a step back and drew his sword. Shinbella, Anfey called. Is he your man? Shinbella nodded. She did not approve of the mercenary's actions either, but she wasn't certain when she should intervene.
Anfey glanced at the mercenary. Shinbella nodded.
She dashed towards the mercenary and knocked his sword out of his hand. Then she kicked him in the chest, sending him flying through the air. The laughter and jeering stopped as the mercenary landed on the ground with a grunt. We are mercenaries, Anfey said, looking at the silent mercenaries.
Not robbers, not rapists. Anyone who suggests otherwise can leave now.
He paused and looked at the mercenary who first spoke. He knew he had to punish the elves to make an example, but he did not want to put them through unnecessary suffering. He was in the right in punishing them, but he wouldn't be in the right if he let the mercenaries do whatever they wanted with the elves. If he let the mercenaries do whatever they wanted, his leadership could be questioned in the future. Saul and Bruzeriano had placed their hopes in him, and he couldn't let them down. His friends and wife were depending on him as well, so he couldn't let them down either. Anfey glanced at Yi, who nodded and drew his sword. Unlike the elves, the captured mercenaries begged for mercy before they were executed. The elves, although they were clearly terrified, steeled themselves in the face of death. They did not make a single noise as they died. The mercenary that first suggested turning the elves over to the mercenaries stood there. He glanced at the dead elves, as if ashamed by his earlier suggestion. He knew Anfey would not let him back into the mercenary group. The mercenary lying on the ground did not move as the prisoners died. No one wanted to approach and help him because no one wanted Anfey and Shinbella to get angry again. After the bodies were cleaned up, Audiobooks took his men and began heading back. Anfey and Shinbella began heading back as well after they exchanged a few brief words. Yi, however, remained still as if he had some unfinished business. Soon, the only people left on the field were Yi and the two exiled mercenaries. The mercenary that was still conscious walked over to Yi carefully. "My lord," he called. He had been part of Jagged Rose mercenary group since he was a teenager. It was a very sad thing to see his friends turn away from him as if they were strangers. To him, Shinbella's action was betrayal. He did not know what to do. "What is it?" Yi asked. "You are familiar with Lord Anfey, my lord," the mercenary said. "Can you talk to Lord Anfey for me? Please, I will forever be in your debt." Yi sighed. "If you want women, there are hundreds of women in White Mountain City," he said, shaking his head. I know, the mercenary said. "Please, help me." "I will try," Yi said. "I promise nothing." "Thank you, my lord." Yi waved his hand. "You're lucky," he said, glancing at the unconscious mercenary. "At least you're not him." The mercenary nodded. "I never thought Lady Shinbella would." Yi narrowed his eyes and glanced at the unconscious mercenary. "Is he moving? Really?" The mercenary frowned and turned to look at the man. Before he could do anything, however, a sharp pain in his chest distracted him. He froze, then fell to the ground as Yi pulled his sword out. "You are blaming Shinbella for this," he said as he walked over to the unconscious man. "You will only be trouble in the future. I have to take care of you too now." He slashed the unconscious man's neck and shook his sword. Yi knew that if enemies had found these two mercenaries, they would have spilled everything they knew. That would put everyone in danger. The dying mercenary watched as Yi left, then he spat on the ground and grew still. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 383, Changed Rules. Chapter 383, Changed Rules. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. According to the information blog he had, Archknight Fernando had ordered his entire army to attack Redenburg after Anfey had left Shield of Light Legion with Audiobooks and a few others. It would take Anfey a few days to go back and forth, so he figured Fernando would have taken Redenburg during that time. Anfey asked Audiobooks to take his unit to the front and travel directly to Redenburg. It was not a peaceful trip. Many death spirits came at them like one swarm of flies after another. Fortunately, these death spirits could not pose any threat to a group of more than 1,000 mercenaries and were killed. After fighting this kind of battle against zombies, mercenaries seemed to get used to his kind of weak attack. After 3 days, Anfey led his mercenaries to Redenburg. As Anfey expected, Redenburg had become a command post for Shield of Light Legion. About 100 flags with different embroidered designs flew around Redenburg. These flags had practical usage. Every flag represented a group. The one with a warhorse on his hind legs in the center of a shield represented the frontiers of the Shield of Light Legion. The one with a knight's spear in the center of a shield represented the cavalry. The one with a roaring lion in the center of the shield represented Fernando's personal bodyguards, which meant the central command was in the Redenburg. Not only each battalion, but also each squadron and regiment had its own flag. It helped the commanders to give clear instructions to their people. By now, Anfey could be considered a big shot. After finding out Anfey was back, Fernando and Christian both came out of the headquarters to welcome and greet him. As they walked back to the headquarters, Archknight Fernando walked in front, with Anfey and Christian walking behind. An unwelcomed voice rose, "Master Anfey? I heard you lost your wife? Please accept my condolences." Ha ha ha. Anfey was shocked and turned around to where the voice came from. Marquis Joser and a few Knights of Light were approaching. Marquis Joser had a gloating smile on his face. The Knights of Light looked a little awkward. Although many knew that Susanna was missing, few had detailed information about it.
They just thought Susanna must have been attacked by death spirits.
This was not good news for most Knights of Light. They did have conflicts with Anfey for sure, but necromancers were their biggest enemy right now. Whether they could win the battle with necromancers would decide their fate. Anfey was on the same side in this battle and had made some major contributions. He even worked with Slandria and killed Necromancer Annunciata. It just showed they had no class if they were happy about Susanna's unfortunate fate. The Knights of Light felt a little awkward, but Christian already looked mad.
Even Fernando looked a little annoyed. Compared with Anfey, Joser was of little use except for his marquis title and some influence in the upper classes.
Anfey was capable and got things done, so seemed to be more helpful to Fernando.
Of course. Susanna is nothing special to you. You have some elf maids with you. It is no big deal. Joser was interrupted by a slapping sound.
Anfey had appeared in front of Marquis Joser and hit him. Anfey did not punch too hard because he did not want to kill him right now, but not too light either because he would not be able to vent his anger otherwise.
Marquis Joser put his hand on his cheek, stunned. He did not think Anfey would ever dare to hit him in the public.
Everybody knew he was a marquis in the Empire.
How dare! Joser yelled. However, Marquis Joser's yell was interrupted again. This time his sound reverberated back. Anfey swung his arm and punched Joser on the other cheek. Anfey kept swinging and hitting Marquis Joser without holding anything back.
He put enough strength into the punches to make sure Marquis Joser swayed from left to right but did not fall to the ground.
Master Anfey, Fernando called to Anfey worriedly.
He felt Marquis Joser was very nasty to Anfey, but he had to stop Anfey, since Marquis Joser helped him before.
Anfey gave Joser one last shot as Joser spun in a half circle and fell to the ground. He looked at Anfey with dull eyes.
His mouth was open but did not make any sound. He was not scared by Anfey, but Anfey had given him a concussion.
The weak old man lost consciousness and could not even feel the pain or react in any way. The Knights of Light behind Joser hurried over and blocked Anfey from Joser. Anfey kept his poker face and walked away. Master Anfey, you are. Fernando had a bitter smile on his face. In addition to constraints from Christian, Fernando's authority was limited. Even if Anfey had killed Joser, he had no way to punish Anfey. To provide stability in the organization, he had to have Anfey on his side. The only option he had was to talk to Anfey and convince him. If he took a hard line with Anfey, he would only put himself in a defensive position. Two Knights of Light held Marquis Joser up. His face had swollen and blood dripped down from the corners of his mouth down to the chest. His eyes were still dull. Fernando was worried that Anfey had hit Joser so hard it would cause brain damage. Anfey causally shook his hands like nothing had happened. He did not respond to Fernando's pleas. Christian said quietly, Anfey, let it go. We have time. We will get him sometime. Christian's response actually shocked many people. He was such a gentle and polite young man. He never talked to anyone so aggressively. People actually changed as their circumstances changed. Susanna and Anfey had done so much so they could live safely. Christian thought Susanna and Anfey were his closest friends. Marquis Joser's gloating had made me feel terrible for Anfey. If he did not have such a sensitive position, he already would have beaten Joser up himself. Fernando cringed. Christian made it sound like punching Joser today was not enough, and they would get him later. Fernando could say anything to Christian at that moment. He said, Master Christian, we have waited for Master Anfey for so long. Let's not waste time talking about it now. What happened? Anfey asked, shocked. According to our plan, we should have continued forward after we took Redenburg. As you can see, Shield of Light Legion did not move at all. Fernando heaved a sigh. Let's talk inside. Okay. Anfey nodded and followed Fernando in. No one, including Anfey, realized Anfey's fight with Marquis Joser had changed the way he handled things. Besides dealing with some weak and small groups, Anfey had been very cautious and never wanted to pick a fight with anyone. He had always fought back after others picked fights with him. After realizing Zeta was the grandson of Master Swordsman Philip, Anfey regretted killing him. He still thought he should not have killed Zeta even though he himself was in serious danger. At that moment, after realizing Manstali was behind the Druids and the unpredictable potential of elves, he would still kill Druids and elves. Knowing Joser was a Marquis of the Empire and the consequences of making a large group of nobles unhappy with him, he still hid Joser. Fernando, Anfey and his group quickly walked into a tall and grand residential house. As everybody took a seat, Fernando rubbed his hands and looked at Christian. Master Christian, should you tell him or should I? You can tell. You know the situation better than me, Christian said. Okay. Fernando hesitated for a second and said, "First of all, I have to admit I made a huge mistake." "Master Fernando, you have blamed yourself already several times." "You really do not have to do that," Christian said with a smile. "No, I have to make it clear." Fernando shook his head.
"Because of my mistake, the whole plan fell through.
I have to take responsibility." "That's serious?" Anfey asked in surprise.
"Yes, very serious. I plan to divide the army into 2 units, one to help Shuclan City and the other to help Madrid town."
"I think you know about this plan as well, but we cannot go anywhere now." Fernando looked helpless. "You must have seen a lot of death spirits when you came back from the northwest?" "Yes, I did," Anfey said. "If you do not mind my asking, why did you suddenly leave the Legion?" Fernando looked concerned. "Some friends were trapped by death spirits."
"It was urgent, so I did not have time to talk to you about it before I took my mercenaries over there," Anfey said.
"I see." Fernando nodded. He knew Anfey was just giving an excuse.
He was really interested in the reason why Anfey suddenly left the Legion, but it was not a good time to discover Anfey's secrets. He returned to the topic at hand. "My plan was built on a premise that we have to save trapped mercenaries and wipe out all the death spirits around every territory we take over.
The previous Death Wars taught us that all death spirits acted in a whole unit.
If we were attacked by any death spirits, the nearby death spirits would come and help them. At the moment, they are not under the command of necromancers, but I still think the nearby death spirits would come help other death spirits.
If I pick a fight with them, I think we could easily wipe out all the nearby death spirits.
Death spirits are currently in chaos without the leadership of necromancers.
When we passed through the Transverse Mountains, we had many fights with them.
Every zombie group had a leader.
Did you notice they would not help each other?" Anfey said. "I did notice that. I thought they were just wandering zombies left behind."
The main force of death spirits should have continued their traditions of willing sacrifice and unity and had uncontrollable desire for human flesh and blood. However, the reality is the frontier unit under my command had a fight with death spirits and killed some zombies after they arrived at Rettenberg. This fight was to attract more hatred and gather more zombies here."
"Do you know what happened the next morning?" Fernando asked with a bitter smile. "What happened?" Anfey asked. "The zombies trapped in Rettenberg fled. No zombie remained. I never thought they would flee. Are there even death spirits anymore?" Fernando said slowly.
"You should know that zombies now have the ability to evolve. The most evolved zombies not only can communicate with other zombies, but also communicate with us.
They are just like humans.
They have desire, reasoning, fears, and even know how to beg," Anfey said.
Fernando went quiet for a while and nodded.
"I know, but I kept thinking the way I previously thought about them.
This is why I need take responsibility for making that mistake." "How many zombies fled?" Anfey asked. "About 8,000. Not many zombies were trapped in Rettenberg from the beginning. Now they are all gone."
"This is not the most important thing. I thought the fight with zombies around Rettenberg would attract nearby zombies, but they did not react to it at all," Fernando said quietly.
Fernando picked up a cup of water and poured some water on the table. He drew something in the water. After a while, the water gathered together again.
"Right now, we have similar situations. The zombies we killed were very limited. There were many death spirits behind us, to the northwest and northeast.
If we leave here, they would take over this area again.
To ensure the safety of Rettenberg, we need to divide our army and try to wipe out all the death spirits. That would take a long time," Anfey said. "We have time, but the trapped mercenaries would not be able to hold out until we get there," Fernando said slowly.
"Are you saying?" Anfey said. "In general, we will divide the army into 2 units. The main force will be responsible for wiping out the death spirits behind us. The elite force would go and help the cities in danger. This is a tentative plan. I have not thought through how to do it. We can discuss the details together. I just have had a bad feeling recently. Those necromancers acted too weirdly. It's possible they have some conspiracy we do not know about," Fernando said. "Why would you think that?" Anfey asked.
"Take Rettenberg, for instance. If necromancers had directed nearby death spirits to come, Rettenberg could have been conquered a long time ago.
They did not ask death spirits to come.
Instead, they all suddenly disappeared.
I think there only could be 2 possibilities.
One is they are so happy with the situation as it is now that they do not even care about taking over Rettenberg.
This does not fit the necromancer style though. The second possibility would be they do not have any extra effort to spare. Then the question would be, what are they doing now? Shadow Empire? Anfey suddenly remembered what Black 11 found. What did you say? Fernando asked in surprise.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 384, 7th Legion. Chapter 384, 7th Legion. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The sky was already dark by the time Anfey and Christian left Fernando's tent. Fernando wasn't certain what Shadow Empire meant, either, but he knew that he must report immediately.
The necromancers had the ability to cause more chaos earlier, but they chose not to.
Clearly, the necromancers were distracted by something else. However, Anfey knew that this was not something he could take care of.
Even Fernando must report this issue.
Even though Anfey had more power than before, he was still not important enough to be involved in significant decisions.
Christian and Anfey walked back to Christian's house. The house was very well organized and had a few servants.
Fernando had insisted on giving the houses to others, and instead of staying in a proper home, he chose to stay in tents with his soldiers. However, the generals completely misunderstood his intentions. They knew that Fernando must go, and thought that he was only acting like a good person. The generals were biased, of course.
Fernando's actions were very admirable and rare.
Very few generals were willing to give up proper homes for tents.
After Christian and Anfey settled down, Orsi appeared with a stranger.
The stranger was tall and exceptionally thin. His sunken cheeks and eye sockets made him look more like a dying man than a healthy mercenary. Orsi bowed to Anfey and Christian and said, "This is the man I was talking about earlier."
The stranger took a few steps forward and bowed.
"I'm Thompson, my lord," the man said.
"Leader of Thorn Mercenary Group."
Anfey glanced at Orsi, who stepped forward and said, "Thompson told me he wanted to join our alliance, my lord."
Anfey nodded.
He turned to Thompson and said, "I see.
You will become the head of the 7th Legion.
This is Christian and Rizka, my trusted assistants.
This is Blavi, our head mage. This is Elizabeth, the deputy leader of our mage group.
This is Ozik, head of the 1st Legion, and Shinbella, head of the 6th Legion."
Thompson grinned and nodded at everyone in the room.
Ozik waved his hand and said, "Come, sit down.
You don't have to keep standing, you know."
Thompson hesitated for a second, then nodded and sat down next to Orsi. He was worried that he might cause the others to dislike him if he acted too comfortable.
"I'm glad you came to us," Anfey said.
"In crucial times like this, we need every man and woman we can get. You alone are in charge of your legion.
I won't tell you what to do with it."
Anfey knew that although his speech to Thompson wasn't bad, it was not the most ideal. If Alice was here, she would have made a much better speech. However, his words had achieved the intended effect. He wanted Thompson to feel welcomed, but at the same time he wanted to set boundaries for Thompson.
"I understand, sir," Thompson said.
He turned, grinned at Orsi, and said, "Orsi convinced me to come. I know that the other nations already have this situation under control, only country of mercenaries is still in a state of chaos. We bicker too much, but we can't go on like this anymore.
An alliance is a perfect way to solve the problem.
I think you are qualified to create a unified country of mercenaries, my lord."
Anfey glanced at Orsi.
He did not expect Orsi to be so persuasive.
Thompson's words had 2 layers of meanings as well. He showed that Orsi played a vital part in his recruitment. If Orsi was promoted, Thompson would be more likely to be promoted as well.
If Thompson was in trouble, Orsi would extend a helping hand. He said that he wanted to see a unified country of mercenaries, which was something Anfey could achieve. He did not propose an impossible goal. If Thompson supported Anfey in becoming the ruler of the country of mercenaries, he would probably support Anfey on other things, as well.
The other mercenaries all fell silent after hearing Thompson's words. Ozik sat silently, thinking about what Thompson had said.
He joined this alliance because he wanted more power. He did not even dream of a unified country of mercenaries, but Thompson's words gave him an idea. If Anfey became the leader of a unified country, Ozik would surely receive a position of power as a reward for his loyalty and his contributions to the cause. Orsi narrowed his eyes. A unified country was well within reach at this point. Tiger of Tau mercenary group was already in decline, and with Christian and the Shield of Light Legion and the Alliance, Orsi was sure that unifying the country would not be as difficult as it might sound. Glory mercenary group had already been weakened by the Civil War and the war against the dead. Storm mercenary group may be harder to deal with, but with Brothers mercenary group and the Alliance, it shouldn't be difficult. Even though it would still be a difficult thing to achieve, it was not impossible.
Anfey shook his head.
We will speak of this later.
How many men do you have left? Around 800, Thompson said. I've already spoken with them. Most of them are all willing to join the alliance. Some are hesitant. What are you planning to do? Anfey asked.
He did not want to tell Thompson what to do with his own men. I will speak with them again, Thompson said.
Those that are not willing to join will have to leave. They can take their weapons but nothing else. They will die. That will be out of my jurisdiction, Thompson said with a sigh. Redenburg's food supply is already depleted. We can't spare anything. We can barely feed ourselves. We brought supplies, Blavi said. We can spare a bit. They are not part of the alliance, why should we spare any food for them? Don't back them into a corner, Christian warned. If you do, they may join our enemy. Anfey nodded.
If they join Fernando's side, they won't have to worry about food or supplies. Thompson paused and shook his head.
They won't get that chance. Anfey nodded and frowned.
We have to take a stance, my lord, Thompson said slowly. There are still dozens of towns out there, waiting for support. If we just let those fighters who do not want to join the alliance go, word will spread. People will think that joining the alliance means nothing. We cannot let that happen. He's right, Orsi agreed. We are mercenaries and mercenaries prefer freedom. If we let those men go, it may create unwanted side effects. I support Thompson, Shinbella said. Ozig nodded in agreement.
Anfey glanced around.
The mercenaries had already decided to support Thompson, but Christian, Blavi, and Rizka did not say anything. They were not mercenaries and did not support a leader killing his own people.
This is the only way, Thompson said. We have to be strong. You sure nothing will go wrong? Anfey asked.
I'm certain, Thompson promised, getting up.
Anfey sighed and waved his hand. Seeing that no one else was getting up, Thompson sat down again. So are we supposed to go save those towns by ourselves?
Fernando will send some priests and knights with us, Christian said.
He will send some cavalry as well. How many? Christian shook his head. He hasn't decided yet, he said. I think the best option would be one of us. Christian sighed and said, Fernando is a very smart man.
He knows how to plan his future.
It's a shame, Anfey said.
I would hate it for a good talent to go to waste.
If we are splitting up, Ozzik and Shinbella should come with me.
Blavi, you should go with Orsi and Thompson.
Keep your eyes open. Don't let those priests fool you into doing anything you don't want to. Blavi nodded. Don't worry, he said. I won't let you guys down. Anfey smiled.
Orsi, Thompson, you two should keep an eye out as well. Blavi can't take care of everything by himself.
I understand, Orsi said.
I agree with you, Thompson, Anfey said with a sigh.
Do as you wish. He turned to Christian and asked, Did you receive any letters from Alice?
No, Christian said, shaking his head.
Don't worry. I'm sure Susanna is fine.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 385, Real Cooperation. Chapter 385, Real Cooperation. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Where there is sunlight, there must be shadows. Sacred City, as the political and economic center, was one of the most prosperous cities in Meho Empire. However, usually it was hard for people to see shade in the dark corners. There was a small no-name bar in the far end of the northwest part of Sacred City. Most customers here were have-nots living in the surrounding impoverished neighborhoods.
The bar was neither too busy nor empty. Business was mediocre because slumdogs could not be too picky.
Usually crooked businessmen mix water into the drinks, but the owner of this bar just added some alcohol to water. Drinks were cheap, but the bar owner still could make some money because the cost was so low.
Of course, any capable person with some status would not come here to drink. The owner of this bar was smart. He was good at targeting his customers. The most expensive drink only cost a silver coin.
The flirty waitresses in the bar either had a lot of wrinkles on their faces or were not pretty. Their figures were nothing to look at.
To be honest, in other areas, this kind of woman would not be able to get in to apply for a job in the bar. The owners of the bar would have asked them to leave. However, the waitresses seemed to be liked by customers here. They got good tips, and some of them even went to rooms upstairs with the customers after coming onto them. This particular day, a special guest came to the bar. He was not large,
but the clothes on him proved he was very different than those have-nots. He also wore shiny jewelry from head to toe. The 3 rings on his left hand were the most eye-catching. The middle one was a dimensional ring. The people who grew up in poverty did not even know such a magical ring could exist. The owner of the bar definitely knew about it, so he was careful when he served him. As it got darker, there were fewer guests. The owner of the bar looked a little nervous. He hesitated for a long time before he sent the waitresses home. He pushed the wooden door open and walked out of the bar. Soon after, 3 big guys walked into the bar one after another. They took a look at the old man first and walked to the few remaining customers one by one. After a short conversation, they slapped or kicked each one and asked them to leave. Very soon, the customers hurried out of the bar. That old man continued gulping down cheap drinks and did not seem to know what had happened. The 3 large men looked at each other before slowly walking over to that old man. The owner of the bar walked in and carefully closed the door and locked it. "Hey!" A big guy suddenly slammed the table. That old man still did not look up. The owner of the bar smiled. This old guy almost drank half bucket of liquor. He probably does not even know who he is now, thought. "Hey, isn't it our master's ring?" A big guy suddenly stepped up and yelled. "Who do you think you are? Thief!" The big guy tried to grab the old man's left hand to take the 3 rings off. The old man looked annoyed. He waved his hands and the big guy flew back fast. He looked like a little bird. Maybe this was his first time to feel the sensation of flying. He looked like he could not control the direction of his flight. In the blink of an eye, he smashed against the wall. The wall of the bar was made of wood. He flew right through it and was stuck halfway through the wall. His legs jerked and went limp. Nobody could see what happened to his upper body since it was on the other side of the wall. The other 2 big guys looked terrified and immediately stepped back. The owner of the bar was shocked for a second before he yelled, "Help! Help! Someone is drunk. He is killing people." Coincidentally, patrolmen were nearby. They were attracted to the bar owners yelling. They knocked the wood door as they told the people inside that they were police officers. The bar owner rushed to the wood door as swift as a monkey. He tried to unlock the door he had just locked a few moments ago. He was so panicked that he did not seem to have control of his fingers. He was not able to unlock the door immediately, so the officer outside got impatient and broke down the door. The bar owner was knocked back to the floor. "What's going on here?" the officer yelled. He looked from the hole in the wall to the 2 big guys. He seemed to think the 2 were the criminals. "Ah!" The bar owner got up from the floor, moaning. He pointed to the old man, who was still drinking. "Sir, it is that old man. I asked him to pay for his bill, but he refused to pay and hit my customers. Oh, my God, poor Jimmy." The bar owner stumbled over and held his peer's limp legs hanging from the wall and wailed. The officer turned to look at the old man. He checked the old guy's clothes first and slowly walked over. He said politely, "Master, don't disturb him." A gentle voice arose from outside. The officer was shocked for a second before he turned to look out. The patrolman immediately made way for him. That officer could not help looking shocked when he saw 2 armed soldiers walked in. They were all soldiers in charge of the security of Sacred City. An old man walked in after them. The officer's hair stood up on end when he saw the face of the old man. He bowed respectfully. "Master Saul." Saul waved his hand and walked slowly to the drunk old man. He was quiet for a while, then took off his gown and hung it on the back of a chair. He took a seat across from the man and asked in a low voice, "Don't you want to buy me a drink?" The bar owner had stopped crying after Saul walked in. His face had immediately turned pale when he figured out that the old man was the famous Saul. Now he saw Saul asking that no-name old man for a drink, which just made him faint. They had not known their target was a friend of Archmage Saul. They definitely were not able to take such a consequence. "Master Saul, here," the officer said timidly. "Can you guys step out for a second? We do not want to be disturbed," Saul said. "Yes, sir," the officer said immediately. He gave his fellow officers a look. The unconscious bar owner and 2 trembling big guys had given him enough clues to know what actually happened. A few officers rushed over and took the 2 big guys and the bar owner out. The bar became quiet, but the old man never moved his eyes away from his glass. He slowly looked up. "Did King Yolanthe decide to kill me?" "Bruzeriano, I do not understand what you are saying," Saul said with a smile. Bruzeriano heaved a long sigh and looked pained. "Manstoli has left. Haven't you heard?" "Yes, I know.
Manstally is Manstally, while you are you. Two different issues. How could Manstally think King Yolanthi would not know what he did?
Saul said calmly, with a chuckle.
You are such an honest person and knew about what he did, how could the king not know about it? Druids have been working very well for hundreds of years. I did not think we would have stupid-ass Manstally. I am sorry you had to see that. Bruzeriano paused and continued, Saul, we have been friends for many years. I am not asking you to do anything that would put you in awkward situations. I only want you to tell me the truth if the king really thinks I am not related to Manstally. Sure. You know me.
We are friends, but if the king has made any decision, I would not sacrifice the empire because of our friendship, Saul said.
I still could not believe. Bruzeriano smiled bitterly.
Saul, our following has grown to over 800,000 people in the past few years.
Does the king really allow us to keep growing? Doesn't he worry the followers of God of Nature would pose threats to his authority?
Saul chuckled.
Bruzeriano, don't you worry about it. Is that why you are still in Sacred City? No, you are wrong.
I believe it is inevitable, Bruzeriano said slowly.
With Yolanthi's personality, he definitely will constrain our development, or even hinder development.
I only sincerely hope to get the king's forgiveness and keep our losses to a minimum. You do not really know King Yolanthi, Saul said with a serious tone. The king believes that people need beliefs in addition to the necessities of life. He believes that an appropriate amount of beliefs are beneficial for social stability. Of course, the power of religion can be terrible.
The key is who has the control of it. The king would feel good if it is you. What happens after me? Bruzeriano asked. That is too far in the future.
I don't think there is any point in talking about it now, Saul said.
Bruzeriano sighed and leaned back in the chair. He looked relaxed now.
My old friend, you are not hiding here, drinking cheap drinks because you are worried the king would do anything to you, are you?
Saul said. It would be a lie if I tell you I did not worry about it. In addition, what Manstally did is really disappointing. Bruzeriano sighed. Saul, do you know why Manstally wanted to kill Anfey? Kind of. Saul nodded. Is it because of the heart of nature? Yes, Bruzeriano said quietly.
The heart of nature used to be kept in the central temple. Manstally wanted it and sent his people to attack the temple by surprise and tried to take the heart of nature. They were not able to do so because I coincidentally had just gone to the central temple and encountered them. I tried to take my people to see and confront Manstally.
Mauso tried to mediate between us. He forced Manstally to apologize. After considering everything, I forgave him in the end. Unbelievable. How come I didn't know about it at all?
Saul said in surprise.
It was shameful for Druids, so we kept it a secret. No one talked about it to others.
It made sense that you did not know about it, Bruzeriano said slowly.
To be honest, it was my fault.
I did not dare keep the heart of nature in the central temple anymore. I take it with me no matter where I went.
I met Slanbria in the country of mercenaries.
He told me he was tracing Morgan and asked my help. Saul, you know what kind of necromancer Morgan is. I was ready to sacrifice my life for the fight against Morgan.
Did you really find Morgan? What happened? Saul asked. Later? We did not find Morgan. Instead, we found his student, Annunciata. You know the rest of it. Bruzeriano smiled.
I have many friends, but only a few I really trust.
You are one of them.
Because of the threats from Morgan, I felt I should give the heart of nature to someone I trusted so necromancers would not be able to get it. When I met Anfey, I gave him the heart of nature, hoping he would give it to you later.
You are the most appropriate one to keep it among my friends. But you did not expect Anfey would bond with the heart of nature, right?
Saul smiled.
No, I did not expect that. It was unbelievable that Anfey bonded with it. Bruzeriano sighed.
Last time the heart of nature bonded with the supreme power, Dante, it was 1,000 years ago.
It must be fate.
If you did not give the heart of nature to Anfey, it would not have happened, Saul said.
You are right. That way, Anfey might be able to have a more peaceful life.
Manstally would not go after him either, Bruzeriano said.
Anfey does not like a peaceful life anyway. I know him.
Saul smiled. You not only know him, but also think he is good.
So does King Yolanthi, Bruzeriano said. Don't you think the same?
Saul said calmly.
Dante was just a wandering beggar.
After bonding with the heart of nature, he became a supreme power in 10 years. If Anfey is given some time, he could be better than all of us. He had a supreme power as a teacher when he was a kid. What does it mean for him to be related to two supreme powers? Everybody thinks he is good. Good? Bruzeriano smiled. King Yolanthe probably thinks even more highly of him. What do you mean? Saul asked. Grandin has volunteered a few times to be the overseer of the Shield of Light Legion, but King Yolanthe did not agree. Instead, he asked Christian to be the overseer. I think Anfey played a role in his decision, Bruzeriano said. That is the personal issue of the king. Let's switch topics, Saul said quietly. Saul, you have not taken sides yet? Bruzeriano said with a chuckle. Me? Saul raised his eyebrow. Without others' help, Manstoli will not be able to stop Susanna in time. Saul, are you disappointed at your future son-in-law? Bruzeriano said slowly. Bruzeriano, I have been treating you nicely, as my brother, Saul said with a bitter smile. You are right, Bruzeriano said jokingly, but there was hatred in his eyes. If I was not so nice, I would have destroyed Manstoli when he had just become the Wolf King. If I had done that, we would not have trouble now. It is not too late. The key is that you are determined to destroy him, Saul said quietly. Manstoli kept me out of it, so he has been playing a game with me. Whether he survives or not, he could use Yolanthe to destroy the power of my temple. Do you think I would let him go this time? Bruzeriano said slowly. It's better you think this way, Saul said. I have been wondering why you would stick with Manstoli. Mauso and you could definitely have killed him. Anfey has bonded with the heart of nature and became a messenger of God for druids. It is so crazy that Manstoli wants to kill Anfey. Even Mauso is enraged about it. He pretended that he agreed to help, but passed his plan to us right away. We are lucky that he helped us, otherwise we would be short-staffed. Manstoli has a good wife, Bruzeriano said bitterly. Do not underestimate elves. Manstoli's wife is an elf pharaoh and has powers among elves. With her help, Manstoli could be successful. I did not get a chance to ask you whose idea was it to give Anfey a few elf maids. I know it would not have been your idea, Saul said. Well, it was to help Anfey master the nature magic faster, Bruzeriano said. Really? Saul asked. Of course, Bruzeriano said. Saul nodded and smiled. He did not continue on that topic. Saul, don't you want to remind your future son-in-law and just watch him to make mistakes? Bruzeriano knew Saul must have noticed something and tried to switch the topic to avoid issues Saul did not want to talk about. I was not the one who did not want to remind him. The king wants to see the true colors of each one of them, Saul said calmly. I think I can understand him. Philip has claimed his loyalty to Wester, so Grandin felt the pressure and rushed into believing in Manstoli. To see the true colors of them? What could he see when they are pushed to the corners? Bruzeriano sneered. He saw Saul looking annoyed and knew Saul did not like anyone to talk about Yolanthe with a sarcastic tone. He heaved a sigh and switched the topic. I feel blessed to have the king's forgivingness. I think we should talk about how we might work together. Next step for cooperation? Saul asked. Queen of the Elves is in charge of Spring of Life, Bruzeriano said. Saul was shocked for a second and said, Don't tell me Queen of Elves is on your side? She is, Bruzeriano said, smiling. Queen of Elves did not like Manstoli, so she will support me, I think Queen of Elves disliked Manstoli's wife even more, Saul said. You are right again. Bruzeriano nodded and felt helpless with the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 386, Desperate. Chapter 386, Desperate. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. No, the druid screamed, quickening his pace. However, he was too slow and could not stop Susanna from murdering his friend. He watched as the other druid fell still. Susanna waved her sword, sending droplets of blood splattering all over the forest floor. Susanna turned towards the druid, her eyes narrowing dangerously. The druid slowed his pace under her scrutiny. Normally, she would only fight to kill. This time, however, her sword only caught the man's arm. The druid tried to move aside, but he was not fast enough, and the chase earlier had drained him of his energy. The druid cried in pain and fell to the ground as Susanna's sword slashed his arm. Susanna returned her sword to its sheath and walked up to him. For her, the fight was already over. She did not worry about an injured druid doing anything to her. She kept him alive because she needed news from outside. Susanna knew very well that she was not their target. Their target was more a match, and she needed to know what was happening there. Susanna coughed a few times as she approached the druid. The druid pushed himself to the ground and looked at her fearfully. "If you kill me," he said quietly, "Moramach is done."
"Will they let Moramach alone if I let you live?" Susanna asked.
The druid froze. He frowned, searching for words. He had already lost all of his companions, and his mission had failed. He wanted revenge, but he needed to live in order to get revenge.
"No, but I can give you a chance to save them." "I'm listening," Susanna said.
"Here's the thing." The druid began.
Before he could say anything else, he became distracted by something behind Susanna.
He stared at the forest behind her with wide eyes, shocked and scared at the same time.
An eagle dove through the trees.
It was much larger than normal eagles, its wings spanning over 10 feet. The eagle seemed to be made from not organic materials but from metal, its feathers gleaming even in the dimness of the forest.
The eagle was traveling very fast, even faster than Susanna.
The eagle extended his claws and grabbed the druid, then dropped the man back onto the forest floor. The druid jerked a few times and became still. The eagle's wings sliced through the trunk of a nearby tree, sending the tree crashing to the ground.
Susanna drew her sword, watching the eagle. The unicorn whinnied loudly, warning Susanna that the eagle was not someone she would be able to defeat.
The eagle burst into flame and a figure emerged.
The figure lunged at Susanna at an incredible speed.
Susanna reacted very quickly, raising her sword and slashing at the figure's neck. Susanna and the figure were originally traveling at a similar speed, but the figure's speed suddenly increased. Clearly, he had not been using his full strength before.
He raised his arm and deflected Susanna's attack. Susanna widened her eyes in awe.
She had only met a few people who could block her attack with just an arm. Before she could recover from the shock, the figure slammed his fist into her shoulder. The punch almost shattered her combat power and threw her back.
Susanna slammed into a nearby tree and crashed to the ground.
She pushed herself up, panting in pain. She glanced at the unicorn, who was frozen in shock. It wanted to run away, but it did not want to abandon Susanna. However, it also knew that whoever just threw Susanna back with a single punch was not an enemy it could take on by itself. The unicorn took a few steps back, then dashed forward. It wanted to protect Susanna and it decided that it would rather die than abandon her. The figure raised his hand and grabbed the unicorn as it approached. The unicorn was lifted off of the ground, and all of its struggling became meaningless. Susanna pushed herself off the ground. She picked up her sword, gripping the hilt tight.
Like the unicorn, she was facing the choice of whether she should flee.
However, she knew that an opponent this powerful would never let her get away.
With the unicorn in the figure's clutches, Susanna knew she had nothing to lose.
She summoned her combat power again and raised her sword.
She summoned as much combat power as she could.
The combat power seemed to have turned into solid gold, as more and more power amassed around her. The brightness of her combat power lit up the dim forest floor.
The unicorn stopped struggling and stared at her in awe. Susanna took a deep breath and began dashing towards the figure.
She was even faster than she had been before, aided by the combat power.
The figure tossed the unicorn aside and jumped into the air, ready to face Susanna.
He raised his arms and transformed into an eagle again, then he flew towards Susanna. Even though Susanna was faster than she had been, the eagle clearly had no problem matching her speed. He flew around Susanna and turned into a person again, striking her. Then he transformed back into an eagle and flew away from her. He changed forms fluidly. Clearly, he was very skilled and had been practicing for many years. The eagle flew around Susanna again, ready to strike once more. This time, however, Susanna was able to turn in time. She slashed at him with her sword, aiming at his neck. The figure raised his arms and clashed with her sword. Both the figure and Susanna were thrown back by the clash and crashed into the forest floor. A few minutes later, the dust dissipated and revealed a large trench in the ground, made by Susanna's sword. Susanna and the figure both stood, staring at each other.
"You must be Mauso," Susanna said under her breath. There were very few people that could take a hit like that with no armor and still stand with no problem. The man did not say anything.
Instead, he simply stared at her. Susanna raised her sword again, ready for more attacks.
Mauso was one of the most powerful druids, much more powerful than Susanna.
However, she knew that he was not good at close combat. If she could get close enough to him, she may have a chance.
She was backed into a corner.
She knew the only way she might have a chance was if she abandoned all other thoughts.
The only thing she could think about was the fight. Mauso, sensing her enmity, narrowed his eyes.
He raised his head and howled. A wave of wind sent all the rocks around him flying outwards.
Susanna stood quietly, watching.
She did not waver, as she was protected by her combat power.
Mauso looked at her inside. I hope that I am not making a mistake, he said. Do not disappoint me.
I cannot afford to fail, Susanna replied calmly.
Good, Mauso said. He glanced at the sky again.
Susanna lunged at Mauso, her sword held out in front of her. She was slower than before, however, because she knew that she would never beat Mauso with speed. She needed to conserve her energy. The unicorn poked his head out from a nearby bush and fearfully watched Susanna and Mauso's clash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 387, Sneaking. Chapter 387, Sneaking. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Redenburg, as the headquarters of Shield of Light Legion, was highly secured.
Patrols composed of Knights of Light, priests, and soldiers were patrolling the city.
Countless torches lit up Redenburg to make it a city that never slept.
Even a top power could not easily sneak in without being noticed. However, a person in a black suit was moving around Redenburg like it was no big deal.
He seemed to be able to predict when a patrol would come and would hide in the shadows.
No one was able to sense his existence.
When one patrol left, he jumped on a roof and ran as swiftly and quietly as a cat at night. Finally, he jumped off the roof into a yard. He carefully opened a window, climbed in and disappeared. The window slowly shut behind him. Ozik was sound asleep in his bed and snorted a little. A sword lay on Ozik's chest, and he held it in his right hand. This was a habit of mercenaries. No matter where and when, he could be ready for a fight. A few days previous, they had gone to attack elves. The elves had gathered their weapons in a pile so they could sleep better without holding weapons. In fact, Ozik also could have chosen a more comfortable way to sleep, but he did not. Survival skills had stayed with him.
The person in black suit sneaked to Ozik's bed and flicked on Ozik's forehead. Ozik's snoring paused for a second and continued to snore again.
However, his eyes opened a crack and spurred his sword at the person in black backhanded. His mouth opened at the same time, trying to yell for help.
The person in the black suit slid to the side.
The sword barely touched him. He covered Ozik's mouth with his right hand and said in a low voice, "It is me."
Ozik was shocked for a second and recognized Anfey's voice. "Master, why are you here?" The mercenaries on watch outside Ozik's room yelled, "Master, are you okay?"
They sensed the combat surges from Ozik's room.
"I am fine," Ozik responded loudly. "I just had a nightmare."
"Shit. I dreamed that I was surrounded by a group of zombies." The mercenaries laughed outside his room.
One of them joked, "Master, are those zombies male or female?" "Are you stupid?"
"Of course, they are male," another mercenary joked. "If they were female, Master would have fought them differently. Master would not have used his combat power for that."
"Fuck.
You bastards. Next time we encounter zombies, I will peel all the females' clothes off and leave them to you," Ozik joked back.
"Shut up. I need to go back to sleep." The mercenaries laughed a little bit and went away. When it was quiet again, Ozik slowly sat up on the bed and said, "Master, what's up?" Ozik looked excited. He got serious quickly.
If Anfey came to see him this way, it meant Anfey would give him something important to do, which made him feel important and unique.
"I need to go back to Moramach right away," Anfey said quietly. "Master, aren't we going to be divided into two groups to help Shuplan City and Madrid Town, respectively?"
"Don't leave now," Ozik said in surprise.
"Do you think I am in the mood to help others?" Anfey said calmly.
Ozik did not understand at first. He had never been married.
He had different ideas about women.
He had sex with a number of women, but he never thought of marrying any of them. If he had to marry, he wanted to marry someone like Shinbella. He had no interest in weak women. Unfortunately, Shinbella was not interested in him. Seeing Anfey's worried look, Ozik was shocked before he realized the reason. He smiled to try to cheer Anfey up.
"Master, I understand. Right now your wife's safety is your priority. I am glad that you can understand," Anfey said. "Can you be in charge of Shuplan City? Do you know what to do?"
"Yes. They can live if they listen to us, otherwise we will kill them," Ozik said with a fierce look. Yesterday he heard Anfey saying the same thing, and felt it sounded powerful, so he had remembered very well.
"Don't overdo it," Anfey said.
"But do not show too much mercy if you have to kill them either."
"I understand." Ozik paused. "Master, why did you not go yesterday?" "I could not leave yesterday," Anfey said, shaking his head. There are so many people watching me. I cannot let anyone know I am leaving Redenburg. Anfey knew Susanna got into trouble because of him.
Manstoli's real target was him.
If anyone knew Anfey left Redenburg, it would give Manstoli a warning. Besides, druids were not stupid.
If he made any moves, Manstoli would know what he was trying to do.
What else could he do but look for Susanna? That would put Susanna in even more danger. Who dares to tell your plans to others? Ozick said, wide-eyed. Too many actually. Anfey smiled. For example, Marquis Joser. If he knows that someone is trying to kill me and Susanna, he definitely would take advantage of it. That old ass. Ozick looked like he was ready to kill Joser. Master, why don't we just kill him? I know you cannot kill him yourself, but I can do it. It wouldn't be the worst scenario to have some mercenaries be scapegoats. It helps us to keep him alive, Anfey said. Helps us? I do not see him helping us at all. I only see him messing with us. Ozick said.
You will know later.
Anfey chuckled, then thought for a bit. Ozick, if something happens, talk with Shinbella and make decisions together. Don't act too much on impulse. Talk to Yi too. He is very smart and thinks clearly. It will help you if you can ask him for advice.
Got it, Master, Ozick said.
After you guys leave Redenburg, you tell them I am sick.
Don't let those Knights of Light and priests know I am not with you.
The longer you can keep it secret, the safer I will be, Anfey said. Master, do you think there are spies among Knights of Light and priests? Ozick asked.
Nothing is impossible, Anfey said calmly. Besides, the ones who want me dead do not have to be spies. You know we do not get along with Church of Light.
If there is any opportunity, do you think they would miss it? Too complicated, Ozick said bitterly.
I am just wondering if those Knights of Light and Priest are schemers by nature. In fact, Ozick was not that great himself. Making a league of mercenaries was his idea.
He even tried to take advantage of Anfey.
However, it still gave him a headache when he had to deal with complicated situations. In other words, he realized he was not as good as other schemers.
Do not mind others' business. Just do what you have to do.
Your mission will be successful if the Knights of Light and Priests do not suspect I left until you guys reach Shuklan City, Anfey said slowly.
Master, you don't want to go back by yourself, do you? Ozick asked.
I wish I could take an army with me, but it would take too long.
I'd rather go back by myself, Anfey said. Master, that would be too dangerous. How about asking Shinbella to go with you? Ozick suggested.
Anfey liked that idea, but he shook his head after giving it some thought.
No, you guys need her help too. Master, I have so many people with me.
I do not have to have Shinbella, but you need a good helper.
Ozick looked worried.
No, I do not need help.
Anfey sounded very firm.
If he used illness as an excuse, Ozick could cover for him for a while. If Shinbella was missing as well, it would be hard for others to believe it.
Anfey had to search for Susanna.
In the gigantic transverse mountains, he could sense everything around him for dozens of miles with the help of the heart of nature.
Shinbella would not be able to help much anyway. You are. Ozick smiled bitterly. Master, does Master Blavi know you are leaving?
He does not know, Anfey said. He is in charge of the group in Madrid town.
We are not in the same group. We do not need to bother him about this. Ozick went quiet for a while. How about Shinbella? If she asks me about you, should I tell her the truth?
Yes, I trust
Shinbella, Anfey said.
Okay, Anfey said with a serious voice and slowly walked to the window. Ozick was ambitious, but he knew the limits of what he could do, which was significant.
He decided to work for Anfey in the end. Ozick's concerns about Anfey were real. Anfey and he were clearly supervisor and employee. The better Anfey did, the better situation Ozick would be in. If anything happened to Anfey, his future would become a mess as well. Anfey chuckled. If the mercenaries in Shuklan City wanted to join the League of Mercenaries, make them the 8th unit. Try not to interfere too much, and give them the highest authority.
We will deal with the results later.
Yes, Master, Ozick said.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 388, Beginning. Chapter 388, Beginning. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey kept running at an incredible speed.
In his previous world, he would never dream of reaching such a speed because of physically limitations. Here, however, he was aided by his newly developed magical power. Because of the heart of nature, he was able to see everything before him and find a path very easily. The heart of nature allowed him to concentrate much better and helped him see the elements that made up everything. Because of this ability granted to him by the heart of nature, he found it very easy to avoid any obstacles that might have been in his way. Ahead was a wide river.
Anfey did not stop or slow down.
Instead, he waved his hand and concentrated on the river. A small piece of ice appeared in the middle of the river.
He jumped and landed on the ice.
He jumped again and landed on the opposite bank. The piece of ice bobbed in the river a few times, then slowly sank into the water, disappearing as the element dispersed. A few minutes after Anfey crossed the river, he came upon a very large group of at least a few hundred zombies. The group was moving very slowly, but the sheer number of zombies was very terrifying. However, Anfey did not waver or change his path. As he approached the group of zombies, he jumped up into the air.
He waved his hand and summoned an earth spike.
The spike burst out of the earth. The zombies moved around the spike as if they did not even see it.
Anfey landed on the spike and pushed off of it.
He summoned another one, landed on it, then jumped off, landing beyond the group of zombies. He didn't know where the zombies were headed and did not want to just leave the zombies alone, but he knew that he did not have time to take care of them. He could find them again after he finished taking care of what he needed to do. He kept pressing on, passing the zombies before most could react to him. After he passed the zombies, he kept on moving for a few minutes and came upon a group of soldiers. The group of soldiers was bigger than the group of zombies and were in uniform. They marched in formation, surrounding a few dozen carriages. Clearly, this was a group of soldiers that was protecting supplies.
The general sensed the surge of magic and saw Anfey moving towards them.
He was sure that whoever was coming towards them wasn't a necromancer, but he still wanted to keep up his guard. He waved his hand at his men and drew his sword. The archers readied their bows and the soldiers drew their weapons. Before the general could bark another order, Anfey had already dashed past them. The general narrowed his eyes as he watched Anfey disappear into the distance. Clearly, the person that had just brushed past them was very powerful, but he wasn't interested in the things they were protecting.
Anfey did not stop until almost noon.
He was running very fast, but his expression did not change and his breathing was still very smooth. Normally, he would be careful not to use all of his strength, but he was alone and did not worry about any enemies.
Soon, he was spotted by an elf standing in the crown of a tree.
He was already approaching Transverse Mountains, but he was still too far for anyone to make out who he was.
"Is that an earth dragon?" the elf asked curiously.
"There are no earth dragons living in the area," a nearby druid said, frowning. A few other people joined the elf in the tree, trying to figure out what was heading towards them. They were a search party and were searching for their missing friends and enemies. They did not find who they were looking for, but instead they found a strange creature. The trees suddenly began shaking, and a figure appeared through the trees. "Is that a person?" one of the druids asked, confused.
"Do you know who he is?" another druid asked.
The others all shook their heads. A few moments later, Anfey landed on a branch not far from their tree.
He glanced at the elves and the druids and asked, "Who are you working for?"
"Pardon?
Who are you working for?" Anfey asked again. "Bruzeriano? Mauso? Or Manstoli?"
"We are with Lord Manstoli," one of the druids said. They were surprised by Anfey's young age and were even more shocked by the fact that he was referring to Bruzeriano by his name. If he could refer to Bruzeriano, Mauso, and Manstoli by their names only, this man might be very powerful as well.
"Manstoli?" Anfey repeated, frowning.
He sighed and jumped towards the druid, kicking the man in the stomach. The druid, caught off guard, was thrown from the tall tree.
He landed on the ground with a thud and did not move again.
The nearby elf cried out in surprise. She spun around and tried to kick him, but Anfey caught her leg in his hand and threw her away. She crashed into a nearby tree and fell to the ground. Another elf jumped away from the tree, a longbow appearing in her hand. She knocked an arrow, but before she could release the arrow, Anfey jumped in front of her and kicked her in the stomach. The elf dropped the bow and doubled over. Then he kicked her off of the tree, sending her crashing to the ground like her companions. The remaining druid turned and tried to flee, but he reacted too late. Anfey jumped toward him, punching him hard in the back. The druid gasped in pain and his body dropped to the ground. The only one that successfully landed on the ground was an elf. She did not try to do anything and only turned to flee. Anfey summoned a longbow and nocked it, aiming at the fleeing elf. The arrow pierced the elf and she stumbled, falling to the ground. She struggled for a few seconds, then fell still.
Anfey landed on the ground and found a dagger.
He walked over to a nearby tree and carved, "This is only the beginning." He knew that Manstally was hell-bent on killing him and his friends. He could not let that happen, and he wanted to send a message that he was ready for whatever Manstally would throw at him. He may not be as powerful as Manstally, but he was working very hard to change that fact. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 389, Running into Susanna. Chapter 389, Running into Susanna. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
When Anfey saw an enormous eagle and a cloud of flashing gold lightning with the help of the heart of nature, he opened his eyes suddenly. It was neither the speed of the eagle nor the flying sword radiance in rainbow colors that shocked Anfey, but rather a familiar figure.
Anfey had seen Ernest fighting with full force.
At that time, the combat power hovering over Ernest had made it hard to see his face. This cloud of gold lightning seemed very similar to Ernest's combat power. Although difficult to see, Anfey could make out that the person inside the gold flash was small, with long hair. The sword radiance the person released was so strong that it could easily shoot out dozens of yards into the air. Every sword radiance posed a threat to the enormous eagle.
Obviously, this was a fight between two top powers. What made Anfey suspect the person was Susanna was the armor she wore. It was similar to the ocean blue armor.
It was not just the color of the armor but also the bright gold color.
Anfey's heart pumped really fast.
Anfey had strong self-control, so he did not rush over to check whether the person was really Susanna. Instead, he held his breath and quietly walked forward. He only walked a few steps before he stumbled and almost fell into an ancient tree, because he saw a little unicorn in the range of the heart of nature. Anfey felt so happy because the swordsman fighting with the gigantic eagle had to be Susanna. There was no other possibility.
Susanna had moved one level up and become a real master swordswoman. Ernest had told Anfey that it was really hard to break the bottleneck to become a master swordsman from being a senior swordsman. The process varied for each individual.
Some broke through after long-time experience, others did it after surviving risky situations, while others got inspiration from some agent, even though they only muddled along the life without any purpose.
Anfey had no idea Susanna had already broken through to the top.
Anfey felt happy for her but a little regretful at the same time.
He was not jealous of Susanna's achievement.
He had been thinking that he would be able to be there and witness this special moment with Susanna. Unfortunately, life had taken them in different directions. He had missed this special moment for all kinds of reasons.
Anfey quietly floated up and flew forward quickly. He was in a hurry to see Susanna, but he needed to kill that other guy first.
As he sensed the direction where the fight was moving, he was searching for the best place for him to attack the guy in surprise. When that enormous eagle was less than 1,000 yards away from Susanna, Anfey found a tall ancient tree. He quietly climbed up the tree as swiftly as a snake and hid himself in the thick branches.
The eagle was Eagle King Mauso.
Anfey wasn't sure at first, since he did not understand why Mauso would rather stay in a disadvantaged position in this fight instead of fleeing, since Mauso could transform himself into an enormous eagle. It did not take long for Anfey to figure out the answer.
Mauso apparently wanted to exhaust Susanna's combat power and give her a fatal attack.
He figured Mauso could wait any longer for that chance.
Anfey's judgment was right.
The eagle was Mauso, but he had forgotten about the strong sensing ability Mauso had and the reason Mauso was called the Observer.
Mauso's sensing ability was not as good as Anfey's after he bonded with the heart of nature. Mauso could distinguish all the disguises and release eagle eye magic all the time.
As a top power, Mauso could not only sense disguises, but also the emotional changes of all kinds of living organisms within 1,000 yards, which was exactly the range of eagle eye magic.
As Anfey sneaked up into the tree, Mauso had already noticed Anfey. The eagle's eyes were as big as fists.
The eagle had a playful look and suddenly flapped his wings, flying towards Anfey. As he was less than 50 yards away from the tree where Anfey was hiding, a tiny magic surge caught his eye.
Mauso flapped his wings and instinctively went into a dive.
He just sensed that he should do that. Anfey suddenly appeared behind the enormous eagle with a fire sword in his hand. He swung the fire sword and created an area of light in the sky. Mauso increased his speed, flying so fast that Anfey did not even touch a feather, even though he thought he could definitely hit him. The enormous eagle flew straight up with a series of screeches.
It sounded like he was cursing something. Anfey dropped straight down as a pile of debris sprang up from the ground. Anfey put his feet on it. After holding up Anfey, the pile turned into moving earth elements and disappeared. Another pile showed up and held Anfey in the air again. They looked like stairs to send Anfey to the ground.
In fact, he had already released levitation magic. Facing Mauso's threats, it was too dangerous to control his body with just wind elements, so he liked the feeling of stepping on the piles better.
This time, it was Susanna's turn to get shocked.
She stared at the back of Anfey as the thick golden lightning gradually faded away and showed her feminine figure.
Since Susanna left Sacred City, she had been missing her husband.
Besides Sholi, Anfey was her only family. When she was attacked and in danger, the feeling of missing Anfey seemed to be stronger.
She had so much she wanted to talk about with Anfey, but she felt dizzy, with a lump in her throat, and no words came out when she actually saw Anfey.
After giving Susanna a loving and caring look, Anfey turned back to Mauso and chased after him in the sky.
Unlike Anfey, Susanna had lost her sharpness. It seemed that she could see only Anfey and nothing more. Maybe this was the difference between being emotional and being reasonable. Susanna finally ran at Anfey and held him from behind.
She seemed to hold tremendous pain as she grabbed his gown and held him tightly. She put her face on Anfey's broad shoulder.
Anfey did not move.
He did not put away his fire sword until Mauso had flown far away and did not pose any threat to them. He heaved a sigh because he knew why Susanna had gone back to Sacred City and understood the pain of losing her mother. Anfey had experienced the same kind of pain in his previous world. Anfey felt the coldness on his shoulder and heard the muffled crying. He patted Susanna's hand and slowly took her hands away from him so he could turn her around and hold her in his arms. Susanna had been aggressive in the fight a second ago, but now she was just a helpless kid. She felt weak and let Anfey caress her. She had her eyes closed but tears ran down her cheeks and wet Anfey's chest.
This was the first time Anfey had ever seen Susanna crying. Susanna was tough and strong.
If she were not in extreme pain, she would not show her weakness in front of others. Even if she showed it, she would only show it in front of Anfey.
Anfey did not say anything.
He only held Susanna tighter. There had been too many times in his life when Anfey had missed romantic moments because he had been involved in some dangerous situation. He looked cold and could not come up with any sweet and comforting words, even though he loved Susanna very much.
Anfey had never been good at expressing himself.
Instead of forcing himself to say sweet words, he would rather show his love in action to let Susanna know he cared about her, just as he had killed on the previous day to show his hatred and resentment. It was undeniable that most women wanted to hear sweet words, even though they knew their men loved them. A man like Anfey might be attractive at the beginning, but they could run into trouble once the couple was living together. Luckily, given her experiences in life, Susanna did not have too many desires, including at this moment. She was happy to be able to feel cared by Anfey, and she gradually stopped sobbing. They held each other in the forest. If it were not for the breeze, it seemed that time had stopped. The little unicorn slowly walked over.
He looked up to watch in curiosity and then ran to Anfey.
He excitedly rubbed himself on Anfey's leg, but Anfey could not spare himself to attend to him. The little unicorn noticed that no one was paying attention to him and made some screeches after rubbing a few times. Anfey held his upper body still as he kicked the little unicorn with the tip of his foot. He liked this little guy, but it was not comparable to the love he had for Susanna.
He did not want anyone or anything to disrupt him and Susanna right now.
The little unicorn jumped back in shock and ran away. He laid on the ground and felt wronged by Anfey. As time went by, and without knowing how long they had been standing there holding each other, Anfey whispered to Susanna, "Master Swordswoman, my Master Swordswoman."
"Yes," Susanna murmured.
It was unbelievable that she had fallen asleep. For the past few days, she had been attacked by surprise, fled, fought back, chased after and fought with Mauso, and she was not able to eat, sleep, or rest well, which had made her exhausted. After she was able to cry out her sadness and felt Anfey's firm chest, it seemed that she could not find another place warmer and safer than being next to Anfey.
She finally had a moment to take a breath. Anfey did not expect she would fall asleep. He was definitely shocked. He thought Susanna would tell him her pain and sorrow after seeing him. After she calmed down, they could talk about how much they missed each other and snuggle together. They might even find a quiet spot to make love to each other. Being apart from each other made their hearts grow fonder. At that moment, Susanna put her whole weight on Anfey, and felt she might fall if he did not hold tight to her waist. After hesitating for a while, Anfey sighed again. He decided to continue to stand like this because he did not want to wake Susanna up. He could tell she was very, very tired. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390, No Regrets. Chapter 390, No Regrets. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
After moving up a level, Susanna felt a significant change in her body. Even though she was exhausted, she only slept for a short while. She opened her eyes and stretched her body. She glanced around, her eyes finding Anfey, who was leaning against a nearby tree. He knew that the cold will not threaten Susanna's health, but he still set up a magic shield that blocked the cold wind. He turned and saw Susanna staring at him and grinned.
"Did you miss me?" Anfey asked as Susanna sat up. Susanna smiled.
She moved closer to Anfey and rested her head on his shoulder. She did not say anything, but her actions showed that she had missed him very much. "You must be exhausted," Anfey said softly.
Susanna smiled and shook her head.
Both of them were trying to avoid confronting the truth, because the truth would remind Susanna of some unhappy memories. She would rather keep her suffering to herself.
"What happened?" Anfey asked. "Since you left, I mean." "Wait a bit, won't you?" Susanna said, frowning. She did not want to say anything because she did not want to ruin the moment. Anfey smiled. He stroked Susanna's hair and did not say anything. He wanted to know what had happened to Susanna, but he did not want to ruin the moment either. Susanna had rarely made any requests. She was much better at following orders. He had found Susanna, and he knew that they would have plenty of time to catch up. The unicorn was sitting on the ground a few feet away, watching Anfey and Susanna. It lifted its head and whinnied, as if it felt ignored and wanted to join the two as well. Anfey ignored the unicorn, but Susanna turned and waved at it. "Come here," she said, pushing herself up. The unicorn stood up and galloped over. It stopped next to Susanna and rubbed its head on her shoulder. Anfey frowned and waved his hand, shooing the unicorn away. He just wanted to spend some time alone with Susanna and did not want anything to intrude. "Don't do that," Susanna said. "It saved my life." "Really?" Anfey asked, confused. Susanna nodded. The druids didn't want to harm it, so they weren't using their full strength. Anfey nodded. "Of course," he said. "Unicorns are holy to them." He waved his hand at the unicorn, beckoning it to come closer. The unicorn galloped over to him and nudged his arm with its head. The unicorn rubbed itself against Anfey and Susanna a few times and settled down against Susanna, resting its head on her lap. "So, Lady Master Swordsman," Anfey said with a grin. Susanna smiled. "Yes? Are you jealous now?" "Never," Anfey said. "I'm really happy for you." "Thanks," Susanna said with a sigh. "But it's nothing." "What?" "It's very important." "You're a master swordsman now," Anfey said. "You don't get it," Susanna said, shaking her head. "I felt something when I leveled up. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a giant barrier, you know? It's like a cage surrounding our world. We are the birds. The world we know isn't real. We are just seeing an illusion. Whoever set that barrier, we are just seeing what that person wants us to see." "What else did you sense?" Anfey asked, intrigued. "I was too distracted by the fight," Susanna said, shaking her head. "It was fleeing. I don't think I could have caught it if I wanted to." "Interesting," Anfey said. "I think that's an important discovery. You should talk to Master Saul about it." Susanna nodded. "I agree. Anyways, how did you break through?" Anfey asked. "I don't know," Susanna said, shaking her head. "I knew I had no other choices but to fight. I thought I was going to die, but my combat power just kept coming, and then." "Then you broke through?" Susanna shrugged. "That's basically it." "Tell me exactly what happened," Anfey said. Susanna nodded. She told Anfey about everything she had encountered so far, including the initial attacks and the realization that the unicorn was following her. She smiled proudly when she told Anfey that she took care of her enemies alone without any aid. Anfey smiled encouragingly. He was very proud of her for being so strong and independent. She told him about the fight with the druids and the encounter with Mauso. Anfey frowned as she finished. Susanna did not notice anything strange about her fight with Mauso, but Anfey found a lot of things about the encounter suspicious. "What happened then?" "Then I ran into you," Susanna said. "Did you learn how to teleport? It would be very useful in the future. And are you practicing with your fire sword?" Anfey retrieved Entos' wand from his dimensional ring and handed it to Susanna. "Check this out," Anfey said with a smile. "This is..." Susanna's eyes widened as she examined the wand. Anfey nodded. "It is. They're so good to us," Susanna said with a sigh. She handed the wand back to Anfey. "How can we ever repay them?" Anfey nodded in agreement. "We owe them so much." Clearly, Susanna was moved by how everyone from Mayho Empire treated her.
In the past, she only worked for them because she liked the team. Now, she was willing to serve not just the team but also Manhwa Empire.
Anfey understood her sentiments.
Saul and Ernest had taken him off of the island and helped him when he was just a nameless boy.
Yolanthe had helped him numerous times as well. Yolanthe was a very good king and a smart man.
Anfey was willing to serve a king like him.
Is everyone all right? Susanna asked.
She knew that the druids and the elves were targeting Anfey and her friends. Some tried to fool me, Anfey said with a grin.
You didn't fall for it, did you?
Of course not, Anfey said, shaking his head.
Good, Susanna said. I know you're not stupid. Anfey smiled.
You are very smart as well, Susanna, he said.
We have made Manstali our enemy, Susanna said softly.
We need to be much more careful now. We do need to be more careful, Anfey agreed. But he was at fault.
He attacked us first, did he not?
You're right, but we still need to be careful, Susanna said. She knew that this was only the beginning of a long and difficult fight, but she was willing to follow Anfey. She knew that she would never regret her decision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 391, Pain in the Neck. Chapter 391, Pain in the Neck. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Long and Ling sat shoulder to shoulder in an ancient tree.
Bored, they looked up at the sky and counted the stars. They were both very introverted and did not like to socialize with others. Sometimes they did not even want to greet others courteously, so their shadow mercenary group was the most mysterious mercenary group. They had joined Anfey's legion, but still did not have too much contact with the others. They did not have anything in common with other mercenaries. Unlike the others, they were not interested in power, money, or women. The ambition Long and Ling had seemed distant from other mercenaries. When they had some free time, Long and Ling liked to spend their time outside.
They did not want others to disturb them.
They chose to be alone, or even lonely.
After a while, Ling suddenly said quietly, "Has something been bothering you?"
"Yes." Long nodded with a bitter smile on his face.
"Can't you talk to me about it?" Ling complained.
"Master." Long did not get a chance to complete what he was trying to say. He suddenly shut his mouth and cautiously looked around. He lowered his voice and said, "Ling, you know Master killed hundreds of druids and elves a few days ago."
"I am worried."
"What are you worried about?"
"Worried that Master has some prejudice against druids and elves?" Ling asked.
"Yes," Long said quietly.
"Do not forget, we are druids too."
"Ah, you." Ling shook her head with a smile.
"What about me?"
"I am just thinking for our future," Long said.
"Why did Master kill those druids and elves?"
"They wanted to set Master up." Master's wife, Susanna, was in trouble as well. "I can understand why Master killed those druids and elves," Ling said.
"They did surrender at the end. Why did Master have to kill them?" Long asked. "Try to put your feet in his shoes.
If you caught a group of mercenaries who set me up, killed me, then surrendered to you, would you forgive them?"
Ling asked. "Me, of course not." This was a matter of principle. No matter how he looked at it, he had to say no to that question. If he did not say no, he would be in trouble, big trouble. "Would you hate everyone in the world?" Ling asked. "Well, I am not that irrational."
Long smiled bitterly.
"Ling, why are you speaking up for Master?" Long understood what Ling was trying to tell him.
If he would not hate everyone in the world, then Anfey should not hate all the druids and elves.
"Because I think Master did not do anything wrong."
"He only killed his enemies," Ling said slowly. "I am just worried that our history would make Master suspect that we are not loyal to him."
"In the future," Long said. "You think too much." A voice suddenly arose. Long was shocked and jumped up. What they just had been discussing was very sensitive.
If Anfey heard about it, they might be in serious trouble. Long came up with the idea of killing people who heard their conversation. If only one person had heard their conversation, he did not mind killing that person. Unfortunately, when he jumped up and saw the person who spoke to him, his intentions of killing left him. His chest and back were suddenly soaked in sweat. He felt the coldness on his chest and back and started to tremble slightly.
"Master, you are back."
Ling sounded excited, surprised, and a little worried.
"Yes."
Anfey flew to them from more than a dozen yards away. He laid his eyes on Long and said in a serious tone, "Manstali and the druids who were loyal to him were my only enemies." Long immediately lowered his head, worried. Long, you'd better tell me whenever you have any questions or doubts, in case there is any misunderstanding.
I am not that bossy.
I am willing to hear others' opinions, Anfey said, smiling.
Long felt ashamed and answered Anfey positively.
He could tell that Anfey was seriously and honestly explaining to him.
But Anfey did not have to explain anything. Anfey was their leader. If Anfey wanted to kill them today, they would not see sunrise in the morning.
He appreciated that an absolute power would patiently and politely communicate with those who had little power. Ling suddenly screamed, scaring Long, "Oh, my God!
Miss Susanna is back! Miss Susanna is back!"
As Ling was screaming, Susanna flew in from the distance.
She landed next to Anfey in the blink of an eye. She nodded at Ling and Long with a smile. Long looked surprised and excited.
Susanna did not like to talk much, but was very popular among mercenaries. They all liked and respected her very much. This had to do with her fighting ability, beautiful looks, and the way she treated others.
When Long saw Susanna was safe, he was sincerely happy for her. "Miss Susanna, you are..."
Ling screamed again before Long could get his words out.
"Oh, my God, what did I see, what did I see?"
Long did not know whether he should cry or laugh. They had been married for a couple of years, but he did not know Ling could talk in such high pitch until today. He followed Ling's eyes to see, and he looked more stunned than Ling.
A little unicorn excitedly approached them.
He looked at Ling and Long curiously and then circled around Susanna.
"Master, am I dizzy? Sacred beast? You have a sacred beast?" Long's eyes almost fell out. In fact, Anfey's little unicorn was no longer a secret.
Some people found out about it a long time ago, but the media on the Pan continent was not great, so most people did not know about it, including Ling and Long. "Why are you so surprised?" "He has been with me for almost a year," Anfey said. Long slowly walked over and bent down, trying to touch the little unicorn. The little guy was immediately aware of Long and moved back. Its horn started to blink with arc light. Blavi and Rizka had been around the little unicorn for almost a year. If they could not even touch him, then surely Long could not either.
If Long walked closer to him, the little unicorn definitely would attack him. Long noticed the hostility from the unicorn and slowly walked back to Anfey.
He smiled and said, "Master, you really can surprise us at any time."
Anfey laughed, appreciating Long's flattery. Whenever he felt great, he wanted to show off more. He waved his hand at the little unicorn, "Come on, boy." The unicorn immediately turned to look at Anfey and excitedly ran over to him after he heard Anfey's call. Long and Ling almost fainted when they saw that. Elves and druids saw unicorns as their holy blessing beasts. There was a legend that some heroes riding unicorns into battle treated the unicorns as their friends who could go through thick and thin with them. Anfey treated the little unicorn as his kid, which looked really ridiculous to Long and Ling. "Anfey, unicorns do not have gender, like babies. Don't assume," Susanna playfully complained.
In fact, she did not care to argue over the gender of the unicorn. She was hinting that Anfey should stop calling the unicorn as his son. If Anfey were the father of the little unicorn, she would be the mother. It felt weird to Susanna, especially with Long and Ling present. Susanna felt she had become their joke. "If I say he is my son, then he is my son," Anfey said.
"Don't be so sure." Susanna felt embarrassed and a little mad. "Fine," Anfey easily gave in to Susanna.
He randomly snatched a branch and tossed it. "Come on, girl, get it for me." The little unicorn did not read between the lines, but he was happy to get attention from Anfey. He immediately ran to chase the branch. In the blink of an eye, he ran back happily with a branch between his teeth, trying to please Anfey. Long cleared his throat. He was not very comfortable seeing the holy beast in his religion becoming Anfey's pet. He changed the topic. "Master, you came back at the right time. Ozek has been troubled by the problems in Shuklan City." "What's wrong?" Anfey appeared shocked. "There are still about 1,400 mercenaries left in Shuklan City. Master Ozek and Shin Bella have just over 1,000 in their unit, not even as many as theirs. Even counting Knights of Light and Priests, we only have about 1,700, not a big advantage," Long said slowly. After Long's briefing, Anfey understood the general situation in Shuklan City. The threat from outsiders could lead people to unite or merge into a big group, just as in the case of the League of Mercenaries. The mercenaries in Shuklan City had united and an intermediate magister, Wendorf, was their leader. People's ambitions would change as the situation changed. If a person only led 100 mercenaries, he would be eager for help from someone with strong power. It would not matter who the powerful person was, as long as that person could ensure their safety. If a person led 500 mercenaries, he would not rush to look for protection, because 500 mercenaries could be a good bargaining chip to exchange for something else.
1,400 was not a small number.
When Shinbella's Jagged Roses mercenary group was at its peak, it only had about 2,000 mercenaries. Everybody knew that popular mercenaries would become the leader. Since Wendorf had the ability to lead 1,400 mercenaries, there was no reason he would want to be someone's subordinate.
It proved that Wendorf thought and acted as Anfey did.
On the one hand, Wendorf tried to please Ozek, but he never agreed to merge troops. On the other hand, he tried to bond with the Knights of Light and priests.
Obviously, he noticed the tension between them. Ozek did not know what to do with Wendorf.
He felt Wendorf was a pain in the neck. If Ozek chose to fight with him, he was not sure he could win, even if they had a senior swordswoman, Shinbella, because Wendorf controlled more mercenaries than he did.
If Ozek chose to negotiate with him, Wendorf would want what Ozek could not offer.
They could not meet each other's needs and had no way to negotiate.
"Master, it is great that you are back," Long added.
In fact, he had no idea what Anfey would do, he just believed Anfey could handle it. To be more specific, not only Long, but Christian, Blavi and others in Alibaba Legion believed in him as far back as a year ago. Later, Susanna, Ozek, Shinbella, and many others came to believe in him. Everyone who had the chance to work or live with him developed a strong belief in him. They did not know exactly why they trusted Anfey or where the belief came from. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 392, Appearance. Chapter 392, Appearance. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Wendorf, you have to explain yourself, Ozek said coldly.
I will follow your every order, my lord.
All you need to do is ask, Wendorf said as he smoothed out his robe.
But I need a few more days, my lord. I have a lot of men.
I need to make sure that they are aware of what I want to do.
I already gave you 3 days, Ozek said sternly.
Wendorf had been trying to stall every time Ozek tried to speak with him, and his attitude had not been pleasant. Before they had come together, the two sides had agreed that they would have a pleasant conversation and try to negotiate. This was why Shinbella and Ozek only brought a handful of mercenaries with them. Wendorf, however, must have brought at least 50 men with him. Wendorf's attitude was not the attitude of a man who wanted to negotiate either. I don't want my men to be divided over this, Wendorf said.
I need a few more days. I am sure I can give you a satisfactory answer by then.
Wendorf, Ozek said with a frown, I have a time limit as well.
We need to depart as soon as possible to meet up with our people in Madrid town and head to Helder City. We already wasted a day waiting for your answer. I simply cannot do that. You have to give me an answer right now. Truthfully, I'm starting to doubt your sincerity.
You misunderstand me, my lord, Wendorf said, shaking his head.
I can't get an unanimous answer from my men. I have troubles of my own as well, but...
You only brought 1,000 people, and you want us to show sincerity, a nearby mercenary asked with a snort.
You should join us instead. Lord Wendorf surely can. Be quiet, Wendorf turned to the mercenary and ordered furiously. Nonsense.
Ozek watched with wide eyes as the even-tempered mage grew angry.
I'm just speaking my mind, my lord, the mercenary said. Aren't you the one who encouraged us to speak our minds? I've been a mercenary for more than 15 years and I've never heard of Anfey. Has anyone else heard of him?
The other mercenaries all laughed and agreed with him. The mercenary smirked and turned to Ozek and Shinbella.
If he's so great, the mercenary said, why doesn't he come in person? Where is your sincerity?
Ozek took a deep breath and calmed himself. He knew he had made a mistake trying to negotiate with mercenaries peacefully. Mercenaries believed in survival of the fittest and did not like political maneuvering. The peaceful way Ozek had chosen made him appear weak to these mercenaries. Wendorf was very patient, but his mercenaries were not. His men sent a clear signal that they did not want to join their alliance.
Ozek, let's go, Shinbella said. Ozek glanced at Shinbella. He knew her well enough to know that she planned on coming back. They could not let these mercenaries get away with humiliating Alibaba and not joining the alliance.
If word of this got out, he and Shinbella would be labeled weak.
Ozek nodded and turned away, following Shinbella.
Suddenly, a strong surge of magic drew everyone's attention.
A bright light appeared above Shuplan City and descended slowly. The bright light landed on the ground and grew in intensity. The mercenaries around all shaded their eyes and looked away from the light.
Wendorf raised his wand and created a large magic shield, protecting himself and his men.
Ozek and Shinbella watched in silence but did not move.
The light dimmed, and where the light had been stood a young man. He was wearing robes of a mage and held a large sword made of fire. Wendorf watched, his eyes narrowed. He did not know who this young man was or his purpose. He did not want to lower his guard. Before the mercenaries could react, another light appeared over the walls of the city. A young woman appeared over the walls of the city, a long sword in her hand. Anfey withdrew his sword as Susanna landed next to him. She had first worn azure armor when she was still a senior swordsmaster. Even back then, she felt the superior power of the armor. However, that was just the beginning. The azure armor once belonged to the elves and was taken by the humans. After a few centuries, it ended up in the hands of Princess Victoria. It wasn't just a simple suit of armor. The intensity of combat power could affect the defense power of armor. Susanna's combat power was very powerful, and the armor was feeding off of her combat power, giving her another layer of protection. Wendorf took a few steps back, recognizing the young woman as a top-level power. Ozik's eyes widened. He took a few steps forward and called, "Congratulations, Lady Susanna." Before Ozik could say anything else, Shinbella poked him in the ribs. Anfey had chosen this way to appear in front of the other mercenaries because he did not yet want to intimidate them. It would be disadvantageous to reveal Susanna's level. Wendorf frowned. He now was sure that the young man before him was Anfey and the woman was Susanna. He did not expect the alliance to have a top-level power. Even one top-level power was too much for a mercenary group like his. He knew very well what top-level powers could do. Glory Mercenary Group had Anthony and came to rule the country of mercenaries. Wendorf did not want to join the alliance because he had more than 1,000 men. He had the power to rewrite the history of the nation. Clearly, Anfey had a similar purpose in mind when he founded the alliance. This was why he had always thought of the alliance as an enemy. Now that he found out there was a top-level power in the alliance, Wendorf knew that he could not fight against them. He had left himself no choice. "Why are you still here, Ozik?" Anfey asked. "Lord Wendorf told us that he's having trouble convincing his men," Ozik sighed. "I'm sure that Lord Wendorf can change his mind now that you're here, my lord." "Really?" Anfey asked. "That simple?" "Yes, my lord," Ozik said. He knew that Anfey was asking how much trouble it would cause if they attacked Wendorf and his men then and there. Wendorf only had about 400 loyal men. Ozik was confident that he could convince the other mercenaries once those loyal ones had been taken care of. Anfey nodded and turned to Susanna. Susanna narrowed her eyes and dashed forward. She appeared next to Wendorf and slammed her sword into his chest. Wendorf's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. Susanna pulled her sword out and stepped away. Wendorf collapsed onto the ground. Once Wendorf was gone, his mercenaries posed no challenge. After witnessing the death of their leader, they did not want to fight and tried to flee. However, they were already surrounded. Ozik and Shinbella glanced at each other and drew their swords, beckoning their men to join the fight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 393, Ambition. Chapter 393, Ambition. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. No matter whether mercenaries were with Ozik, Shinbella or Wendorf, they all knew how dangerous the situation was and were prepared for the worst. The riot in the south of Shuklan City could trigger a larger fight in the city, without doubt. The fight happened quickly, but also ended quickly. Susanna never even joined the battle. To put it simply, a top power was more like a strategic weapon. She functioned more at a strategic level to scare the opponents. A top power's fighting ability could not only be evaluated by the amount of people she killed, but how many people she could scare. Susanna walked just once around Shuklan City. Everywhere she went, the mercenaries in Ozik and Shinbella's units cheered loudly for her. They were excited and confident they would win the battle, which helped with their fighting ability, while the mercenaries in Shuklan City instead lost their morale fast. When the news that Wendorf was killed reached them, groups of mercenaries put down their weapons and surrendered to the League of Mercenaries. The Knights of Light and priests who excitedly rushed out to try to pacify the conflict were stunned by what they saw. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. If the mercenaries from those two parties started to fight, they could do nothing but benefit from it. On the one hand, it was a great opportunity to reduce the League of Mercenaries' fighting ability. On the other, Knights of Light and priests thought they could ally with mercenaries in danger to give them a good opportunity to make a name for themselves in the country of mercenaries. The appearance of Susanna crushed that unrealistic dream. In Shuklan City, no one could be a match for Susanna. In other words, the fighting abilities of the two parties was never balanced. They had to choose to keep quiet at the end. When Susanna landed next to Anfey, the yelling and screaming gradually quieted down. Anfey saw the Knights of Light quietly leave the battlefield.
He turned around to a person in armor behind him and said, "Warner, did anyone notice you?" "Master, I was like a mouse, hiding from everyone all day long. How could anyone notice me?"
Warner said with a sly smile.
"Don't worry," Anfey said quietly.
"I will send those Knights of Light and priests away shortly.
Then it will be your show time.
I cannot yet deal with a large-scale fight." Warner hesitated for a second and added, "The more death spirits I can save, the strong the power of the Book of Life will get.
If I am given a certain period of time, I..."
Before he finished talking, Warner saw Anfey's look and suddenly realized he should not continue.
"Don't worry." Anfey smiled. "I am not jealous of your achievements." "Master, you are so open-minded," Warner said, smiling at Anfey. He was not sure he really believed what Anfey said.
"I am very generous to my friends," Anfey said calmly. "Pope William is getting older, while some people in the church hold prejudices against me.
I could even say they treat me as their enemy. Instead of having them in power, I would rather help my friends be successful." "But I am only one person," Warner said.
"I remember you told me that Saint Robin was by himself when he was born," Anfey said.
Warner slowly nodded.
He still looked very serious, but the excitement in his eyes exposed his real thinking.
Anfey had reignited his ambition of long ago. He pondered Anfey's idea for a bit just to show he was humble. If this were not the case, he would not have asked Anfey if he could fight on his own. Anfey looked like he did not understand Warner's intention and casually switched the topic. "Warner, why didn't you find me before?"
"Master, when I had just gotten the Book of Life, I did not know anything else besides the spell," Warner said bitterly. "I had nothing to do for the past few days. You did not allow me to do missionary work, so I studied the Book of Life. The script in the Book of Life was God's language.
I did not understand it.
I asked Master Yi for help and paid a high price for a dictionary from a priest. I have translated every chapter of the Book of Life and found the secret of it."
"Don't all priests have a Bible and dictionary? Don't you have one?" Anfey asked.
"I lost them when I was attacked last time," Warner said. "Warner, you have to be more careful in the future," Anfey said quietly. "If you knew the power of the Book of Life, you could have done a lot in Moramatch and would not have needed to wait until now."
"Back then," Warner tried to explain.
"Back then you were busy preaching to the dwarves," Anfey said, smiling. Warner cleared his throat and shifted his eyes, and then he suddenly found a very good excuse.
"Master, I could not study the Book of Life back then. Master Yi got the dictionary for me later.
That was why I did not know the secret of the Book of Life until recently."
"Maybe it is fate." Anfey smiled but did not respond. The situation in Shuplan City was stabilizing as they talked.
They did not get any further resistance as they recruited the mercenaries in Shuplan City to the League of Mercenaries.
It was like a rolling snowball.
Every time they went to help a city, they recruited the mercenaries in that city to the League of Mercenaries to make it stronger. It was a little challenging at the beginning because initially the League of Mercenaries was not that strong. As they recruited thousands of mercenaries, nothing could stop Anfey recruiting more mercenaries into his League of Mercenaries, including the 3 super mercenary groups. Marino's band of brother mercenary was an exception, since they were already allied with Anfey. Moving forward, it would not be that difficult to conquer the country of mercenaries. Anfey felt excited and proud. However, under the circumstances, Anfey was not the only one feeling that way. At Kalmalashine Fort in Shanxia Empire, about 200,000 soldiers neatly stood in formation, quietly waiting for the city door to open. Over 200,000 people gathered together, but no one moved, nor did anyone make any noise, in contrast to the loud yelling and horses neighing inside the fort. The city door slowly opened and more than 100 knights rushed through. The soldiers at the suspension bridge pulled up the bridge and then ran to the front of the squad. The knight in the front stopped his horse and yelled, "General Scarlet, what are you doing? General Kuiper, can you open the city door?" Scarlet, at the head of the troops, slowly took off her helmet. Her blonde hair fell in waves. She still looked and talked normal, but she showed a bit of tiredness in her eyes. She gave a feeling that she had been through so much. Oddly, her body and face looked young. It was a very mixed feeling she gave out. Seeing the face of Scarlet, the knight in front was shocked for a second. Scarlet had been famous for a short period. This was the first time he had seen Scarlet in person. Even though he heard Scarlet was beautiful, he did not expect her to be so young. He could not imagine how this little girl could have over 200,000 mercenaries listening to her. General Scarlet, as far as I know, you should be traveling northeast right now with your mercenaries to save the people who are suffering from attacks by death spirits.
You should not be here.
The knight sounded kind, since he really could not scold a little girl. General Kuiper, I am trying to save a country, not just the people in certain areas.
Open the door.
I am asking you now, Scarlet said slowly. Kuiper looked like he did not know if he should laugh or cry.
How could a little girl say she is going to save a country?
Kuiper thought to himself. He felt weird because he felt a strong soldier should protect the country, while a little girl should be whining to her parents or trying to become a social butterfly at dance parties. This was not a place for Scarlet.
Kuiper thought for a second and smiled. General Scarlet, do you have to order from the king?
Not yet, Scarlet said.
Not yet?
Please come back when you have an order from the king, Kuiper said.
General Kuiper, that would be too late.
Scarlet had a helpless smile. She seemed to have more bitterness on her face.
Right now Barry does not know which direction my military will go. When he realizes, it will be pointless then.
Barry?
Kuiper almost laughed out loud.
Why would God like General Barry care about where this little girl would go?
What a joke.
Kuiper thought to himself. General Kuiper, Prince Chilik knows what I am doing.
Do you think you can open the door for us?
Scarlet could tell the disdain Kuiper had towards her, but she did not get offended by it. She only mentioned her finance to see if that would work.
Kuiper looked very serious now.
Chilik was the first successor according to age. The little girl here could become a queen of the empire. He could not deny her, but the problem was taking in 200,000 of her troops without orders from the king. If anything happened, the king would not kill his daughter-in-law, and Kuiper would take all the blame.
Some discussion should have happened in a more private setting.
Scarlet was just a little girl. She did not even know to find an appropriate place to talk.
There were so many people listening to their conversation. If he gave in just because he heard Chilik's name, he would lose his authority. Still no? I got it.
Scarlet heaved a sigh and tossed away her helmet. As Kuiper looked shocked, a cloud of combat power arose on Scarlet. She rode her horse at Kuiper with her knight spear pointing at Kuiper's chest.
Are you crazy?
Kuiper yelled as he hurriedly took out his spear. Before the two knight spears clashed, they looked at each other.
Kuiper felt he was falling into an icy cave. What eyes Scarlet had!
There was something burning in her eyes, even the places she looked. The crazy facial expression indicated a strong will that controlled thousands of people. Such a strong will seemed to be able to melt steel, the fort behind Kuiper, or anything else. Kuiper understood that even if the king tried to stop Scarlet, she would rush over his dead body without any hesitation.
Nothing could stop Scarlet.
With a loud bang, the knight spear in Kuiper's hand turned to pieces. The next moment, there was a hole in his chest as big as an bowl. When his body was flying in the air, he saw Scarlet's personal bodyguards run towards the door while the horn arose to signal other mercenaries to start their attack. As death approached him, Kuiper finally understood how Scarlet could have thousands of mercenaries listening to him, but he could not change anything now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 394, Throne of Bones. Chapter 394, Throne of Bones. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
A transparent magic barrier separated Greenwich Island and the rest of the world. The magic barrier prevented the rest of the world from seeing what was happening inside it. Anyone who tried to peer through the magic barrier could only see heavy fog. A magic barrier this big was very rare. Apart from the one Saul used to trap the Dark Moon Magic Legion, this was the largest known barrier in the world. Even though the presence of the necromancers threatened the entire world, the nations of the world had no intention of working together. This was because there had been too many conflicts between nations, and the nations did not trust each other. No one took notice of this large magic barrier because no one had the energy to sail all the way to Greenwich Island. Moreover, no one would try to attack an island when there were still zombies to take care of.
Inside the barrier, the entire island appeared very eerie.
Countless bones formed a large dome that covered half of the island and shielded the island from the sky. Greenwich Island was a large island, and there must have been thousands of dead bodies in that dome.
Hundreds of necromancers were busy at work on the island.
In the middle of the island was a large pillar that disappeared into the bone dome. The pillar was enormous and composed entirely of bones. The pillar appeared as if it was holding up the dome. A tall, thin figure was standing nearby, watching the pillar. There were very few necromancers working. Clearly, this man was a powerful one. The other necromancers did not even go near him. Judging from the careful movements others use around him, it was easy to tell that the other necromancers were afraid of this man. A gust of wind blew across the island, sending bones scattering along the ground. A large phantom dragon appeared in the air, flapping its large wings. Even the phantom dragon did not want to go near the man. It landed a few paces away. A necromancer in a colorful robe jumped off of the dragon and hurried towards the tall figure. The new necromancer was very strange. Most necromancers preferred dark robes, but he had a very beautiful, colorful one. Unlike the other necromancers, this one was very young and handsome. He appeared only to be in his mid-20s. "Master," the young necromancer said to the tall figure, "I'm ready." The tall figure turned to look at the young man. He removed his hood, revealing what was underneath. The figure's head was a large skull covered in cracks. It was as if someone had broken the skull and created him by putting it back together. 2 red lights shone in the skull's eye holes. The young man lowered his head and did not say anything. "Let me see, then," the skull croaked. "But, Morgan, you have to be prepared. I am just a mage, not God." "You are to me, master," Morgan said. The skull sighed, "You've been saying that for centuries." Morgan smiled. He could tell that his teacher was in a good mood today, so he was not as nervous. He retrieved a broken skull and a black crystal ball and set it on the ground. The crystal ball had trapped some green fog in it. The green fog surged as if trying to break free. "This is all you could find?" "Yes," Morgan said. "Most of her body is useless." "This is all I could find." The skull sighed again, and the red lights in his eyes began blinking as if it was thinking. After a few moments, he reached out with a bony hand and pointed at the sky. The skull began chanting, his voice becoming guttural. The bone dome began rattling as the skull chanted, and then the dome began rippling like the ocean. A black swirl appeared under the broken skull on the ground and sucked the skull into it. The skull did not stop chanting. He kept chanting his spell. Dark clouds appeared from the dome and floated down to the ground. Then those dark clouds were sucked into the swirl as well. "The throne is not yet complete," the skull said, "but what you found has strengthened it." "Thank you, master," Morgan said excitedly. He began chanting as well. The crystal ball in his hand shattered, and the green fog inside the crystal ball disappeared into the black swirl as well. The skull's spell was coming to an end. A human body appeared as the skull spell was finished. It was a woman. She appeared to be human, with long limbs. Her eyes were closed, but she seemed to be a beautiful woman. "Master!" Morgan cried, sinking to his knees. He did not expect this result and was very grateful. "This body is not hers," the skull said. "If she wants her strength back, she needs at least 50 years to recover. If you like her, then you should take care of her." Morgan nodded, his eyes swelling up. The skull waved its hand and a red flash of lightning struck the woman's head. The woman's body jerked as she was hit by the lightning. The woman's eyes blinked open, and her body began thrusting around on the ground, screaming as if she was in pain. "Annunciata!" Morgan cried, wrapping his arms around the woman to prevent her from hurting herself. "Wake up! Wake up, please!" The woman's frantic eyes moved to Morgan. "Ernest," she screamed, her voice filled with pain and hatred. "Look at me, Annunciata! Look at me!" Morgan called again. The woman did not appear to hear Morgan's calls. She kept chanting Ernest's name, her voice hoarse. Morgan frowned, hugging the woman tighter. "Be quiet," the skull bellowed. He shook his head and sighed. "Control her. She cannot make a scene here." Morgan nodded. He grabbed the woman's hand. The woman stopped her screaming when she heard the skull. She looked around, and her eyes widened in shock. "Remember who you are now?" the skull asked coldly. "Annunciata, you cost me a phantom dragon, but you still managed to take out Slambria. That is the only reason I'm willing to waste my magic and revive you. The next mistake you make will your last." "What? I did?" Annunciata whispered, frowning. "What? I didn't kill Slambria." The skull paused, then laughed. "I see. I've always wondered how you managed to take out Slambria. Infighting is more effective than I expected. But why would they do that?" Morgan asked, surprised. "Who knows?" "I don't care why," the skull said. "All I want to know is how Pope William reacted to this." "They may not believe it," Morgan said. "They will," the skull said. "You don't need to worry about that. Morgan, you need to get back to your work. You've already stalled for 20 years, and I don't want to wait another 20. You need to return with the Ring of the Undead and that traitor Goldman by the time the Throne of Bones is complete.
Do you understand?
Yes, Master, Morgan said.
I found something, but Bruzeriano.
The heart of nature is powerful, but I have no use of it, the skull said.
I need the ring in Goldman.
Know your priorities, Morgan.
Yes, Master.
Morgan said, lowering his head respectfully.
I will depart immediately.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 395, Surrounded. Chapter 395, Surrounded. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Master, the Green City is just ahead of us, Thompson politely said to Anfey.
Anfey nodded and looked at the barely seen city ahead of him. Anfey did not reply. Anfey, what are you hesitating for? Let's fight. Blavi laughed.
Long and Ling have confirmed that there are 40,000 to 50,000 death spirits at most.
Blavi was confident that they would win this fight. Anfey had about 2,000 mercenaries on his own.
As they had recruited about 1,700 surviving mercenaries in Madrid town, there should be about 4,000 mercenaries now. 4,000 mercenaries against 50,000 low-level death spirits.
Mercenaries would win without a doubt.
An additional 700 or so Knights of Light and Priests were part of the main force fighting against death spirits.
I just have a bad feeling about this, Anfey said quietly.
As a professional assassin, he would rather believe his instincts than what he saw and heard.
Anfey felt the atmosphere was way too gloomy. He felt weird about it, but could not figure out what was bothering him.
Anfey, we have to take the Green City today, otherwise we will run into trouble soon, Riska said in a low voice. In order to recruit mercenaries from different cities, they had made a good and flexible plan based on the distance among those cities.
For example, to help Shuplan City and Madrid town, they had divided into two groups. The next city would be the Green City. Anfey would meet up with Blavi to attack the Green City.
After taking the Green City, they would be divided into three groups. They had to take the Green City now to give them time to reorganize the mercenaries later in the day so they could be divided into three groups by early the next morning. If they could not take the Green City soon, they would have to stay through tomorrow.
Anfey kept quiet. He had his way of doing things and was not easily influenced by others.
At the same time, a few Knights of Light hurriedly came back, yelling rudely, Master Anfey, why haven't you started the fight yet? The mercenaries in the Green City have rushed out.
Are you going to watch them all die in front you? Anfey was shocked for a second and laid his eyes on Blavi. Blavi immediately released Eyes of Sky.
Just as they thought, the mercenaries in the Green City had gotten excited and bet their life on the reinforcement troops. They had rushed out of the city when they saw the reinforcements.
Anfey heaved a sigh and slowly closed his eyes. He started his internal force immediately and maximized his sensing ability.
Anfey could see around him for dozens of miles, but he could not find anything suspicious.
Let's start the fight, Anfey said slowly.
He had to start against his better judgment because he could not watch the mercenaries in the Green City die one after another. It would be bad for his reputation.
Mercenaries were not soldiers.
When Anfey's order was passed down, the mercenaries in different units rushed in without any formation or strategy. Anfey was not experienced in giving orders in battle, neither did he understood how ridiculous his mercenaries looked to those soldiers.
However, he did not care. For Anfey, as long as they could win the battle, it did not matter how they fought. Mercenaries and soldiers all got scared the first time they fought against death spirits.
In the first place, their vision, hearing, and sense of smell were affected. They had to face the ugly looks, terrifying sounds and horrible smell of the death spirits. They could only conquer it with their willpower.
Second, there were a large number of death spirits.
No matter how good the squad was, they would be surrounded by death spirits.
Of course, being surrounded did not mean they would lose the battle.
Elite soldiers could always keep their formation as they killed death spirits. When they had killed enough death spirits, they all could join the battle and wipe them out.
Anfey's mercenaries were used to fighting death spirits. The negative factors did not bother them.
After communicating with each other, they had accumulated a lot of common sense to fight with death spirits. For example, low-level death spirits mainly attacked by biting their opponents, mainly on their faces, necks, hands and feet. As long as they could protect themselves in those areas, they should be fine. If they were scratched, they could be healed by priests.
The toxins in their bodies could be removed by priests so they would not turn into death spirits. Mercenaries covered those parts very well in battle. They did not follow the rule that they would never let their weapons down.
To protect their own arms, they would toss their weapons and retreat once the death spirits snatched their weapons. If they were bitten by the death spirits, they would fight the death spirits as best they could, hoping to kill as many as they could. They would rather exchange their lives for a few more death spirits' lives, because they knew they would be killed by their peers after they were infected anyway. The mercenaries' superior intelligence helped to reduce fatalities to the minimum. About 4,000 mercenaries gathered together and looked like a gigantic stone mill. They passed the area with a high number of death spirits and quickly defeated them. The priests had released holy light spells, which had slowed down death spirits and weakened them as well. It looked like they would finish this battle soon.
I am going to sleep better tonight since you are here. Blavi laughed.
The more power a person had, the more responsibility he had to take. To prove he was capable, Blavi did not take break when he was in Madrid town.
With Ozzy and Thompson's help, he threatened and also gave rewards to the mercenaries to try to recruit them into the League of Mercenaries.
In the end, he did not have to fight them to recruit them. Once he had Anfey with him, his dependence on Anfey came right back.
Rizka and others reacted the same way. You. Anfey shook his head and smiled.
Suddenly, his smile froze on his face.
He could sense millions of death spirits rushing into the region.
They looked like a clump of ants. It was hard to identify how many there were. Groups of zombies slowly crawled out from underground on the field.
They joined the death spirits.
There were death spirits everywhere.
Their screaming was as loud as tsunami. Anfey, what's wrong? Blavi asked in surprise.
Anfey did not have to answer him, since he also heard the screams of the zombies.
With the loud screaming, the mages and priests had to cover their ears.
Soldiers seemed to react better than mages and priests to the zombies' screaming. The mercenaries on the battlefield had to retreat. They worriedly looked around to see what was happening. They had no idea what had happened.
Eyes of Sky. Hurry up!
Blavi finally realized what had happened.
Over 20 Eyes of Sky were released one after another.
They searched different locations, but they all gave the same view.
There were zombies everywhere, countless zombies.
The priests had been relaxed, but now looked tense.
An intermediate-level priest suddenly yelled, Master Anfey, what are you standing there for? We need to retreat. The death spirits are slow. We still have the chance to escape. Hurry up. Retreat. Listen to me. Retreat. Another priest yelled as he raised his scepter. Do not retreat. Anfey yelled in anger and kicked the priest in the gut.
He did not put too much strength into the kick, otherwise there would be a hole in the priest's stomach.
However, Anfey's kick was still too much for a priest.
That priest could not help kneeling on the ground and jerked in pain.
Everyone could not help fixing their eyes on Anfey. Anfey was not a general. He did not know much about strategies on the battlefield. However, the instinct he developed after experiencing so many dangerous encounters had resulted in excellent decision-making in a short period of time. Afterwards, he was very glad he made that decision. Susanna, it's your turn now, Anfey said with a poker face.
He had put his hand on the sword shaft. As he pulled his sword out, he had already jumped in the air, yelling, "Fight!" The fire, as a meteor, lit up half of the battlefield and fell straight down among the zombies. The flame rose in the blink of an eye and turned dozens of zombies near Anfey to ashes.
Anfey could not hold anything in anymore at this dangerous moment.
The fire sword in his hand was over 20 yards long. Every swing killed a group of zombies, like he was reaping crops. Even zombies outside of the fire sword's attack range were scorched.
The lower-level zombies were not scared.
They still rushed towards Anfey from all sides. However, the speed that Anfey killed zombies was a lot faster than the speed the zombies could reach him. The flame was so strong that everywhere the flame passed, it turned it into a burning hell. The mercenaries in Zagreen City were more scared than zombies, especially when they saw Anfey almost make a path for them by killing the zombies. Anfey did not seem to stop, so they yelled and turned around to run back into the city. Blavi, Elizabeth and others had really good responses.
They immediately flew into the sky and followed Anfey.
They constantly released frost magic, which was not to kill zombies but to cool down the area Anfey scorched. Even with the frost magic, it still took some time to cool down. Some areas still had very high temperatures.
If they did not cool down the area, the regular swordsmen would definitely get burned, even though higher-ranking mercenaries could rush over those areas.
Mercenaries crazily yelled and ran forward at full speeds. They knew they were facing danger when they heard the thunderous screaming of zombies.
At this critical moment, they had better follow Anfey. The fire and flame Anfey released showed the way.
The mercenaries in Zagreen City ran, crawled and rolled back into the city as Anfey cleared a path for them by killing zombies. He jumped on the city tower, which was not very tall. He turned around to look down at the whole battlefield. The flame flickering and burning around him made him look like a fire god. The mercenaries behind him all looked stunned and terrified. They did not know who Anfey was, but power was the most direct and sharpest way to represent a person, and it left those mercenaries with the impression he was trustworthy. At that moment, Anfey was actually not sure if he was right or wrong about his decision to fight. However, to all the mercenaries, it was the right decision to follow Anfey. They yelled again and ran in the direction of the fire and flames. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 396, 3 Discipliner. Chapter 396, 3 Discipliner. Translator, Audiobooks Studio Editor, Audiobooks Studio.
The zombies arrived only minutes after all the mercenaries had retreated into the city. Because the mercenaries would rather be on the offensive than on the defensive, the cities and country of mercenaries did not have good defense system. Even the two major cities, Blackwater and White Mountain City, did not spend much on the city's defense. The Green City was even worse. However, the large city walls acted as a deterrent.
Anfey knew that all he needed was some time. Audiobooks and Shin Bella arrived with their men.
They stood on the wall and watched the zombies in silence.
Audiobooks, take the east. Shin Bella, go to the west with your men.
Orsi, take the north, and Thompson will stay with me, Anfey said.
Audiobooks nodded.
He waved to his men and began heading towards the eastern part of the city.
Anfey glanced around and asked, "Who's in charge of this place?"
"I am, my lord," a large man stepped forward and said. He was very worried about the zombies, but seeing how calm Anfey and his men were, he felt strangely comforted as well, despite the fact that imminent death was waiting for him outside the wall.
"What's your name?"
"Gyuri," the large man said.
"Divide up your men," Anfey instructed. "You'll join my men. You know this city better than we do. We need your help."
"Yes, sir."
"How many men do you have?"
"About 500, Gyuri said with a frown. He was worried that he might not have enough men to make it through this battle. "That's more than enough," Anfey said.
"Go." Gyuri nodded and jogged off of the wall, following Audiobooks and his men. "Why are these zombies concentrating on us?" Susanna asked with a frown.
"Maybe we're irritating the necromancers," Anfey said with a smile.
"Irritating?" Anfey nodded. "Can you go talk to the Knights of Light?"
"I want them to divide into 4 groups as well and join the 4 fronts.
We need to strengthen our defenses. I can't assure you that they'll listen." "They will right now," Anfey said.
"All right," Susanna said.
She paused and glanced at Anfey and asked, "Are you even planning on breaking out?"
"Why would we do that?"
Anfey asked.
"I'm serious," Susanna said with a deep frown.
"There are too many zombies."
"Don't worry," Anfey said.
"I have a plan."
Susanna narrowed her eyes, then sighed and shook her head. She turned and began her descent from the wall. She knew that the more stressful the situation, the calmer Anfey will be. She had known very few people like that, and she respected it.
"Blavi," Anfey called.
"Yes?"
Blavi said, walking over. "You're doing it?" Anfey nodded.
"You're a madman," Blavi said. It was very hard to destroy an established magic group because the mages could simply use levitation spells to escape the battlefield. However, Blavi had never thought about using levitation to escape. Even if Anfey ordered them to use all of their magic, he would still follow his orders. Blavi was very loyal to his friends, and he would do anything to protect and help his friends and his men.
"Don't do anything unless I tell you to," Anfey said. "Let's see what those priests can do." "I know what you mean."
Blavi had hardly finished his sentence when the zombies surged forward and began attacking the city. The zombies were not very smart, and their attacking technique was very simple. In some situations, though, the simplest strategy was the most effective as well. Countless zombies stacked themselves on top of each other, building a slope that acted as a pathway for more zombies.
The zombies staggered up the slope, howling.
All sides of the city were simultaneously attacked. Even though they lacked aid from mages, the mercenaries were still very powerful and blocked the attacks from the zombies.
However, the number of zombies was too great.
Even though the mercenaries were strong, they were outnumbered. Countless zombies were running up the more than a dozen slopes all around the city, but there were only about 5,000 fighters in the city. Except for the priests whom Anfey kept back, everyone was fighting. With the zombies threatening to overrun the city at any moment, the mercenaries fought even harder. The mercenaries knew that they must do everything in their power to stop the zombies, because everything would be over if the zombies broke into the city. The number of injured mercenaries was steadily increasing, while others were pulled off of the wall and into the pile of zombies. The situation began to turn as the priests joined the fight. Even though light magic was not as effective anymore, it was still very good at delaying the zombies. Light magic did not require a large reserve of magic. One spell could injure or destroy a dozen zombies. The priests knew how to use their power to the fullest, and soon the slopes of zombies began to collapse. In the forest not far from the city, a few necromancers were conversing quietly. After a few moments, one of the necromancers raised a wand made from bones.
As soon as the necromancer raised the wand, the attack from the zombies ceased. Anfey knew why the necromancers must be retreating. He had more priests than the necromancers had anticipated, and if this continued, the zombies would all be defeated. It was important to know one's enemies, but in a war against the necromancers, it was an impossible task. The necromancers could conceal their identities, while other people could not gain their trust. Spying was impossible. A dark figure rose into the air and floated towards the city. Necromancers could not use the eye of the sky and needed to be close to keep an eye on the situation near the city. "Is that a necromancer?" a nearby mercenary asked loudly. Hearing his question, the other mercenaries around him began muttering amongst themselves. Anfey retrieved his longbow from his dimensional ring and aimed it at the dark figure in the sky. He quickly released an element arrow. The arrow flew very fast. The necromancer did not have enough time to react and was struck in the chest by the arrow. The necromancer gurgled and his figure bobbed in the air before stumbling to the ground. He crashed into the ground a few paces behind the zombies. Anfey lowered his bow. The mercenaries glanced at him with awe and shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397, Slander. Chapter 397, Slander. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Master Anfey, you should take responsibility for falling into the necromancer's trap, a Knight of Light said, emphasizing each word before dropping into a seat. He looked around for people to support him. Unfortunately, no one seemed to pay attention to what he said except for a few Knights of Light and priests who were qualified to attend this meeting. The rest of them were either chatting quietly in groups or resting with their eyes closed. After the battle, Blavi and his mage group did a thorough check around the battlefield with eyes of sky. They found senior-level death spirits among the death spirits. They found about 500 death knights and over 300 specters so far. However, there were so many death spirits, it was difficult to estimate a number. These death spirits were particularly irritating. Their attack and defensive ability was not as good as death knights, but they could fly and release a magic that could affect humans' functioning. They attacked people who had little willpower or telepathy in a way that would cause them to have constant illusions or go crazy. Specters were rare species among death spirits since they were made very similar to puppets. Once necromancers could force the undispersed spirits to merge with Dark Series magic crystal powders, a specter was born. Specters had strong defense and almost abnormal recovery ability, since they were just magic crystal powders in the air. Swords and axes could barely hurt them. Low-level magic had no effect on them. Theoretically, if there were enough Dark Series magic crystals, necromancers could make as many specters as they wanted. But it was just a theory. Dark Series magic crystals were rare and they ranged widely in quality, so no necromancer would make all of their specters with magic crystals. A priest of light tried to mediate. In fact, we cannot blame everything on Master Anfey for the situation we are in. However, he did not really want to help Anfey. I cannot blame everything on Anfey, he meant Anfey needed to take most of the responsibility. In addition, it would not help if we are just blaming each other right now. We'd better save it to think about what we should do next. If we stay here, we will die. To break their blockade. Blaming each other? Yi suddenly laughed. Who blamed whom? It seems that only you guys are blaming Master Anfey, doesn't it? You? That priest of light had no comeback. Breaking out the blockade? I'd better go to sleep instead of wasting my time with you here, Ozek said, sounding irritated. The Knights of Light and priests looked at each other. They were encircled in the Zagreen city and their morale was at the lowest, which was the best time to ruin Anfey's reputation among mercenaries. If they could not do anything to Anfey at that moment, they would not have any chance in the future. Master Thompson, what do you think? A Knight of Light suddenly asked as everyone was quiet. Thompson just joined Anfey's league with his mercenary group. Knights of Light and priests thought Thompson had a fragile bond with Anfey. They wanted Thompson to be on their side, otherwise they would totally lose this battle with Anfey. Thompson did not seem to hear that he was called out. He was still saying something quietly to Warsey and smiling. The Knights of Light and priests could not understand how he could laugh at this moment.
Master Thompson, what do you think? The Knight of Light said again, raising his voice.
Thompson was still talking and laughing with Orsi.
In fact, it didn't take much intelligence to see that Thompson was doing this on purpose. It was impossible that Thompson could not hear it at this volume. The Knight of Light was forced to continue in order to get a response from Thompson. He would even be in a more awkward situation if he backed off now.
Master Thompson.
He sounded very pissed.
Huh? What?
Thompson finally heard him. What do you think about our current situation? The Knight of Light said with his teeth grinded. He realized he had picked the wrong person, but he had to continue anyway. He needed to excuse himself at some point so he would not feel too awkward. I do not have any suggestions. I will follow Master no matter where he goes, Thompson said calmly. He looked like he realized something and tried to explain. I should clarify, when I said Master, I did not mean you.
Everyone burst into laughter.
That Knight of Light blushed and felt like he would explode in anger, but he did not since he really had no reason to do so.
The Knight of Light just did not want to let it go. Anfey had been playing with the little unicorn.
He did not think those few Knights of Light and priests could ruin his reputation.
Mercenaries respected powerful people. If it were possible, they would like to follow powerful people. Millions of bad words about Anfey would not be as influential as Susanna making moves. Master Anfey?
That priest of light was worried and angry when he saw Anfey distracted.
What do you want me to do? Anfey replied with a smile.
When you ordered us to attack, it made us miss the best time to retreat.
Don't you think you should say something? The priest of light said. Retreat?
Sir.
Shin Bella did not even want to call his name. What do you think those Death Knights inspectors were for? If I remember correctly, they had not shown up in the battle yet. If those Death Knights inspectors joined the battle, we could have been swarmed over by the death spirits around us. We did not have any barriers between us. Those death spirits could easily crush the formation we had. Thompson's ears seemed to work again. If we listened to you, we already would be death spirits now. We cannot do nothing. Are we just waiting to die here?
That priest of light had to argue from a different perspective.
Why cannot we wait? Anfey said calmly. Archknight Fernando has been looking for opportunities to fight with death spirits. Now it is the time. Isn't it a good thing?
But Archknight Fernando does not know our situation, the priest of light yelled. He sounded like such a layman. The other 3 Knights of Light who were qualified to sit in the meeting all smiled bitterly.
We divided each day into 6 time periods. Each time period we sent out a group of elite knights to contact Archknight Fernando.
If the Archknight did not receive any information from us, he could speculate on our location and our enemy's fighting ability with the time gap, Anfey patiently explained like a teacher.
So you do not have to worry. They will come to help as fast as they can. This is a joke. Since we were encircled, we have not sent anyone to contact Archknight Fernando.
How could Archknight Fernando know where we are and the number of necromancers we have to deal with? The priest of light said. The few Knights of Light awkwardly lowered their heads. They could not disagree with their peer, so they had to pretend they did not hear what he said.
Let's put it this way. We sent out our knight to Archknight Fernando this noon.
At noon, we were 30 miles away from Zagreen and would be reaching Stormenberg in 3 days. Archknight Fernando would be alerted if the next round of knights does not get to him in time. If the next round of knights is missing, he would know there would be something wrong.
It is easy to locate us.
We should be only half a day traveling distance away from the last round of knights who reached to Stormenberg. In terms of the number of death spirits, we have about 4,000 mercenaries and about 1,000 Knights of Light and priests. If we were in any trouble, he would know we had encountered the main force of the death spirits.
Anfey looked calm and nice, but his words were not. Am I explaining it clearly? Not everyone is as stupid as you. Archknight Fernando is a good general.
You cannot evaluate Archknight Fernando's intelligence and judgment ability with your own intelligence. It could be that priest had dedicated his life to God, so it took him a while to realize what Anfey meant. Anfey did not scold him directly. Or perhaps he understood what Anfey meant but could not take it.
He was trembling in anger. If you are still worried and think Archknight Fernando is as stupid as you can ask for help yourself, Anfey said.
Ask for help? It would be no different than committing suicide, a Knight of Light said, smiling bitterly. It will take at least 8 days for Archknight Fernando to get here.
Can we hold on for 8 days?
Besides the time the knights needed to deliver messages, it would take a day or 2 to reorganize his troops and few days to arrive. The Knight of Light was not wrong.
Anfey said in a low voice, if death spirits attack Zagreen City, how long do you think we could hold out?
I do not know how long we can hold out, but I do know we will die soon once the priest group exhausts their magic," the Knight of Light responded. He did not mean to ignore the fighting ability of the mage group, but he had to admit priests were a lot stronger in terms of fighting death spirits.
"Did they gather countless death spirits, death knights, and specters to wipe us out?"
"We only have a few people," Anfey said with a smile.
"Well," the priest said. "Don't you think they overdid it?" Anfey asked. "Are you saying?" The priest said. "I did not say anything. Just stay here."
No matter what others thought, Anfey had kept calm since he had Warner and the Book of Life. He had seen the power of the Book of Life in Moramatch. Of course, if others got to know about the Book of Life, conflict with the church would break out.
He was not ready yet. He would not use Warner unless it was absolutely necessary.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 398, Anger. Chapter 398, Anger. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. "Are there any changes?" Anfey asked as he walked up to Susanna. "What are you doing here?" Susanna asked, turning around. "You should be getting some rest." Susanna frowned when she saw Anfey's bloodshot eyes.
He had been very busy for the past few days and only had slept for a few hours that morning. She knew he had to get some rest or else he could get sick.
"I'm worried," Anfey said quietly.
"You're always worried," Susanna said.
"You need to worry more about yourself."
She sighed and smoothed out some wrinkles on his shirt. There were still mercenaries around and she did not want to do anything that may be deemed inappropriate.
Anfey shook his head.
"I'll be fine," he said.
"You sure?"
"Absolutely."
Susanna sighed and shook her head.
She knew there was no use trying to convince him to do anything he did not want to do. "Let's go take a walk," Anfey said, pointing down the wall.
"I'm sure the necromancers will attack again at some point.
They need to take us out before Fernando arrives, or else it would be almost impossible for them to wipe us out."
"The attack never stopped," Susanna said with a frown. "But that's different, isn't it?"
"They're just trying to figure out how much manpower we have."
Anfey nodded.
"This coming fight, it's going to be worse than all these small skirmishes added together.
They're serious about taking us out." Susanna opened her mouth a few times but only sighed and did not say anything. "What is it?" Anfey asked. "Never mind," Susanna said. "It's nothing." "It's never nothing," Anfey said. "What are you keeping from me?" Susanna shook her head. "We promised each other we'd never keep secrets, remember?" Anfey said. "You can talk to me about anything. Plus, you're never this hesitant." Susanna grabbed Anfey's arm and moved closer to him. They walked in silence for a few minutes.
Anfey knew that it was no use pushing her, but she eventually would talk to him. She always talked to him because he talked to her. They rarely keep secrets from each other.
"Tell me, Susanna," Anfey said. Have you planned for the worst?" Susanna asked quietly.
"I know you're not the kind to prepare for that, but..."
Susanna knew that it was a difficult thing to think about.
No one wanted to think about the worst possible situation when planning for a battle. Even one as meticulous as Anfey might not have a backup plan when the worst happened. To Susanna, there were certain people she wanted to protect and there were people she wanted to protect but could not. Rizka and Blavi were her friends, and Ozik, Shinbella, and the mercenaries were loyal followers. She wanted to protect all of them, but she knew that even as a top-level power she could not protect everyone. If worse came to worst and the zombies broke into the city, she would need to make sacrifices.
Susanna knew she was not a hero and could not sacrifice herself for others. Anfey wanted glory and fame, but she just wanted a peaceful life.
She could do anything to protect those who were important to her, but not the ones she deemed irrelevant to her life.
Yi was hurrying over and caught what Susanna said. He paused, unsure what to do.
Yi knew what Susanna was talking about, but this was a private conversation and not one he should intrude into.
Whatever Anfey and Susanna talked about was their business. He should stay away. Anfey spotted Yi and waved him over. Susanna pursed her lips when she saw Yi. Yi hesitated, then hurried over.
"Lord Blavi told me to look for you, sir," he said.
"You heard what we were saying, didn't you?" "Yes," Yi said with a nod.
"That is the issue I wanted to talk to you about," Anfey said. "If the worst happens, we need a plan."
Yi nodded.
"I'll follow your every order, sir," he said, "no matter what happens." Yi knew Anfey and knew that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Anfey would not abandon his men. If it really came down to it, it would not be Anfey's or Susanna's fault.
A few survivors would still be better than no survivors. Don't be so pessimistic, Anfey said with a grin. Don't forget about Warner and the Book of Life. You mean?
I've talked with Warner a few times, Anfey said. He said that it is hard to activate the Book of Life. As long as we can keep the zombies and the necromancers away from him, he can hold out for a long time.
I think that is more than enough. But in order for Warner to use the Book of Life, we need to take out the priests. I can't call Ozzy back, so you need to be the one to do it.
But sir, if we take out those priests, Warner and the Book of Life will be our last resort, Anfey said.
As long as there is hope, I won't use him. You know how powerful that book is.
If we have that book, we won't need those priests. Yi nodded, looked at Susanna, and turned to leave. Before he could get far, he stumbled. He glanced outside of the city and his herd grew cold.
Several dozen specters were floating just outside the wall. They would attack the wall quickly and soundlessly before hurrying away.
They made no noise, but the ones they attacked could hear loud screams. A few mercenaries were stumbling already. The priests that were present hurried to cleanse them.
Susanna frowned.
She turned to Anfey and saw that his entire body was tense and he was shaking as if enduring great pain.
Anfey, she asked quietly.
I'm fine, Anfey said through clenched teeth as the specters retreated.
Let's get out of here.
The specters had an unpleasant effect on him, and their magic made him strangely angry. He knew that the specters shouldn't affect him, but he could not block them out. It wasn't pain or discomfort he had just experienced. The specters had awakened the part of him that wanted to fight.
You said that we don't keep secrets, Susanna said. But you are keeping things from me.
Now that Yi heard what I just said, he must be thinking that I'm a horrible person. Yes, not that kind of person, you know that, Anfey said. He understands there are choices we must make. Susanna wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by a sudden howl. Thousands of zombies surged towards the wall from the forest like moving water, howling and clawing, ready to kill any living thing in front of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 399, Internecine Warfare. Chapter 399, Internecine Warfare. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
As the sun went down in the west, the tough battle finally ended, but morale among the mercenaries in Zagreen City became very low.
The attacks from death spirits never stopped from morning until night.
Anfey had about 200 priests join the battle, but the fatality rate was exceptionally high for the day. Including the fatalities of the past few days, the mercenaries had been reduced by 1/3. They also lost about 100 knights and priests.
Everyone knew death spirits were more powerful at night.
If it was already very tough during the day, but it would be a lot tougher at night. The necromancers had ordered many death spirits to fight for them during the day to exhaust the fighting ability of the League of Mercenaries, but the real battle would break out at night. There was a saying that misfortune might be blessings in disguise, while misfortune lurked within good fortune. As the sun went down behind the mountains, good news finally came. Archknight Fernando had brought his shield of Light Legion. He sent a homing pigeon with a letter, telling the mercenaries to hold on tight for another 24 hours at any cost.
Anfey was sitting in the room and playing with the homing pigeon on the table.
This mutated pigeon had a small body, only slightly bigger than a sparrow, but it could fly extremely fast and understand people well. Its only drawback was that it could not fly long distances. It was bred for sending messages between two places that were not too far from each other. Anfey was thinking he should talk with Fernando to see if they could buy more of these homing pigeons to build an information network of their own. As to the content of the letter they received, he did not see and could not see it, just as the Knights of Light could not give commands to mercenaries. If he asked to see the letter, he would bring humiliation on himself, since the conflict between Anfey and the Knights was obvious.
The Knights of Light and priests would not lose any opportunity to make fun of Anfey. Someone knocked on the door. Anfey looked up. "Come in, please." He pushed the door open and walked in. He listened at the door for a moment after he closed the door behind him. He slowly approached Anfey. "What happened?" Anfey asked. "Master, let's do it now," Yi said quietly.
"It would be hard to hold out tonight with just those Knights of Light and priests.
Why don't we just bet on Warner?
If we lose the battle, it would be hard for us to get back on our feet again." Anfey gave the matter a bit of thought, then said, "Fernando is getting close.
I am worried that,
Master," Yi said worriedly, "it shows that Warner is not able to help us when Fernando asked us to hold out for another day and night.
We would never know if he could beat all those death spirits.
We have to protect ourselves.
If Fernando loses the battle, we have to be able to break through the Death Spirit's blockade.
Master, we used to have more than 4,000 mercenaries, but now we have less than 3,000.
If we lose more of them, I am afraid. Yi, there are many people watching us. It would not be easy to kill those Knights of Light and priests. If anyone noticed, I think we'd better wait, Anfey said.
Master, you don't trust those mercenaries, do you? In fact, they do not care about the church. In addition, we have secretly killed some of the Knights of Light and priests, he said.
Anfey suddenly gave Yi a look.
The next moment, there was someone knocking on the door.
Is Master Anfey there?
Anfey lifted his chin to signal Yi to open the door.
Yi walked to the door and opened it.
A priest of light and few Knights of Light stood outside with big smiles. Anfey knew two of the Knights of Light, Hilda and Martin. Hilda had been hostile towards Anfey, while Martin was the spy Yolanthi set up in the church.
Master, can we come in? The priest of light asked with a smile.
Please come in, come in.
Anfey slowly stood up. You are here.
Master, I have a secret order from the Pope. The priest of light went directly to the point and then turned to Yi.
Master Yi, are you? Secret order? To me? Anfey looked a little shocked. He nodded at Yi. Yi turned around and slowly left. Yes, Master.
The priest of light held his hand out and took a letter from his dimensional ring. Anfey smiled and reached for the letter, but he was just a little off and did not get the letter. Instead, he touched that priest of light's hand. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the priest of light's hand and pulled it down as he kicked him in the groin. The priest of light flew into the air. As the priest screamed out, Anfey jammed his knee into the priest's face and stifled his screaming. Martin pulled his sword out and thrust forward with full force. However, he did not thrust at Anfey. Instead, he stabbed at his peer, Hilda.
Hilda never thought Martin would attack him.
Martin's sword pierced his back and through his chest before Hilda had a chance to pull her sword halfway out.
At the same time, Yi ran back in.
The sword in his hand created a light screen. He thrusted his sword into the neck of a Knight of Light. The way Yi thrust his sword was cruel. His sword had cut off half that knight's neck. These priests and Knights of Light had not come with good intentions. They should have not brought Martin with them.
Anfey was smart and responded quickly. He looked at Martin and understood what Martin was trying to signal him.
As a result, the killers were killed. The priest of light with the highest fighting ability did not even get the chance to release his magic scroll before he was killed by Anfey. Anfey did not think the two Knights of Light who were still alive could pose any threats to them. Anfey indicated to Martin that he had no idea why these priests and Knights of Light attacked him.
He hoped to find the answer from Martin. Master, be careful. Martin yelled to Anfey.
He threw himself at Anfey to protect him. At the same time, the iron door was torn to pieces and a bright sword radiance shot into the room.
Martin had used all his combat power to block the sword radiance from Anfey.
As the sword radiance pierced through Martin's body, his body was torn apart.
Go, hurry up. Anfey yelled. He now understood that there was a top power among his opponents. He worried about Yi.
If he wanted to fight without considering the fighting ability of his opponent, he would be killed as quickly as Martin.
Where do you think you are going?
Laughter rose from outside, and then another sword radiance shot at Anfey. Yi was wise. He turned around, crashed through the window and jumped out. A fire shield appeared on Anfey's left arm, and he fearlessly countered the sword radiance. After a huge crashing noise, Anfey realized he could not even control the shaking from the fire elements on the fire shield. The whole fire shield was smashed to pieces while Anfey was knocked into the bedroom.
Susanna has been led to the north of the city, so...
A person slowly walked into the bedroom and looked at Anfey, who stood there with his sword.
Anfey said calmly, "Go to hell."
This time the person did not feel the sword radiance was enough to kill Anfey, so he did not release sword radiance. Instead, he slashed his sword at Anfey. This slash looked very simple, but its speed and power were beyond anything Anfey had experienced.
The bright combat power lit up the bedroom even brighter than daylight. The moving air currents tore the bedframe behind Anfey. The frame shattered against the wall with a loud crash. Anfey's counterattack was simple as well. With his fighting skills, he could move to the side to dodge the sword, but he chose to counter it directly because he wanted to understand the difference between him and a real top power. In addition to Anfey's bed, the vases, cases and other stuff in the bedroom could not take the pressure and were all crushed into pieces. The fire sword became blurry. The stone floor shattered underneath Anfey, surprising both of them. A black hole appeared.
Anfey could not fall down the hole because of the enormous surprise he received. There was a big secret chamber underneath the bedroom. The secret chamber had a few floors. It had been built for its previous owner to store treasure.
Anfey had never noticed the secret chamber before. Huh? The person looked really surprised and immediately jumped into the hole. Maybe because of the 2 rounds of fighting, he believed Anfey was not as strong as him, so he made such daring move. If their fight abilities were similar, he probably would have put himself at a serious disadvantage if he simply jumped into the hole. Anfey stood up straight.
He released his telepathy as fast as he could. The blurry fire sword started to look clear again very quickly. Seeing the person jumping down, he did not immediately start his attack.
Did you prepare this for yourself? Not bad.
It is very hard to find, the person said as he looked around the chamber.
Anfey kept quiet as his internal power was moving faster and faster. Are you desperate now? Do you know who I am?
The person smiled and looked to Anfey like he was playing a cat and mouse game. I do not want to know, Anfey said calmly. You are a top power, but unfortunately, you do not know how to kill others.
Do you know? Unfortunately. The person tried to copy Anfey.
He said calmly, you are a professional killer, but you are going to be killed by me today. Anfey slowly raised his sword to indicate to his opponent that he was ready to fight. As an assassin in his previous world, he never talked bullshit with his targets, trying to tell them why he was going to kill them and other stuff. Those were pointless conversations. Instead, talking bullshit would give his opponents time to find a good opportunity to fight back and beat him.
Do you still hope you could win this fight?
Not bad, the person said with a wry smile.
I can tell you have a strange power inside of you. Is it power that could help you become a supreme power? In fact, he secretly had a feeling that whatever power he had would not work on Anfey.
From the time he practiced combat power until he became a top power, he had been under the supervision of his master. He never really got a chance to interact with others. That was why he was a little naive when he was arguing with Anfey.
You really like to talk, Anfey said rudely.
Dragging the time was really doing him a favor, but he did not want to wait anymore because he did not want to rely on Susanna all the time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 400, Nothing. Chapter 400, Nothing. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
You really don't want to know who I am? The figure asked, curious. If someone wanted to kill him, he would want to know who he was. Anfey, on the other hand, appeared completely unbothered by the fact that he did not know who was trying to kill him.
Why would I? Anfey asked. So many people want to kill me.
If I try to find out who every single one of them is, it would take too long. Interesting, the figure said. He gripped his sword. He was angry, but he still kept the words of his teacher in mind.
He wasn't there to kill Anfey.
You'll be surprised, Anfey said.
Well, since you want me to know so badly, who are you, exactly?
That's right, the figure said.
I'm a student of Philip's.
That's it?
Anfey said, shaking his head. I thought there would be more. You made a mistake the day you killed Zeta, Desright said coolly. It's too late for that now, isn't it? Anfey asked. I killed him. It's done.
I know that, Desright said. Which is why I am here.
Anfey frowned.
He did not expect such an answer from Desright. All the top-level powers he had met were brilliant people. Even Bruzeriano, who was known for his honesty, had his own secrets.
Honesty wasn't stupidity. He was surprised that Desright did not get the hint.
I have to warn you, though, Anfey said, Susanna's almost here.
Desright frowned.
He had been spying on them for a while now and knew that Susanna had recently moved up a level. He did not need to face another top-level power because that would just be too inconvenient. He raised his sword and dashed towards Anfey.
Anfey did not back down either.
He gripped his sword and blocked Desright's attack. He wanted to see how different he was from a top-level power. This was a good opportunity for him to gain some knowledge and use it to his benefit. The two swords clashed with a loud thud.
Anfey's fire sword shattered and turned back into loose fire elements.
He was too distracted to form another sword this fast. Desright had used most of his power and had no reserve. Remnants of combat power exploded with the loose elements. The clash sent both Anfey and Desright flying backwards and crashing into the walls of the cave.
The cave shook dangerously, threatening to collapse at any moment.
Anfey quickly formed a fire shield to defend himself from the combat power.
Desright recovered much faster than Anfey did.
He was already heading towards Anfey just as Anfey was standing up. He did not care to prolong this process. He just needed to finish this. Desright might have been young and inexperienced, but he was still very powerful. Even though Anfey had the sword Jacob had forged for him, he was still shocked by his collision with the wall of the cave. Desright only stumbled a little after this clash, but Anfey was thrown away again. He crashed through a wooden door at the end of the tunnel and crashed against the wall. Desright chased after him quickly. Behind him, the cave and the tunnel shook and began to collapse. Desright laughed. "You're trapped now," he said. Desright was right. The tunnel had already collapsed and the room they were in was sealed off. There was no way out unless one of them died at the hand of the other. Anfey shook his head and stood up. His body was very strong now, but he was still not strong enough to be able to shake off the pain of crashing into walls. The clashes made him slightly dizzy. "Just admit defeat," Desright said, "and maybe I won't kill you then." Anfey took a deep breath. The air was very foul in the room because the lack of circulation. That did not help with his dizziness. "I'm curious," Anfey said, panting. "How did someone like you become a top-level power?" "You're questioning my abilities?" Desright asked coolly. He knew that he was powerful enough to defeat Anfey, especially when Anfey was injured. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Anfey's power did not lay in pure strength. Instead, his speed and agility were what Desright should really be watching for. Anfey's breath stabilized and he summoned a large fireball. He threw the fireball at Desright and quickly scrambled away, sending a few more fireballs as he ran. He was summoning fireballs as fast as his body would allow. A small wall of fire appeared around Desright as Anfey sent a few more fireballs his way. Desright could sense that this was Anfey's last attempt at defeating him. He was very patient and was waiting for Anfey to use up all of his magic. It would take time for Susanna to find them, and Desright did not mind waiting. The light of the fireballs began to dim, and Anfey stopped using large fireballs and began using small fireballs. Desright watched him without expression. An attack with small fireballs was nothing to a man like him. Anfey finally stopped using magic and stood there, watching Desright. The two of them watched one another silently. Desright frowned. Anfey was supposed to be a paladin, and his magic should not deplete this quickly. "Is it my turn now?" Desright asked, waving his sword. Anfey shrugged but did not say anything. He tapped the ground with his foot as if waiting for Desright. Desright took a deep breath and dove forward. He did not want to kill Anfey just yet. He was still adhering to Philip's instructions. He wanted to prolong the process. Anfey waited for Desright to get close enough to him before moving. He pushed off of the wall behind and moved out of the way of Desright's sword. Desright dove towards him again, but this time, he realized that something was off. His breathing was becoming more difficult and his combat power was failing. "What did you do?" Desright asked angrily. Anfey shook his head and still did not say anything. He dashed towards Desright and slammed a fist into his chest. Because of his failing combat power, Desright could not defend himself against this attack. Desright crashed into the wall. Anfey lunged at him, throwing him towards a large stone before he could regain his strength. Without combat power, Desright was not as strong as the stone. His body slid limply off the stone. Anfey picked up Desright's sword and stabbed the man through the chest. Desright watched him angrily, then his eyelids drooped and his body stilled. After making sure that Desright really was dead, Anfey walked over to the collapsed tunnel and began trying to dig his way out with the sword. After a few moments, he made a small crack in the rock pile. He quickly leaned close to the crack and took a deep breath. Then he began digging again. After a few feet, he felt the stones shaking. He grinned, knowing that Susanna must have arrived. The shaking was growing stronger. Anfey waited impatiently, knowing that soon he would run out of air. Hopefully, Susanna heard the noises he made, and he wouldn't have to die together with Desright. Just as Anfey thought that Susanna wouldn't find him, a large crack appeared through the rocks and air flowed in. A moment later, Susanna appeared at the crack. "Anfey," she called hesitantly. "You still alive in there?" If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.